Togbon. If suffering is not democratized, consensus to fight it will not be found. It is nice to hear the likes of El Rufai bleating like a victim these days. That is what his victims have been doing for years. If he was sat in the ministerial office, I would not be hearing him bleating. When power is only, consensus cannot really be found for waging the necessary. Suffering is democratized. A consensus cannot really be found for waging the necessary battle to end this state of anarchy.
You are welcome to the live.
Yesterday's beneficiaries, even those who brought Tinubu to power, those who refused to listen to reason, who endorsed it, who explained it, who are complicit in the erection of this system,
share the live to everybody. It's nice to be up and running again, and we are live across all platforms. Please do not forget to subscribe, follow, like, share, and comment, and every comment will be displayed live and direct in the studio here. So it's nice to be here once again. Let's share this the live stream, and let's communicate. Let's spend the next 3 minutes to communicate to everybody to join us in this live. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining.
Subversion of the Constitution and the destruction of the democratic order. Were they not applauding? Rules do not matter any longer. It is about the will of men. If the man sat at the top of the pyramid says that he desires a third and fourth term, between Akpabio and his brother Awase, they will give it to him. Our constitution does not matter.
Did you just say that if the president wants it?
I am repeating myself without any fear of contradiction that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu decides that he wants a third term, pretty much like Uncle Shege, he will submit that bill and your House of Reps and Senate will pass that bill in record time. You are seeing the beginning of the Yademization of our presidency. You are seeing the beginning of a full-blown dictatorship that is unrestrained by any law. That is the reality. The only thing that has happened is that it is crowing triumphantly in the marketplace, announcing that it is unrestrained by laws or by rules. A consensus cannot really be found for waging the necessary battle to end this state of anarchy. Yesterday's beneficiaries, even those who brought Tinubu to power, those who refused to listen to reason, who endorsed it, who explained it, who are complicit in the erection of this system, they are going to become victims to this system. Yorubas will say to you, if suffering is not democratized, consensus to fight it will not be found. It is nice to hear the likes of El Rufai bleating like a victim these days. That is what his victims have been doing for years. If he was sat in the ministerial office, I will not be hearing him bleating. When power is only limited by a man's whims, the day will come when his whims will be directed against the enablers. And that is inevitable. The man who was busy helping for joining him to dance Bugaon after Chatham House, is the power not raining on his own head today? When they were enthroning him and they were being warned about the subversion of the Constitution and the destruction of the democratic order, were they not applauding? Rules do not matter any longer. It is about the will of men. If the man sat at the top of the pyramid says that he desires a third and fourth term, between Akpabio and his brother Awase, they will give it to him. Our constitution does not matter.
Did you just say that if the president wants it?
I am repeating myself without any fear of contradiction that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu decides that he wants a third term, pretty much like Uncle Shege, he will submit that bill and your House of Reps and Senate will pass that bill in record time. You are seeing the beginning of the Yademization of our presidency. You are seeing the beginning of a full-blown dictatorship that is unrestrained by any law. That is the reality. The only thing that has happened is that it is crowing triumphantly in the marketplace, announcing that it is unrestrained by laws or by rules.
You are welcome to the live stream. And of course, we are live one more time to really engage in some intellectual discourse. around the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. What is the phobia really in Nigeria? What does phobia mean? Phobia means fear. That is, you are afraid of something, and you now begin to wonder what is indeed that Nigerians are afraid of. What are we afraid of as a people? All right. Are we afraid to resist an oppressive, repressive, dictatorship, fascist regime? And of course, that has basically represented what we have been going through in so many, we have been going through it for a long time. You're welcome. You're welcome, Engineer Taura. Engineer Taura, you are welcome to the live stream. And of course,
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
is that Engineer Sani? I just want to get it very clear. Is that the same? Is it the same as Engineer Sani?
Hello. Civic space.
Yeah. Is it the same as Engineer Sani?
Yes.
Yeah, because this name is
I'm the one
somehow.
Engineer Taura, right?
Oh yeah, Engineer Taura. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It is me. It's your boy.
Oh, well done, sir. You're not my boy, you.
No.
Yeah, my Oga Pata Pata.
No, when it came to this matter, so thank you very much for this wonderful work. I just sit down now, see you on live on the YouTube. I say let me come on.
Thank you so much. It's a little bit noisy from your hand, but well, what would you have to say if you were to give a comment? Well, anytime you want to give a comment, just let me know.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Are you ready to give your comments now or later, sir?
I will give my comment later. I'm with you guys now.
Later, okay. Whenever you're ready, just unmute your mic and jump in. Anytime you're ready.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, everybody, for being part of this great program. And of course, we are live once again. And Africa in the Box, thanks for sharing the live. And we are now about 7 of us in the live stream. Please, let's share. And of course, if you are joining, please participate. We want participation in today's show. We want participation in today's show. We don't want a Sudan look audience this time around. We want an audience that is quite very active today. We want our audience to be very active today. And we are discussing matters of national importance, national relevance. What is the phobia of the Nigerian people? In your own view, what do you think constitutes the phobia of the Nigerian people? All right, is it a phobia of death, all right, or the phobia to really resist? And of course, you now begin to wonder whether or not Nigerians are really afraid for their life. If you see the level of, for instance, if you observe the kind of life that Nigerians are living, if you take a very close look at the kind of life that Nigerians are living, you would not but conclude that Nigerians are not afraid of death. Death is not, I think, maybe perhaps they don't want to concede this, or perhaps I also live in that reality too. I am not even absorbing myself. All right, this is not an issue of absorbing myself from the reality. I am living that reality too. I am not afraid of death. I have seen enough to really conclude that, well, death should not scare me, because even if I am scared of death, everything that is currently revolving around my existence in Nigeria is designed to take me out anyway. So why they are afraid of death? And I believe if Nigerians can have this kind of orientation or come to this consciousness also, I think it would really, shape their perception going forward. Because if you look at it very well, what is indeed that you are afraid of as a Nigerian? All right. And of course, look around you. You see your environment, the air quality, generator sounds everywhere, generator byproducts everywhere. As I'm talking to you, I'm using generator. So the air quality is terrible, the environment is terrible, mosquitoes bite you, you have refractory malaria that comes and always keep coming, and you treat it every time, because of your environment. And mosquito is the highest form of death casualty caused by an animal. And if you factor it in the Nigerian context, in the African context, look at the environment in Lagos. It's a perfect breeding ground. Everywhere you go, a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. And of course, that alone can take you out. Many things can take you out in Nigeria. You can just be walking on your own, on the road, one vehicle that has not been servicing or basically taking care of the maintenance of the car, the brake will fail and will take you out. All right. How about personal health issue? All right. The water that we drink, the food that we take, a lot of the food that we take do not have nutrients. Let's face it. So I am just going to the granular details, but in reality, what are we afraid of? As far as I'm concerned, I have figured it out that what is it indeed I'm afraid of? All right. Because everything around me is already designed to take me out. Everything. Is it even those systems that is supposed to protect you? All right. Sometimes in Nigeria take you out. All right. We've had cases of police that should protect the citizens, taking citizens out, basically using their tool in their hands to take out Nigerians that they should be protecting. We've had our military basically throwing bombs on civilian, residents, and they will apologize later. All right. The very same civilians that they should be protecting. So everything, the health sector is also designed, it should be designed to protect you or to save you or pull you from the hands and the grip of death. But the reality is different. All right. And we have even seen cases whereby you go to the hospital. By the time you are coming back from the hospital, you are coming back with multiple infections, multiple illnesses. There are cases of patients, having after surgery, equipment forgotten inside them, like scissors and all other things forgotten. They will have to go back, and going back will mean extra complication and even higher chances of losing their lives. So just name it. Everything is designed to take you out already. So what are you afraid of? And I think that is our question to our viewers today, to the 8 viewers watching us across all platforms. This is our challenge to you. What is it indeed your fear? All right. Are you afraid of dying, or you are afraid to resist? And if it is that they are afraid to resist, that is your phobia. What indeed do you have to lose if you choose to resist? And what is indeed do you have to lose if you choose not to resist? These are the things that you have to take in cognizance of for you to realize whether or not it is actually wise for you to have this stance, this aback, this I don't want trouble stance, this I don't care stance. And of course, will it be all right for you to say you don't care when you are a complainer? You complain every single time. Like myself, I am a complainer too. And I have many reasons to complain. Like as it is now, the national grid has collapsed. Even before now, for us to be able to run live streams like this continuously or perhaps consistently, we've got to factor in the cost of fuel. And I mean, know how much it cost me to buy fuel every day. All right. So I get complaint in that regard. And that complaint, I would have more moral right to complain about it because I am one of those who advocated for the fact that petrol subsidy should not be removed. That's number one. And even to crown it all, I did not vote for the current apocalypse in power right now. I did not join them to vote for Tinubu because I knew Tinubu would bring suffering, tears, and blood. And he's doing exactly that. So I am a complainant, but what makes me different from you? All right. What makes me different from you? And of course, there are variants to that also. Are you also one of those that said, I did not vote for Tinubu to become the president, but I voted for the so-called opposition that does not have the necessary biting force or the punching force to actually either pressure the incumbent or perhaps the political will to resist an incumbent that is actually all out to do everything necessary, every dirty book in the rule, every dirty rule in the book to remain perpetually in power and perpetually in control. So these are I did not vote for any of such fraudulent opposition. I voted for an organic opposition. All right. So it is what it is, and we must have this conversation. All right. And what is indeed your own phobia? And it does not cost you anything for you to drop in the comments section. At the very least, this is my phobia. I have phobia to resist. Let me just lie. If that is your phobia, let us know. Me, I don't have the phobia and I've given you a mental breakdown of why I have lost any sense of phobia for either to resist or perhaps to go or to be taken out from the system. All right. If like for instance, to die. In the last 2 years, I've lost 2 family members in the last 2 years to the system. All right. I have lost 2 family members to the system that should have been given a fighting chance, but the system did not provide that luxury, did not make that provision, and that is supposed to be the mandate of the health sector, but it did not happen. So welcome to the live stream. The numbers are increasing, and of course, we are very much pleased to have everybody join us on this live. Do not forget to subscribe. Do not forget to like, comment, share. Everything will be reflected in the studio here. If you drop any comments, we will see it in the studio across any of the platform. Feel free to use any of the platform. We would see all the comments that you'd put either on the YouTube Movement Radio, YouTube Civic Space channel, X Liberation channel, X Movement Radio, Facebook Movement Alaba Ferreira, Facebook Civic Space NG. Every comment will be seen live and direct. All right, and we are going to read it out clear. Okay, I can see your like. Thank you so much, Unstoppable Friends of Shore from Facebook. So I can even see your likes also from any of the platform. So free, kindly type on the screen if you enjoy this sort of analysis that is undiluted, that is geared towards consciousness and conscientization. If you like this sort of comments or this sort of content, I mean to say, share, like, tap on your screen. It is important to make it work. All right. And of course, that is what sends signal to the algorithm that activities are going on here, and it will enable this platform to be pushed to all that should be able to have the opportunity to tune into our live stream. So thank you so much, everybody. It's nice to have everybody here. And of course, if you look at your screen also, you will see a live feeds coming in. Thank you so much, Fighting for My Future or Fighting for My Freedom. Comrade Swaz, thank you so much. Well done, Comrade Fresh, just joining in. Thank you so very much. It's nice to have everybody join in. If you are able to join in via YouTube, please explore that option. YouTube is where we want to have the numbers more, because by and large, our analytics is showing that we are having, so much of our viewers from the X platform, and we understand it because that's our stronghold. But of course, we want to also make sure that we have a presence in our YouTube channel. Thank you so much, everybody. What are we discussing today? The Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. All right, resist or perish. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of resistance, or you are afraid to perish? And of course, on what basis do you think it is logically plausible to be afraid of resisting the very system that is designed to basically take you out? All right, everything within the system is designed to take you out in the first place. So why are you afraid? All right, and have you considered, or are you aware that it is in resisting that lies our salvation? Are you very much aware that it is when we resist that we stand a chance to really emancipate ourselves? It's very, very important. And of course, thank you so much, Comrade Shion Ayilara, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you join us live and direct once again. Today we are up and running once again, and yesterday was a firecracker. We were able to really dissect and highlight the lessons from the visit of I Show Speed. We currently understand that I Show Speed is now in Benin Republic and is one of the countries that he would visit among the 20 others African countries that he intends to tour. And the experience in Nigeria has come with so much lessons, and we were able to really bring out and extract as much lessons as possible. So it's nice to have you again join us once again, Comrade Shion Ayilara. Big salutation to you, and we stand in so much respect for available fighters like yourself who is willing to really put themselves and their resources in the line to basically enlighten and educate their people. We respect you so much, Comrade Shion. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I don't know if you would like to give us your opening remark and to give your general comment on the topic, the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. We'll pass the mic to you, Comrade Shion. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome indeed.
Big ups, big ups. Salutation to all comrades, to all fighters, fighting. Some of us have the luxury of coming, behind the camera. Majority of some of our brothers and sisters are fighting, are not fortunate to have the camera, shooting them. So big ups to everyone in the struggle to reclaim back self, in the struggle to reclaim back one's dignity, and ultimately in the struggle to reclaim back one's land. All right. Big ups to you, big salutations to you for showing up, for doing what you have to do. Yoruba people will say, where I come from, say Akindubare, this work at the end of the day, when it's done, it will benefit all, including the stooges of imperialists. In fact, towards the ending part of the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, that he would say that we are not just in the business to rescue the oppressed from total destruction or rescue ourselves, but that we are also in the business to rescue the oppressors from their own destruction. And such is what we are seeing. that in how many years of in the name of capitalism, in the name of profit, they are almost destroying the planet Earth. If not, climate change, they have destroyed everything, put animals into extinction, put living organisms like themselves into extinction. In fact, they are on the verge of putting humans into extinction. They now create nuclear power, nuclear weapon, as though they want to create drinkable water. America alone has over 4,000 nuclear war weapons. How many does it take to destroy the earth? So you could see this madness. India too has, UK too has, all of them have. So by the time you submit all the nuclear weapons they have created for themselves, it's totaling into about 100,000 nuclear weapon. How many do they have to land to destroy the whole planet? So you could see that and that's why they are starting the campaign of going into the Mars, going into the space, because they have destroyed everything. So we are also in the job to rescue, not just because by the time we create a better country, a better continent, Abacha children, grandchildren will enjoy it. Obasanjo grandchildren too, we enjoy it. T-Pain great-grandchildren too, we enjoy it. Of course, we will be reminding them of the role that their ancestors played anyway, but that will not mean that we will cut them out of the enjoyment of the land. So we are not just in the business to rescue ourselves or just to rescue the oppressed, but that we want to save even the oppressors from their destruction, because they are on the verge of destroying themselves too. They are, and they have promised or made allegiance to that destruction. And so if we fold our arms, they will destroy us all, right? So big ups to you again for doing this liberation chat, for Movement Radio, for the country, because I know that it takes more than a singular parent or a nuclear family to raise a child. So I know that several resources have come into building things like this. So big ups to them, big ups to them. May the ancestors, may the land reward them accordingly for the work of love, or for the love work that they are doing, because reclaiming back our land is a love work. Many people don't know that the best love story is not in Romeo and Juliet. They don't know. They think the best love story is Jesus and their Savior, or Muhammad. That's not love story. The best love stories that you can find is to pick up any of your African ancestor, any of your. I said the first time I saw Fela Adekunle Kuti Broadway show is titled Finding Fela. I was almost close to tears, because everything I saw was love. Everything I saw in that movie, in that Broadway show, is not a movie like that. In that Broadway show was love. So an African should not be feeling unloved if you are closer to your ancestor, because every revolutionary did the work of love. Now these idiots wey we dey see for screen, no, they do the work of love. They no love themselves. How can they love others? They are in the business of selfishness, greediness, me alone. So they buy into the ideas of me alone. And what would me alone, now launching it into the intro for this, what would me alone birth? Will it birth resistance? or will it but perish? So let's look at one of the progenitor of the Abrahamic religion. There was a statement he made, because they copy some of the things that we share too, but I will use the reference of the Abrahamic text, right, to make this point. And people don't get it. Even the Abrahamic religious people, folks. Sorry, excuse me, I'm coming.
Well, it seems as though we are losing connection with Comrade Ailara, or perhaps is trying to reconnect back with us. But what we have been discussing is, please, Commissioner Ailara, whenever you're ready, please feel free to jump in. We're discussing about the Nigerian phobia. All right, the Nigerian phobia. All right, and of course, we call this place University of Resistance and Liberation, and we are basically, learning from the legacies of those that you are looking on the screen, the legacies of Fela Kuti, the legacies of Kwame Ture, of Martin Luther King, of Malcolm X, the legacy of Mrs. Fumilaya Ransom Kuti, the legacies of Bob Marley, of Nelson Mandela, of Thomas Sankara, and all of these great revolutionaries that have displayed nothing but resistance and projected the need for their people to be liberated. There is need for the African people to be liberated. And of course, if you look around you, ladies and gentlemen, and see whether or not we are not a conquered people. All right. In our minds, there's need to be revolution of the mind. There's need to be a cultural revolution. There's need to be a lot of revolution that have to happen for us to have the sort of emancipation effort that is needed. It is very, very important, because, are we going to remain like this? All right. Is Africa going to continue to remain like this? And, who are those responsible for the stagnancy of the African people, especially Nigeria? All right. Who are those responsible? There are indeed those responsible for this quagmire, for this apocalypse that we are experiencing in Africa. We're not going through this out of the blues. All right. We are not going through all of the things that we are going through just because of one random chance or random events. We are going through it because of some negligence, incompetence, evil, wicked acts of some people, or complicity, just name it, of people over time. And of course, why is Nigeria the way it is? Nigeria is the way it is because of some certain activities by certain players. All right? Certain activities by certain players. You look at a child who does not have access to qualitative health, qualitative education. Look at the woman who is pregnant, who does not have access to quality health care. The elderly, who should actually have the best health care possible, do not have that luxury or that provision. How about families who should have access to housing that are deprived of it? How about those that even work hard for years to even build themselves one, and the system decide to take them out? So all of these things are very, very important. And I will welcome to the studio Comrade Adekunle. Comrade Adekunle, are you there? Are you ready for us, or are you still very much busy? Please feel free.
I'm just waking up. Well done, my comrade. So
You're
I'm
welcome.
trying
You're
to
welcome.
look for the topic. Well done. Greetings everyone that has been watching. What's going on? What are we discussing about?
What we are discussing is the Nigerian phobia. Resist or perish. The Nigerian phobia. Resist or what? Or perish. What is it that our people are afraid of? Are they afraid to resist their oppressors, or they are afraid of, death, or perhaps being taken out by the system? And of course, I have said in my opening remark that by and large, me, I have figured it out. I have figured out the fact that, well, it is the system is already designed to take me out. All right. I have basically watched two of my family members dead on my hands, really, in the span of just 2 3 years, maximum of 2 3 years. All right. And they did not die just by chance. They died because of a systemic issue. So I am not afraid of death. All right. What I am doing is to actually resist a system that would still eventually take me out, whether I resist or not, as far as
Yeah,
I'm concerned.
exactly.
But I am very, very much interested in what others will have to say about this, because they'll give you any excuse when we walk up to people and said, well, we need to resist this oppressive system. They will tell us, they will shoot you, they will tear gas you, they will arrest you, they will do so. They will begin to give all of these excuses as if they are not already living in prison, or as if they are not already living in danger. So these are the things that we have noticed from my own end of things, but I may be wrong, or perhaps I am just spewing
Yeah.
nonsense.
So I
But well,
think I
I,
think
yeah,
we need to start about the consciousness in our mind ourselves, because it's one thing for you to realize that one way or the other, um you will find your way to leave this earth one day. Then
mm,
is another thing for you to realize that something must be responsible for your death.
mm,
Now, the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria is not pleasant enough, where someone can just be walking down the road and get knocked down by a moving vehicle, and before you see any emergency response or whatever, you might from there cross and meet your maker. Or a situation where you went for just a short period of sickness, then you were attended to wrongly, or you had an operation and the facility where you were being treated is not well equipped, then you started having complications. So already the terrible system can get you killed. Now, the individual consciousness I'm trying to say is about, we have our priority when we talked about fear. Some people know what they fear, some people, and they also know what they do not. So we can see typical example in our everyday activities, the way people approach things. So a very typical example is the one that happened in Papa recently, where people were scooping fuel from a fell down tanker. So then you look at the mind of the people, that what kind of lifestyle is this? These same people, we ask them to come behind the barricade, move to government house, make your grievances known that you are not living in a good system. These same people went ahead to go and risk their life just to scoop fuel that the most you can get over there is maybe 500 liters. Now, how long will that one serve you? How long will it survive you? So people have misplaced their priority in what they fear. they rather endanger their life in those kind of in activities like that. So you can mark out the difference. You can't protest for your right. You can't fight the battle in a wrong. You are fighting the battle in the wrong channel. I made a post recently on X when they were discussing about um this streamer that just left Nigeria, I show speed. So he's currently in Benin right now. So the reason why he left is because the system is very, very poor, and Lagos State is finding it difficult to maintain some areas. So that's really caused the stinky environment in Lagos State. And that is no longer a news. But the truth is, everybody is complaining now that Lagos State smell. Ask them that what are they doing individually as a citizen to counter all these errors. Who among them is challenging the system or is ready to change the status quo? I'm sorry, I think I hold on, just give me a sec. I will decline the call. So we have more keypad warriors than people that are ready to take action in real life. Instead of them to take reasonable action, they would rather stay behind the screen and be tweeting and be saying all sort of irrelevant things. Yes, there are ways we can go about passing our grievances, but there's no how we want to stay behind screens. We need some actions to be put in place. So it's not a matter of maybe you can construct grammar, maybe you have followers online. It's a matter of action. So thank you very much for the video. I can see you've uploaded the video from the right side of my screen. So imagine a single strike of a single spark here now we ignite fire. It's not until they throw a matching stick to this kind of fire before it starts. Only two generic can spark fire in this kind of situation, and everything will go into flames. So you can imagine the kind of consciousness these people have in their mind. They don't value their life. Look at the way they are scooping fuel. Now, one of the things I said is that yes, we have a poor maintenance system in Lagos State and in Nigeria as a whole. But individually, what are you doing to challenge this bad system? One of the things I said in a space that I joined today as well was that okay, you are projecting your favorite candidate as the person that is best. Let's even assume that someone rig election to his or her position. The point is whether you rig election or not, when you get there, are you performing your primary duty? Because if you are performing your primary duty, people will be less concerned about you rigging an election. But no, you are failing in that aspect. Now I said, having been said that, and I told them that let's come back to our own various self, our individual self at the grassroots level. How many of us knows our House of Representative members? How many of you know your House of Rep? These people are the people that are closer to us than the president. It is your own right as a citizen to go after your House of Rep members, because they are the one that is speaking your voice at the top level. They are the one that represent your interests at the top level. If you are finding it difficult to hold them accountable, how do you want to hold the presidency accountable? I believe you are getting my point.
Absolutely, absolutely. You are coming out very
So
clear, and I understand where you're coming from. Very, very spot
so
on.
if the House of Representative members that are closer to us, ordinary citizens can't hold them accountable. Tell me how they won't fear the presidency. And we have failed in this aspect as well as a citizen, because it is your own right as a citizen to know your House of Representative members, to have their contact, to be closer to them. These people are collecting constituency allowance. They are supposed to have an office where you can audit whatever they are doing. Before a bill is passed at the top level, it is your House of Representative member that will go through it. Does it represent the interest of my people? Does it serve the primary purpose of my duty? Does it speak well for everybody? These are their duty, but we have failed to hold them accountable, to checkmate what they are doing. So everybody that is listening now, I will implore you yourself, know your own rights as a citizen. Join hands and put hands on the deck, and let's work together for this change that we are requiring. Go and search, and know your house of rep members. Make sure you get closer to them. Ask for their contacts. That is the little you can do as well. So people that don't or recognize, or that don't know their conscience about what exactly they should fear about, they are finding it difficult to know what to do, because their priority has been misplaced. One way or the other, we are going to leave this place. But the truth is, are we really facing the fear that we are supposed to face rather? So let's ask ourselves that question individually. You don't even have quality education, we don't have quality healthcare, quality transportation, we don't have. No matter how we say it, Lagos State is still an example that other states clamor for. So, but because of the poor management system in Lagos State, they are finding it difficult, and Lagos State is overpopulated. That is one of the setbacks in Lagos State. So I implore everyone, go back, think about it very well. Am I really performing my duty as a citizen? Am I really facing the fear in the right way? Am I fighting the battles in the right channel? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. So thank you very much for the little time, civic space. Thank you, Nigerians. God bless Nigeria. Bye.
Thank you so very much, comrade. Very much indeed. And of course, basically, inspired us today to really know what indeed we are fighting for as a people. What should be where we should concentrate our energy as a people. All right. Should we concentrate our energy on personal gain, immediate personal, what we can benefit immediately, even if it comes at a very huge risk, such as the one you're looking at your screen right now. All right. So we are not afraid to really put ourselves on the line like this. But it seems as though when it is time for us to now resist, we become afraid. And we must continue to hammer this thing because it is important, maybe repetitiveness, because we have brought it to you. We have brought, there are many cases where we come to the street to interview the Nigerian people, and this feedback that we are getting that, well, I don't care. No, my life is in the hands of God. My hands and the hands of my family is the hand of God. Our sustenance, our sustenance, we are relying on God. And we are praying, we are putting the hearts of our leaders, according to them. We are putting the land out of our leaders in God's hands, that God should touch their heart for them to be able to rule us very well. And they even use rule. And at every opportunity, we try to correct them that, well, should you be ruled or should you be led? There's difference between rulership and leadership. And of course, maybe perhaps it's the reason why we are in Nigeria. Rulership. People don't lead you and impose anti-people policies on you. It's not possible for you to have a leader that will come and demolish what you call home without resettling you. All right? That, okay, you have been here, and of course you have done this under our watch. We do not approve it, but well, we need you to actually relocate from where you are right now, because it's dangerous for your health. It's dangerous for the community. All right, we are resettling you to another place where we believe you will be, pending the time that will provide what would be your home, your new home. But this one is not really sanctioned by the government. That is the proper way leaders do things, according to my own perception and according to logic. This is how leaders do. Not that they will just wake up and say, well, these guys are a bunch of miscreants. We command, tractors to invade the place, to start demolishing and throwing tear gas on the locals, arresting them for resisting, and basically repressing and suppressing their voices, and taking away what they call home. All right, what they refer to as home, taking it away from them and rendering thousands, tens of thousands of lives homeless. All right, only leaders would look at clips like this, like the one is on the screen right now. Only leaders will look at this kind of situation and cry and say, what? Under my watch, people are really this desperate under my watch. This is a sign of failure under my watch. How can people be this economically conquered and desperate that they have to put themselves on the line, their lives on the line? If anything, any simple, slightest thing goes wrong here, all right, it will be a very terrible way to meet your maker. And under my government, people are living this kind of life of no care whatsoever for their safety, or what could be, their eventualities as a result of this dangerous adventure. I do not want to have this kind of people. I want to have a people that care about their safety and does not even care about whatever they want to get from this kind of dangerous adventure. I want a people that can earn a living by themselves and have purchasing power, all right, to be able to afford stuff that would basically carry their life, or perhaps even make them thrive, to do other things as humans, to even be able to be useful to the whole world. Because when you have someone that is thriving, the person will have the kind of mental strength to think about what would solve a global problem, what will solve a societal problem, what will solve a community problem. But when you have a people that are basically, at the brink of survival, that they live from hand to mouth, then it is cause for any leader to be very, very worried and sad. But it seems as though the reverse is the case. This is not what the reality is telling us. This is not what reality is telling us. This is not AI. This is not artificial intelligence. This was an historical event that happened sometimes last week, within just last 2 weeks. It happened in Tinkan, Lagos. Lagos, that's supposed to be the center of excellence. And you have leaders that would not care, there's not even emergency services that will even secure this area, barricade the place and to prevent disaster, tragedy from striking. All right. So we now begin to ask, what is the Nigerian phobia? All right. Is it to resist or to perish? But if it is to perish, I don't think that is the case. These people that I'm looking at on the screen right now are not afraid to perish. All right. But if you ask me, are they afraid to resist? Based on my experience on the ground, based on my interviews and my interactions with them on the ground, it's an emphatic yes. They are afraid to resist. They would rather prefer to perish than to resist. What a life, what a mentality. And how do we, walk a way around re-engineering people from this kind of mentality? And how are we going to do it such that this sort of mentality in the majority becomes something that we eradicate? Because sane people, logical people would not prefer to perish than to resist. I think the reasonable thing to do, even in animal kingdom, is to resist when your life is in danger. Let's pass the mic to our speaker one more time, Comrade Seun Ayilara, to continue from where he stopped, and talking about the topic, the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. Big shout out to you, all the 74 of you joining us in this broadcast across all platforms. You are welcome very much indeed again. And of course, do not forget to subscribe, to like, to share, to comment. If you comment, we would see your comment live and direct on the screen. And you can see even on the screen all of the previous comments by previous commentators. If you share the live, it will also reflect. If you comment, if you like, it will reflect from our studio here, and we are going to send you a shout out. If you cannot speak, if you want to even speak also, there's a link that you can, if you check the Liberation Charts Movements Radio X timeline, you will see a means of coming into the studio live. There's a link that we have quoted there. Just press that link and you will be live and direct in the studio here. So thank you so much. Having done that few homework, let's pass the mic to Comrade Seun Ayilara. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, comrade. I did.
Proceed, sir. Yeah.
Good to be back. Is it clear? Can I be heard?
Yes, you're coming out very clear.
All right. So I was going to usher into the conversation proper with the preliminaries or preambles that I've laid. And the preamble is that with the sense of what we live for now, with the sense of individualism, courtesy of the system that operates the global economical world today, called capitalism, because that is what would individualism be, driven by. That for the system to sustain itself, people have to be, on the lookout for just self. That the highest level of expectation to life will just be for self. And when you begin to add that individualism into the conversation, it now makes proper sense. What people are willing to sacrifice at the point where they are willing to resist, and at the point where they are willing to perish, right? And I was just going to use a reference point from one of the religious, Abrahamic religious texts, of how this also in a way should have educated quite a majority of such followers, to understand that individualism in itself is a huge destruction. So it was from the progenitor, one of the progenitors, that said that, those who want to keep their life will lose it. And this is a general principle of life. I'm still going to describe how it's a general principle of life when we look at nature, right? That those who want to keep their life will lose it, ultimately will lose it. And those who want to lose it for a cause meaningful than just self, that is me paraphrasing, would eventually have it, and they would have it more. So look at it from this angle. Look at it from an orange seed. That the more you want to be in control and possession of an orange seed, what do you think happens to that seed? What do you think happens or will happen? That the more you keep an orange seed or any other crop seed, to yourself, the lesser you are finding or helping it find life. So you are shrinking such seeds from finding life. But the moment you are willing to lose it, you are willing to let it go. You are willing to put it under the ground. You are willing to bury it. You are willing to, throw it to nature, for nature to have it back. What do you think happens? Life is reverted. There's a continuous circle to life. So the more we want to keep it, the more we lose it. The more we want to lose it for a cause, the more we have it. So that seed could later bring about a gigantic orange tree that will not just produce oranges in singular form, that might even be able to feed generations oranges, in time to come. And that is what we are seeing, that we are seeing a group of people not taking clue or lectures from nature. We are not learning from nature. We are bent on insisting on having life. Our people want life, so we want to have it. But the life that we think we want to have has no cause behind what some persons will call in revolutionary school ideology behind it, or it has nothing behind it that is quite concrete, that is quite meaningful, other than yourself. And that if you live life that way, you would eventually lose it. Talking about losing it, and I think this is why the media did not carry the Apapa incident like that, because it's not new. It's not new. The case of, in fact, they are lucky, but some were not lucky, were not that lucky. I have not heard of anything aggravating in the Apapa incidents of the fuel tanker that was leaking. It's almost like you are watching an horror movie, because that film would, see, you would hardly have to convince people. You would have to convince a lot of people to believe that is a film, that's not water. The way people are fetching it, and they were underneath it, feeling comfortable doing so. Anything could have, anything, just a spark, like you said, anything could have, right? But let me remind us that this is not new. Between 2024 to 2025, I do not even want to talk about the ones I experienced while growing up. Between 2024 to 2025, in Niger State, in 2025, January 2025, in Niger State, almost or over round about 70 lives, what am I saying? 260 persons reported killed in related to tanker explosion in the 5 months leading to January 2025 in Niger State alone. Multiple, not just one incident, multiple. over 260 persons. In Diko Junction, Suleja area, a tanker explosion on January 18, 2025 killed at least 70 to 86 people, with many others injured while attempting to scoop fuel. Another incident occurred again in 2024, in January 18, 2024, still at the same junction, Diko Suleja Junction, in Suleja area. In the local government of Esa community, Kasha local government, killed at least 30 to 35 people in tanker explosion on October 21, 2025. The list continues. In Jigawa State, Majia Town, on October 15, 2024, a fuel tanker overturned and exploded, resulting in the death of over 150 to 209 people who were scooping fuel, making it one of the deadliest, with over 124 others injured. Lagos, have you forgotten? Otedola Bridge, have we forgotten? Festac Link Bridge, Apapa Oshodi Expressway. These are places that have had similar incidents like this, but they were not lucky to go home alive. So that is why it's not getting the attention, because it's not new, and this is between the space of less than 2 years. I'm not even digging into what has transpired between 2020, 2018, 2017, thereabouts. We are not even talking about the refineries, they call them bunkers, in Niger Delta. How dangerous that process is. So you are right. Our people are not afraid, because that is what it means to have phobia. They are not afraid of death. If anyone is still telling us with what we saw that people are afraid of death, it is a lie. And this situation that we are in collectively condition people to not be, because this contradiction is what the state wants to hide, is what the institutions that are playing a part in keeping the people docile wants to hide. They want to hide as though the people are grateful for life. People are not grateful for life. If anyone is grateful for life, they will not even leave their house, because anything can kill you, even while you are in your house. Anything that can kill in this nation can kill, can make unalive people. So people are not afraid, but not being afraid, will it birth resistance, or will it still speak to their perishment? So this is where it is now the earlier submission on the proverb or the sayings of the progenitor of one of the Abrahamic religion now makes sense. So what would they be interested in dying for? And what would they be interested in not dying for? And this is where the misconception is now. This is where you will know that there are systems already channeling people's energy towards facing things that would make them want to have their life, but eventually they will lose it. That they don't care, they will lose it. We talk of corruption. Let's even assume that corruption is our problem in this country, which is one of it, right? We talk of corruption. About our so-called misrulers are affiliated, all of them are affiliated, are shared between two of these Abrahamic religion. Don't they want to go to Ajono or paradise? Are they still afraid of hell? Why they steal? You want to tell me that T-Pain is afraid of hell? And then you don't know what they are saying. You don't know what they are saying. For the gain of earth, they will damn all the consequences. Is that not even individually? Look at what you have to be doing now, what they have trapped you, what the state has trapped you to be doing. Is it a reflection of somebody who is still afraid of hell? You are not afraid. Eventually, you want to have it, but you will lose it. Let's even assume that heaven is real, which is not. But let's assume that heaven is real. You know you will lose it. That is why everyone is going to one deliverance or the other, because they know that their daily life they have to subject themselves to is already compromising on any standard they wish to keep for timelessness. It's already, including Adeboye. Adeboye does not believe in hell or heaven. Well, none of them believe in heaven or hell. Pope does not believe in heaven or hell. They don't. But of course, like I said, I don't believe in heaven or hell. But we saw a glimpse of what our own heaven in African culture is. We saw it recently with Baba Fela. That's heaven. That people are discussing Baba Fela that has translated or transitioned to the ancestral position, as though they are still discussing with somebody that is alive. In fact, it's more real. It's more real to some persons than
they have brought your light.
As in, it's more real to some persons than their neighbors, than their family members. More people, some person can argue that their family members do not exist. But Baba Fela is more real than their family members. Meaning, you could live a life in such a way that physically, while you are living, it might look like you are losing it, but you shall have it. Martin Luther King's speech of I Have a Dream, that speech, I Have a Dream, was not the one that he wrote. The speech that he wrote was founded because he gave it to a boy immediately after the submission of I Have a Dream, the popular speech of I Have a Dream. That was not the original speech he wrote. The original speech, years after Martin Luther King Jr. died, was priced. Somebody wanted to pay almost $500,000 for that speech. Of course, the boy who had become a man rejected the offer. He didn't sell it. I don't know it now, but he didn't sell it at that time. If they had asked Martin Luther King Jr. that if any of his writings while he was alive was going to be unshunned or $1,000, but there is some way and somehow you live life in such a way that after you have lived life, you would have it. That is why one of the heirs of ancestor Fela Nicola Kukuti can say that my father sent me money 29 years after his death, and it was in the equivalent of $120,000. There is a way you can live life and have it. And there's a way you can desire to have it, then you lose it.
This is very, very interesting. I would like you to repeat that. There's a way you say you want to live life, but you lose it. But there's a way you say you live your life in a way that you don't mind losing it, but you are going to have it eventually.
You are going to have it in abundance. We are seeing another gemstone. No, before you pause me.
Therefore. Okay.
Sorry, Corey. Before you pause me, let me mention. We are seeing another gemstone writing his own history, talking about Comrade Omoyele Sowore. In record time, in our faces, he's writing it. You say that he is losing his life, that he could have a life somewhere, which is true. He could have had a life somewhere in the Americas or anywhere in the world, but he chose to be living life in such a way that you think he's losing it. You see, this is the misconception they didn't teach you in your Abrahamic religion. But he understands what he's doing. He's having it. He's having life. Because the way to go to having it is to lose it for a meaningful cause. That is what you have not been taught. At the end of the day, people are going to die. Whether they guide their life, whether they come to protest ground or they do not show up there, whether they speak up or they do not speak up, whether they okay or they do not okay. No, there is none of us that will make it out of this life alive. But there is a way we can live it in such a way that after we've gone, you would have it. Make us stop there. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate. We cannot appreciate you enough, you have explained thoroughly with, and the punchline that stayed with us is the fact that for this section is that there's a way you say you want to gain your life, you want to acquire it, you want to live your life to the fullest, and you eventually lose it, or you are trying to guide that life. You don't want to lose that life. You are guiding it. You are being careful. No, you don't want to. You are afraid of losing it. All right, but you still eventually lose it, despite the fact that you are afraid. All right, and there's a way you live your life and don't mind. You live it. You resist every form of oppression. You damn the consequences. But yes, you still live that life and you have that life. Against every permutation that will have otherwise predicted that you are going to lose that life. And of course, we have examples, both living and dead, to show for it. And you gave us those examples. Our ancestors, Fela Kuti, it's a perfect example of someone who lived life to the fullest. And the way he lived the life, he did not live it in a way that he is trying to protect himself from dying. He lived it to. He damned all of the consequences. He spoke truth to those that are against, the freedom of his people. He stood in solidarity with his people. A lot of people thought that he's going to die even earlier than that time that he actually, passed away. But it was even till now, as he passed away, we still make reference to him. We still make reference to his greatness. And of course, his children are still benefiting financially from his works. How can you live a more better life than that? Let's take a look at this interlude. I was sent this particular video from a Nigerian, and this is what we'll be doing most of the time here. This is not a place where we'll find propaganda or agenda. We'll take a look at real life experiences of the Nigerian people, and will not tie it to the topic whether or not Nigerians are afraid to resist or they are afraid of perishing, and whether or not this kind of situation in Nigeria is the type that can be justified, or is the type that should require anybody, to be playing safe. All right, playing safe. All right. So let's play this sound bite, and we'll come back to discussion.
Your child in Lagos State, Nigeria. Your child in Lagos State, Nigeria, especially if you are on the island. This video should serve as an estimate of what you are expecting. Antenatal, 450,000 and above. Delivery, if it is a vaginal birth, 800,000 naira and above. Elective cesarean section, 1.5 to 1.8 million naira. Emergency cesarean section, 2 million naira and above. If your child has jaundice and you are to start phototherapy for your child, phototherapy is 25,000 naira to 50,000 naira per day, depending on how many days your child is going to be treated for. Moving to receive blood transfusion during delivery, it is not included in your delivery fee, which costs 60 to 100,000 naira depending on your blood group. If a rhesus negative, there is every likelihood of you taking Rogam injection at 110,000. I took out time to call people in different facilities and ask them Nigeria. After delivery, either you or your child needs to be admitted in the intensive care unit. Be aware, deposits for intensive care units 1.5 million to 3 million naira, and this is only deposit. Circumcision is 40,000 naira and above. Ear piercing is 20 to 30,000 naira. Let's say during the course of pregnancy, you decide not to keep the pregnancy and you want to terminate it. Be informed that hospitals do not terminate pregnancies except it's for medical reasons. Let's say you're at home and you decide to take anything to terminate the pregnancy. Then you started bleeding or there was a complication as a result of that. You will be admitted for an evacuation. This procedure just to remove the retained product of conception. This procedure costs 300,000 naira and above. This is just for the procedure. Some people don't include medication. If you have an incompetent cervix and the hospital is to do cervical circlage for you, the procedure costs 400,000 naira and above. If after delivery you want to do family planning costs 50,000 naira and above, depending on the method you're using. Lastly, there is no hospital procedure that will be carried out on you without you making an initial deposit. I'm making this video to create awareness to people. Most people don't know hospital bills until they have need of visiting the hospital. And bear in mind that this is Lagos. There are certain things insurance does not cover. Most people need to be aware of this information. Share this video. If you're in a relationship, save money. If you are married, save money. So that when you're in the hospital, you won't be stranded. It's the reality.
The reality of childbirth in Nigeria. Of course, this is not propaganda. This is a verifiable information. All right, a verifiable info, and of course, with my little delivery is free in government hospitals. Delivery is free according to what the governors are telling us. They have already made the announcement that even C-section, CS operation is also free. How many deliveries occur on an average? How many delivery occur on an average in Lagos? And of course, factor that into the level of congestion that happen in our hospitals on a daily basis. And of course, if it is time to give birth, I have experienced it. So At least I have experienced it once, and I know what it is. I was just lucky. I was just very lucky that, number one, we registered in a place not too far from home, and of course, it's just luck. If anything complicated had happened, I wouldn't have recovered from whatever deaths or whatever. I don't know what would have happened, because extremely. Let me give you a male child that, according to the x-rays that we've had before, the D-Day, all right, he was considered as an hyperactive active fetus or child in the belly. There's a particular medical term that they use for it: hyperactivity. All right, it was big, very big. I forgot, around 3 kg or 4 kg when he was born. All right, and of course, he twisted the placenta around his head. I was there, I was live when he was born, my child. So everything pointed, and of course, my wife labored for almost throughout the day. All right, so I was just indeed lucky. And if we were to be in a general hospital we had the child, there's almost, with the level of wahala that my wife gave the nurse that handled her delivery at a maternity hospital owned by a church, there's no way they will have pushed us into the theater and of course told me to go and look for money. All right, but the thing is, it's a facade. The report we are having on ground does not correlate with what the government are saying, that, well, delivery is free across board. And of course, hearing from this nurse, all right, obviously it's a private hospital situation, saying that, well, 1.5 for ICU deposit, 1.5 million for vaginal delivery. Let me play it again, all right, so that I will not make up the figures. I don't like making up figures.
To deliver your child in Lagos State, Nigeria, especially if you are on the island. This video should serve as an estimate of what you are expecting. Antenatal 450,000 and above. Delivery
400,000 and above. All right, and if you have to factor in how much an average worker is making, even on the island, how much is the average salary? All right, how much? 450,000. This is what Nigerians are going through, and they think they can survive. They go to church and raise holy hands and say, well, we give you all the glory, we give you honor, we give you all. They give all of the glory and still experience issues like this. All right, 4,000 plus for antenatal.
If it is a vaginal birth, 800,000
naira for vaginal birth
and above. Elective cesarean section, 1.5 to 1.8.
Cesarean section, known as CS, popularly known as operation, 1.5 million naira. You're welcome, Commander Deike.
Emergency cesarean section, 2 million naira and above.
Emergency cesarean section is different from the normal cesarean section.
And you are to start phototherapy for your child. Phototherapy is 25,000 naira to 50,000 naira per day, depending on how many days your child is going to be treated for. Moving forward,
well, in a nutshell, new couples are screwed. All right, new couples who are hoping to welcome their bundle of joy, they are screwed. In essence, that is just the bottom line. If you are not a millionaire in Nigeria, the chances of you being able to welcome a child without breaking the bank, all right, without breaking your life savings, all right, is very, very high. You are going to break that life savings. You think you are a millionaire and you want to have a child in this system of things, you would have to break your bank and become broke, essentially. All right. And this is the sort of lifestyle that Lagosians who think they are surviving are living. Right. And of course, the question still remains: resisting, or we still want to maintain status quo? We still want to give God all the glory and all the honor, all the adoration. All right. Do we still believe that it is well with our soul? Do we still believe that all will be well? Do we still believe that folding our arms is the best strategy to actually liberate ourselves from the hands of those that has created this situation? All right. So do we earn that much for us to, be able to leverage on this kind of, expenses to welcome a bundle of joy? All right. And, well, should it be a luxury situation for us to, even when the whole world is talking about decline in birth rate? All right. And if you observe all of the countries that are complaining of decline of birth rate, stuff like this are the reason why they are having a decline of, because to give birth is equal to you going bankrupt. That is what it means. You are giving birth, you are going bankrupt. But look at countries where the reverse is the case. You will not have such a situation. All right. Or perhaps what you would have is that government even facilitating or trying to encourage you, all right, to give birth, because they understand the power of human resources. But in this part of the world, in Nigeria, human beings are treated as if it is for you to be born in Nigeria. It seems as though the government is telling you, how dare you choose Nigeria to come and live your life. That seems to be the realities of Nigeria. Let's pass the mic back to Commissioner Ilara. Comrade Adeige, you dropped. I believe that was network. Commissioner Ilara, please proceed.
Yeah, comrade. It is a sad one, really sad one that we have to survive with the fact that even doing the basic natural instinct of continuing the especially on this earth has become extremely expensive.
How dare you want to elongate your bloodline? How dare you?
That they do not want to see us, I mean, eventually this system will.
The only people that we want around there are rich people. How dare you being poor? You are poor and you're having an erection. How dare you? How dare you?
It's crazy. It's crazy. No wonder they said that we are faced multidimensional poverty, because just imagine that, like you have said, a young couple. Imagine a young couple who probably got a loan to do wedding, and then they get into marriage, and they have to face some of these bills. Apart from survival bill, they have to face this kind of bill in front of them, talking about procreation bill. Who says marriage? You can't go through some of this pressure and not have a disorganized institution of marriage or family. You can't. These are midlife. These are crises that you are supposed to get into during the midlife crisis. You can't. So there are things already perishing us, putting the pressure more on us as a people. And then for anyone who has a loved one fixed in that box, where they realize that they have to raise this amount to save them, you think that person will be interested in some pseudo-moral, to keep some pseudo-moral? They will have to do what they have to do. and which means criminality would increase because there won't be phobia anymore. There won't be phobia anymore. So it's crazy. You know, just so that it has become expensive to do this, right? And this does not also equate to success in the process. This only means that the bill you have to pay for the process to be commenced, it doesn't translate into success. There is no money back guarantee, no insurance, nothing, no succor. So when we tell people, we are not even talking about after the birth, the health expenses that you have to procure after birth. So it's almost like a no way for the ones getting in. But like you said, you know, religion will keep selling us the drug that we can always find our own in it, rather than building institutions. How much will it cost us to have an institution that does this for free, or in their codes in a subsidized manner and way? What should be stopping us from getting treatment in addressing maternity issues that requires that we pay upfront? So we could see that in anything, in almost in every institution that we are looking at in this country, we are already perishing. Our lack of building resistance, formidable resistance, is already making a decision that we are interested in perishing, because this is perishing. So we check the rate of stillbirths, it has increased. Because at the end of the day, would it stop people from doing natural things to them? People have to resort to, you know, the informal sector by fire, by force. And that, what does that translate to? It means that more people would lose their life. Talking about the woman dying during the process of labor, or having a stillbirth issue, a child dying from the womb. I can't count how many videos I saw last year of issues pertaining to this. There's one man that became, or he went viral, of how his wife, how he was demanded about 400,000 to 500,000 before being attended to. Of course, where would he get it? He couldn't afford. Eventually, the wife died. So we cannot count countless of times, but when we say to such person, resist, then they say, look at us and say, we do not want to die, but we are already dying. Lack of health infrastructure is killing us. It's killing us. We are dying of things that if we had had access to adequate emergency on time. You know, a guy also lost his life last year while he was playing football with his friends. An ordinary CPR could not be, none of his friends could, you know, apply a CP.
It seems as though, are you there, Comrade Lara? Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like we lost you for some seconds here. Yeah, please proceed, sir.
All right. So I'm saying that a guy died on the field of football, doing a recreational activity, and he slumped while playing football. And his friend could not, you know, apply any first aid because they didn't know. We are not educated. We are not adequately informed. Who is supposed to do the job of informing the citizens about how to apply first aid that even health centers do not have a first aid box. There is nothing in the public sector of health that is working in this nation. And it is also not free. It has been privatized. That's another thing majority of us are not even also talking about, that the health sector that is not delivering on its results is also not free. People have to pay for cards to see doctors. They have to literally buy into HMO to get the attention of a physician. And when they now require drugs, when they give them drugs, the HMO will tell them they do not have the access to the drugs, so they still have to buy it. So the institutions of the state is not towards servicing the people. And it's not because we are not resisting. And we are not resisting because we have been distracted that we could find an alternative rather than perishing. But we are perishing in large numbers, in our numbers. Imagine or think, the only thing there is that we are so myopic not to see the misfortune of others as our own misfortune. It's myopic. My people will say, that the death that has come for your neighbor or your friend is an idiomatic expression, is sending you a message. And you should not treat it as though you are lucky. Because if you insist or bent on not doing or fixing that, it's just a matter of time. You are going to experience same. It happened recently to a British boxer. And then all of us suddenly started saying the things that it's obvious, that we do not have any medical attention, any emergency medical attention in this country. None, not even an ambulance. That explains why the president, in some of his patrol cars and then the entourage, one of the things that he used, one of the entourage is an ambulance. The president of the nation has to be carrying an ambulance with him everywhere he goes. Because he understands that he's running a country and he's managing a country that has no health service.
So sorry. It seems as though we're having a network issue with our guest speaker. We welcome everybody for joining us on this live stream. Tonight, and a pleasure to have about 93 of us join this live broadcast across all streaming platforms. We are on Facebook, Civic Space NG. We are on Facebook, Civic Space NG. We are on Movement Radio on YouTube. We are also on the Movement Radio on X platform. We are on Liberation Chats on X. And of course, we are also on Civic Space channel on YouTube. So we are streaming across about 5 different streaming platforms. And this is bringing it to you live and direct, the realities of the Nigerian people. Thank you so much, Sahid Oyeyemi Awojide. Thank you so much for your like. So just to verify that, everything you do from the back end here, we'll see it. And we're going to give you a shout out for that. So immediately you participate on the broadcast, we are either going to bring your comments to the screen, or perhaps when we see any of your gestures, we would give you a shout out, because that is what we want to be doing. This is the people's platform. And of course, if you want to also pick up the mic and join us in the studio, please reach out, drop it in the comment section, and we are going to reach out to you and drop, because we understand that from the studio here, Our comments are only visible in the YouTube platform. All right, our comments are only visible in the YouTube platform, and of course we'll post it again for people to join us live. In the studio, you can actually use the link that we have provided, but when we comment from the studio, it only appears on YouTube. Maybe that is how this streaming platform is designed. So, but well, if you are reaching out to us from every other platform, please just comment that, send me the link, and I would find a way to send the link to you so that you can actually come into the studio and give your own 2 cents. Whatever comments that you want to comment. Feel free to express yourself. We would bring it to the screen, talk about it. Of course, subject it to factual analysis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. It better say we day here than the cooked propaganda media outfit that they call media organization. It is all programmed. Do not get it twisted. All of these mainstream media, they are cooked. You never hear all of this. For instance, this video that is playing on your screen right now, they will not bring it to your attention on all of the mainstream media platform, but we are going to bring it to your attention. And this is coming from someone. For the sake of our listeners, for the sake of new listeners, let's listen to it one more time.
Vaginal birth, 800,000 naira and above. Here is how much it will cost you to deliver your child in Lagos State, Nigeria, especially if you are on the island. This video should serve as an estimate of what you are expecting. Antenatal, 450,000 and above. Delivery, if it is a vaginal birth, 800,000 naira and above. Elective cesarean section, 1.5 to 1.8 million naira. Emergency cesarean section, 2 million naira and above. If your child has jaundice and you are to start phototherapy for your child, phototherapy is 25,000 naira to 50,000 naira per day, depending on how many days your child is going to be treated for. Moving forward, if you are to receive blood transfusion during delivery, it is not included in your delivery fee. It costs 600,000 naira, depending on your
family men are going through.
If you
right?
are rhesus negative, there is every likelihood of you taking Rogam injection after your delivery. The current price of Rogam injection is 110,000 naira. I took out time to call people in different facilities and ask their price range. I'm giving you an estimate fee of what you will see when you get to the hospital here in Lagos State, Nigeria. If after delivery, either you or your child needs to be admitted in the intensive care unit, be aware, deposits for intensive care units, 1.5 million to 3 million naira. And this is only deposit. Circumcision is 40,000 naira and above. Ear piercing is 20 to 30,000 naira. Let's say during the course of pregnancy, you decide not to keep the pregnancy.
Hello, comrade. Are you still talking? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, so sorry, so
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, I think you can hear me now. No, there's so much.
yeah,
If you
yeah.
are looking at my screen right now, so many administrative buttons, and I used to mute just because there are so many noises going on in my own background. I live in me, Nabarak, I live, no verse. So yeah, so I'm trying to look at infant mortality rate in the midst of this, while we have infant mortality rate, according to what I'm looking at from my screen here, there are 52.61 deaths per 1,000 live birth. All right, out of 1,000 children that have been born, about 52, deaths are recorded, and this is all thanks to this kind of, because when people cannot afford this kind of healthcare, this is talking about this particular video is basically looking at it from the standpoint of the proper, so-called proper, ideal situation kind of healthcare. All right, or perhaps what they used to call this thing self, natal care, of course, mother-child care situation. Now I know the kind of English really that they use for them, but this is talking about the ideal situation. All right, and how much it takes to have a proper care, all right, for mama and pikin. All right, but really, if you have to look at it, when things are this expensive, with the ideal situation in quote, all right, people will be forced to use other substandard means. All right, this is just pure logic. People will be forced to what? To use other substandard means. So yeah, so you have to factor in the fact that, well, it's very important that we put all of these things in perspective. So people will now have to be forced to use other cheaper means, and cheaper means less quality. Let's face it, less quality and less danger. At least it will not be after you must have fought survival of the fittest to be conceived and be a child. You also now have be forced to contest for the survival of the fittest among 1,000. All right, and you are prone not to make it. Can you see the probability? All right, probability of you not making it, despite the original natural survival of the fittest situation. So this is the Nigerian reality. So you can fact check us on this, on infant mortality rates in Nigeria as at today, right? And this is talking about the, resist or perish situation. What constitutes the phobia in Nigeria? Why are we afraid of, really, when this is our reality? And of course, on this platform, we take a look at, the realities of Nigerian people from the horse's mouth. We don't want to be bringing to you what the journalists, the mainstream journalists are saying. Right, we don't want to bring to you the propaganda, agenda, news items from the mainstream media that is owned by the politicians. All right, there are factual evidence to show that now politicians get all of this, our so-called news platform. They are owned by politicians. Hence, the need for us to have our own media. And of course, we don't start. You can see how with the operator, like see with the TV. All right. If I want to become, in the full frame, I can do it. Right. If I want to, frame everybody that is on the studio in the platform, I can do it. I can even make the subject that is on the video also the major frame. So, and of course, we have audio. You can call in, and we are going to pick up your call. The number strolling under your screen. All right, you can call that number, and of course, we will pick your call in real time. So do not just. This is a simulation of what constitutes a media platform. How else? all right, in the modern day situation. This is what, and of course, let's face it, many of these are mainstream media platform also. You have to subscribe to be able to have access to, for you to be able to consume the content of News Central, Channel Television, AIT, even NTA. You have to subscribe to a cable TV, all right? And after subscribing, you still have to be at the mercy of whether or not network will be stable. So these are the things. So what's not the difference of coming to the people's media platform or building a people's media platform such as this? So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for this broadcast. We just started. We never even start. All right. Of course, we would keep doing what we are doing to build this platform of the people. So let me pass the mic to Adege. Adege, are you there, comrade? Are you very much connected to us? Yes.
I'm
Greetings
very
to
much
you.
connected.
How are you doing? All right. What part of the discussion jumps at you and you would like to give your comment?
I say, people don't understand what you have done for them in Nigeria with this platform that you have set up. People don't understand what you have done for them. The ability to bring truth to them in real life and in real time. They have no idea what you have done for them. Nigerians should be thanking you. They should be thanking you for putting this together, because it's
an historical duty that we have to just perform. And we thank all our supporters that have made this a possibility. If not, we wouldn't have been able to pull this feat. So thank you so much for your support. Comrade Adege, are you still there? Oh, we lost connection with Comrade Adege. Lost connection. Hope we are now connected back to you, Comrade Shinwa Ilara.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I think we have him back. Yeah, I can hear you, but I think Comrade Adege is back. Are you back, Comrade Adege?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
So yeah, as I was saying, it is beautiful for you to be able to. This is real, the real people. This is where the people are. This is where the people can actually share their opinions. This is where their opinions are actually valid. This is where we can see the reality of Nigeria. Not the one that they will go and be snapping picture of Abuja roads, some Lekki roads. They will now do Photoshop. They will now say that, this is what Nigeria looks like. One man will be driving, wearing patek, carrying all the police in Nigeria. They'll say this is Nigeria. No. This is where we talk about the real things happening in the country. This is where people can actually see the situation of the Nigerian people. And this is a beautiful initiative for the movement and the revolution at large. One of the major things I want to really talk about is the mismanagement of our economy, and the underdevelopment of all our sectors. For example, look at what the video you're showing. The video you showed about the lady who was talking about, how much it costs to give birth to a child in your own country. So practically, the people cannot afford to have children in their own country anymore. That is the situation of things now. The future of Nigerian citizens, as we speak now, is not guaranteed, because if minimum wage is 70,000 and normal vaginal, childbearing is 800,000, that means you have to save your full salary for 1 year to be able to give birth to your child, according to what this lady is telling us here. Now, we are not talking about a situation where, cesarean section, right? In fact, to even go for antenatal alone is 400,000, according to this nurse here. And then if you now want to do... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. And if you now want to do cesarean section, it will be running into the millions. And considering the new tax law, I wonder if we are even going to be paying tax on that. We have never added tax into the situation of things. So it's absolutely terrible what we are going through. I mean, it was just last year when we heard about this man
who took his wife to the hospital, and because he did not have 500,000 naira, the woman, I think both the woman and the baby died. I can't remember the scenario, but that's how terrible the situation is in Nigeria. And the Nigerian people have to wake up to their reality. We have internalized the culture of docility and beggarliness, and it is gradually eating up the total fabric of society. And that's why spaces like this are set up, because some people have chosen to ignore the situation of the Nigerian people. Some people have deliberately chosen to pretend like, no, Nigeria is going smoothly, everything is going nice. No. We have to bring the truth to the faces of the people. We have to keep confronting the elephant in the room, because that is the only way we will ultimately be able to take action. The Nigerian government, at the beginning of the regime, this Tinubu administration regime, came out with an 8-point agenda talking about the fact that they were going to take care of security. They spoke about the fact that they were going to provide jobs for people, affordable housing, they were going to provide stable electricity and all. But what do we see from the beginning of this regime till now? The national grid has collapsed. I cannot count how many times the national grid has collapsed. In fact, today the national grid collapsed. The national grid has collapsed today. The first month of 2026 has not even ended yet. And we are already experiencing the Nigerian situation on a national scale. They said they wanted to do fixing security. And throughout 2025, 2024, banditry, theft, kidnapping was the order of the day. They said they were going to, make the economy better. And as we see today, inflation is at 14%. People say inflation has come down. I think that's a very, very, funny statement to make. Inflation has not come down. Price has gone up. It has gone up. It has gone up. Inflation does not come down. Inflation can only reduce in terms of how fast it's moving. There's still inflation in the country as we speak today. We were paying how much for subsidy? About $9.7 billion for subsidy. And that money, Tinubu say he wants to take it and use it to rebuild the economy. Today, does Nigeria look like a country where it was $9.2 billion we spent in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025? We should have been doing at least, just say, $26 billion. Where does Nigeria look like a country that $26 billion has been injected into? They are still demolishing the houses of the average Nigerians, stealing their properties from them, and then somebody, the head of the Nigerian tax force or whatever he calls himself, is putting on a wristwatch worth over $20,000 in his hand. The Lagos State members, House of Representatives or Senate House, 40 of them are spending over 12 billion or so. I can't remember the amount, to buy what? Pool cars and give themselves nice houses. Why Nigerian people are crying and Nigerian people are disoriented. It is a shame that our president's son is busy flying private jet up and down the entire country when people cannot afford 3 square mil in his own state. And this is a so-called youth. So you see, yes, the minimum wage, Mr. Said said minimum wage is 70,000. It is 70,000. It is 70,000. And the funny thing is that 70,000 is not even what is being paid or around board. That 70,000 is, is just for some people. Some other people earn 20,000, 50,000. How much is that? How much is data in Nigeria? According to PwC, it says Nigerian people spend 70% of their income on food. So even the basic amenities are not there. Nigerian soil is one of the best soils in the world to grow crops. And Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Make it make sense to me, my people. We've internalized the culture of oppression. And until we move in terms of a cultural change, absolute revolution for a cultural change, the way we think, the way we approach things, the way we look at the world, the way we are perceived by the world, the way we even perceive ourselves as Nigerians. Until those things change, we'll continue to be in a perpetual state of oppression. And we must continue to call on Nigerians to organize politically amongst themselves. There are parties, political parties such as the AAC, that represents the people, with members who are not willing to compromise. Those are the places you should channel your energy into. Because we can't continue to live like this as a people. We can't continue to suffer. We can't continue to be deprived of our own motherland. We can't continue to be deprived of the resources in our own home. So please, join AAC, join the movement of the people towards our eternal liberation. That's just what I want to add, my comrade.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Adeige. What a submission. We are so uplifted submission, because of course, in times like this, what kind of submission do you need? What exhortation do you need apart from the rhetoric of resisting in an oppressive society, and of course organizing to resist? It's not just the chaos. We don't want chaos. Neither do we want just movement without any form of result. We want an organized people. We want to build a community of enlightened, organized critical masses of the people that can constitute a force against these current behemoths, these principalities and powers. And of course, we have great minds that we can learn from. I call them, a bunch of people that represent or constitute University of Resistance and Liberation. All right? University of Resistance and Liberation. We can learn from these great minds. Go do your research about Fela Kuti. Go do your research about Kwame Ture, about Martin Luther King, about Malcolm X, about Wole Soyinka, about Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, about Nelson Mandela. Go make your research about Bob Marley. Go make your research about Thomas Sankara. All right, and many other, iconic revolutionary agents of liberation. And of course, now many of them are ancestors right now, and of course, they constitute the heads of departments, HODs, ancestral faculty in the University of Resistance and Liberation, and we are learning so much from them. All right, and of course, even the living legends also that we have among us, that we are learning so much from, people like Omoyele Sowore, and even some of our speakers on this platform. All right, people like Comrade Shinwa Ilara, Comrade Adeige, the African Wahala, Comrade Hoaihe, many of that engineer OJ. These are big names in the struggle. Comrade Kunle Wiseman, you have Sonia Olu Juwon, Femi Adeyeye. You have many of these guys, Comrade Ifeanyi Okonkwo. You have many, Chimezie. You have many of these people that are great revolutionaries in their own right, and they have contributed one way or the other to the liberation struggle of Africa, and of course Nigeria as a project. And of course, we don't start. We know say this thing where we don't start, so as time goes on, they will also want to replicate it. We know that, and it's on record. Even though it will be on record that we started it, and once again they will decide to defecate on ideas like this. They will decide to do that. We know that. When we started Spaces, all right, it now play. All right, and they replicated it. They messed the whole concept up, and they have now turned it to a propaganda machine for the establishment. Of course, we hope that they're not going to defecate on interesting initiative like this also, and they will not mess it up as usual. Although it will be on record that we have been able to do it first and do it efficiently, and not just efficiently, sustainably, right? Because we're going to do this in a sustainable way. It's coming at a huge cost, but well, we have to do what we have to do to give our people the necessary orientation that is necessary to build up the momentum to confront their oppressors. And of course, by and large, we have so much content that we want to play as we have the interlude. Commissioner Ilara, I hope we are on standby. After this interlude by Dele Farotimi, right, we would come back to you, Commissioner Ilara. Let's play this interlude by Dele Farotimi.
Principles cannot really be found for waging the necessary battle to end this state of anomy. Yesterday's beneficiaries, even those who brought Tinubu to power, those who refused to listen to reason, who endorsed it, who explained it, who were complicit in the erection of this system, they are going to become victims to this system. Yorubas will say to ya Obakari Kokintogbon, if suffering is not democratized, consensus to fight it will not be found. It is nice to hear the likes of El Rufai bleating like a victim these days. That is what his victims have been doing for years. If he was sat in the ministerial office, I would not be hearing him bleating. When power is only limited by a man's whims, the day will come when his whims will be directed against the enablers. And that is inevitable. The man who was busy helping for joining him to dance Bugaon after Chatham House, is the power not raining on his own head today? When they were enthroning him and they were being warned about the subversion of the constitution and the destruction of the democratic order, were they not applauding? Rules do not matter any longer. It is about the will of men. If the man sat at the top of the pyramid says that he desires a third and fourth term, between Akpabio and his brother Awase, they will give it to him. Our constitution does not matter.
Did you just say that if the president wants
I am repeating myself without any fear of contradiction that if Bola Ahmed Tinubu decides that he wants a third term, pretty much like Uncle Shege, he will submit that bill and your House of Reps and Senate will pass that bill in record time. You are seeing the beginning of the Yademization of our presidency. You are seeing the beginning of a full-blown dictatorship that is unrestrained by any law. That is the reality. The only thing that has happened is that it is crowing triumphantly in the marketplace, announcing that it is unrestrained by laws or by rules.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the very first soundbite that we have to play to you by Dele Farotimi. I hope Commissioner Ilara, you are on standby, and we'll pass the mic to you as you continue with your submission. And in the appropriate time, we would have to pause you, and then we'll come in again with the interlude, because there's so much soundbite that we have on ground. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ilara, as always.
Yeah, comrades, and it would be interesting also to follow up on some of the soundbite that you will be sharing to us, right? Because we, even though the reality stares at us, it's clear like crystal, it's crystal clear to us. But there are things within our environment today that have taught us or told us that we can deny the reality. But what many people call faith is the opposite of reality. So how do we now therefore begin to address reality when some persons have majored in the building institution that says that people should deny their reality, and not address it and look for something else to address the reality? And I call that the highest level of addiction, that every form of addiction, every form of escapism is to get you to that point. And with an addiction support you from resisting or perishing, even though that at the end of every addiction is still death. There's nothing we can come at. Even the addiction of just, feasting on sugary content alone is death. Because too much of sugar, it's not good, just like every other thing, right? That there's even what they call good protein and bad protein in the body system, right? So by the time we look at it critically, we realize that eventually we are all heading towards the same spot. Yes, but some would get to that spot and discover that there is a new level of adventure, which is that they will figure out that there is life. And some will get to the spot and they will discover this is a total ending. That's why the oppressed are afraid of death. See, this paradox, right? This paradoxical, that the oppressed are willing to risk everything to make money. Risk everything. Like the video we saw of them going in. Me, I will not try this. Even though I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not going to try this. I don't want to waste my life on things like this. This is not the way I want to exit out of life. This is not the way I want to exit out of life, really. And it's not that I'm not I have phobia, because we express our own desire and our own resistance via protest. I would rather risk my life at the protest ground than risking my life this way for just survival. So it is funny when you are now going to protest ground, even though yes, Nigerian government have made protests a war zone. Such is what we experienced during the EndSARS, and it's not limited to just the EndSARS. Even afterwards, there were protests against hunger led by the Take It Back movement. In the last 2 years, there have been a series of protests, which I have just shown. There was a protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. We saw how the Nigerian state responded to that protest. So I agree that protest is also in a way exposing one's life to death. In fact, the one of EndSARS, I had to conduct a farewell message while leaving home, because that was how crazy the Nigerian state made it. That to voice our opinion, to express our dissatisfaction with the system that wants to perish us, ultimately, it has become illegal. Even though it is a constitutional right in their fraudulent constitution, it is there, but it has become illegal that they have to be restricting us to a particular place of showing our grievances against a state that is currently and perpetually orchestrating policies targeted to unalive us. Because what do you make of the video we saw of how expensive it has become to bring a new life to life, a new person to life? If that's not death, I don't know what your definition of death is. So we can't be living in such environment and say that we are still in a way experiencing phobia for death. But this is the paradox. The paradox is that if you meet some of these people that were acting or treating fuel as though it is water, if you ask them, let's come and express our dissatisfaction collectively against a state that has held us bound, they will tell you, as a form of reason for not stepping out of their house, that they are afraid of dying. And then you'll be wondering, how do you subject your life to this point? This is a more risk than even protest ground, or as equally as risky than protest ground. But this is where we'll now be asking ourselves, is it that something has not been touched in the wire frame or in the programming frame of our people? Something has been touched because they are not afraid. I can say that these people are afraid. If Nigerians are afraid they will not be stepping out of their house, do you know how many numbers of people that have lost their loved ones due to death by accident? Because the roads are not worthy of any human flying it. But Nigerians will still insist anyway. Nigeria will still be out. The excuse will be, we do not want to die of hunger. So they will risk their life. Going to work every day is a risk. We saw it recently with the UBA tower that got burnt, and there was no service provider for hours. People had to be jumping, the so-called intelligentsia had to be jumping window for them to escape fire accidents. There was no fire services coming their way. There was no emergency coming their way. They were resolved to their own survival skill. But these people have lost the concept of survival skill. Some of them can't even jump heights. But of course, in the face of death, they will have to develop more suddenly. But if you ask any of these people that let's come and protest for things that endanger your life, but because going into such building in this state, in this country that we live in, is endangering your life. You are not going to work. You are signing your death warrant. You are going to flood more than 5-story building in this country that has no helicopter emergency services in case of fire outbreak, that has no support in any form, shape, or view that you could look at in case there is emergency, that has no exit door, exit emergency, cannot even make provision of ordinary fire extinguisher, cannot make provisions for their emergency exit ladders that such high-rise buildings are supposed to have. But you are going to work thinking you are not risking your life. Something is done somewhere. You see, because when I analyze your situation, I realize that this guy is not afraid. The only case here is that something has been done in his motherboard. We call it for computer. In his mental brain, in human form. Something has been tweaked in such a way that he no longer sees his risk as risk anymore. And as such, instead of him or her to now begin to focus on things that they can address, they want to do, which is they do not want to die. Come here.
Yeah,
Can you see me?
yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you. You're very audible. Yeah, but network is not that smooth, but you're coming out clear for the most part. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, these are some of the things we talk about. If ordinary to express oneself in this country has become a tug of war. It's like we are going to third world war. To express oneself in this country with your data expensive, already overpriced, under service but overpriced. We are paying for premium service in this country, but less service. We are being exploited every day, and some folks come to portray our own resources into our face and consider it as luxury, and we'll be clapping for them. And we say we do not want to die. Didn't you read your religious text clearly that there was a scheme, a Ponzi scheme that happened in that religious text, where that which was thought that he had none was taken from him to give to the person who already has. We are the one funding this lifestyle. and you do not want to die, we that is already dead, you are already the one funding the lifestyle, all the lifestyle you are seeing, all the socialite lifestyle you are seeing, all the expensive, luxurious lifestyle that you are seeing, you are the one funding it. We are funding it with our collective resources, and in some cases, deliberate hands in our pockets. We are bailing them out when they squander the money, when they spend the money. You think they are running a private company? They aren't running a private company. They are running a public limited liability company. What does that mean? It means that our money is going into the investment, into a year that Dangote was subsidized last year several times, giving tax waiver. 2024 it happened, 2023 it happened, that about 3 of the so-called billionaires was given a tax waiver almost equivalent to about 9 billion naira. Has government ever given you a tax waiver? You don't even know they tax you. You don't know that we are paying every time you requested for daily 2K and they send you your daily 2K. Is that what you see in your account? You suddenly realize that the bank charges have been subtracted from you. That's a tax. That's VAT. And as if that is not enough, they still charge you if you leave, if you forget yourself, leave money in the bank. They charge you in such a way that you cannot even give you the equivalent. What the guy that the progenitor said he was wicked, what he did. At least give me back my money the way I gave it to you. But these ones cannot give it to you the way you have given it to them. So we are already dying. Death is something obviously here. But if you are not seeing it, there's something has been done. There is a configuration of things. There's an orchestration of system that have been conditioned for us not to see our death as perishing, but to see it as living. You know now, when people think there is life in misery, something is wrong. I don't want to use this particular example not to be insensitive to a particular tribe, but we understand that there are some persons that we see and they say they want to also belong in the realm of the modernization. And we see that the more they try, the more they look local, the more they look primitive, even though they are making an attempt to look foreign. Just imagine that, of course, when Aisho came, people wanted to portray luxury to him. But can there be luxury in Nigeria compared to where it's coming from? Every of the luxury, we just be looking at it like, what the fuck is this one doing? This is a local, this is like slum now. This is not like, this is slum. What are you impressing me for? Who are these idiots trying to impress me? Who are these idiots trying to impress me? That's the way you will be looking at them. But of course, the idiots who have never left the shores of their country, who do not know that they are alive outside their country, we think this is all. We think the slum is there is life in the slum. So they will say, come and see, we have club too in the slum. You too, you will get to the slum. You know when you get to a village environment, and they tell you that there are things that are happening in the city that is also happening there. You know how you feel. You enter it and they just realize that the more they try, the more they reveal themselves, the further reveal themselves that they are in misery. That it will have even been explorative. It will have even be more tourist for them to remain original to self than mimicking a system that they could not afford to. It's the same way. So what are the things that have shaped our perspective for not seeing death that we currently experience on a daily basis? Because if you step outside your house, if you intend stepping outside your house tomorrow, maybe tomorrow is Saturday anyway, weekend, but of course, still also is here, you still have to go and hustle, right? If you intend stepping out of your house tomorrow, you are not afraid of death. Fear is not part of your option. You can't tell me, you can't give me the excuse that you are afraid. That's why you are not coming to the protest ground. No. I am seeing somebody that have been indoctrinated, miseducated, misdirected, miss anything you could talk of miss, not miss word anyway. Everything misinformed, misprogrammed, everything miss. So what are the things responsible for it? I'll share one, and then probably if Civic Space wants to take it on, then we'll share it later. The system of economic system we operate today further destroy or miseducate us. This system that we operate today, we call it capitalist system. But on the street, we say, na jungle system, jungle. Say, all man for himself, right? You don't hear that statement before. They say that this line, na all man for himself, na jungle system. Still on the street, we say that na dog eat dog system. You see, that the way because the streets get the IoT, the orientation to define it absolutely well. So we say all man for himself, meaning in this system, what we have to risk our lives for is nothing other than man for himself. Did they get that now? So it's called capitalist system. This is capitalism. When some of the so-called intelligentsias, CDO intelligentsias want to explain it, they say this is the system where it gives freedom to ownership, that there is need for private ownership. See the same thing, now jungle, now beast eat beast. Now the thing where they define, say it makes sense that what has this so-called CDO capitalist, CDO in this sense means fake capitalists. What is their crime? Why are they shouting their name? They have not done anything. They are doing business. It's their business, even though their business is hurting us. Like we started from the tanker explosion. These are businesses of some of these idiotic capitalists that they cannot maintain. They cannot even put tankers that are worthy of our roads on the streets. How many times did you hear last year that tankers just went straight into where people were and killed them? Countless number. I cannot even put a number to it last year. Even if we talk of the most popular one that we saw, it was more than 5, or that we heard of or experienced. Meaning, how can somebody claim that he's doing business at the detriment of my life, and I still consider that as business? But this system justifies it. They say, mind your business, Jerry. You see another word where they call out. They say, mind your business. They say, now business. You see, all these things, all this philosophy, because there is a part of the economical system that capitalism creates, and there is a part of the philosophy that it gives, what we call the national idea or the national framework in which governs the people. So when you look at an environment, if capitalism is in your family, for instance, what will likely happen there is that meal time will probably be all man for himself. So you can relate. There was a point where from having a collective meal time to having a differential meal time. So if father is hungry, he just order. If mother is hungry, they order. If the children are hungry, they go and order. But there was a time before that we eat in collective manner. We had a meal time. They call it the prime time, But of course, some of these things also has effect. There were things that contributed to it, because the more we say we are capitalists, the more people put trucks that they cannot create parking environment for, and we say mind your business now, the more delayed we are from getting to our point of destination from work. See, the longer time it took us to get from work to house to home, it means that it was affecting our communal time as a family. So in case you are even still having a singular cooking meal system, let's say everybody does not eat out, but you are not eating at the same time anymore. Why? Because dad gets to home at a different time, odd time, than mom. And why is it that such happen? When you connect the role and the activities of capitalism within our space, you will see the contribution that it has had to the ideas of it, to the ideas of what we hold today as a family culture. And you will see where the problem lies, because we are suffering a problem. But let's even look at the economical one. The economical one is that, provided I tell you how much I want to pay you and you agree, nothing bothers me with whether the money is enough or not. Nothing bothers me with giving you living wage. If you agree to it, provided that the government understands that 70,000 naira, because somebody made in the comment, very important, that all these expenses, in economics or in simple budgeting, to practice anything called budgeting, you create what they call the income chart, or the income and expenditure chart. For you to have this is the baseline of budgeting. How can you budget when you don't know how much is coming in and how much is going out? So for you to plan a budget, do you want to stop me, comrade?
No. I was basically, digesting what you were saying, and of course, it's nearing the time where I will have to take a breather to have a soundbite. But you still got time. But I'm just trying to absorb whatever it is that you're saying. I'm talking about expenses and budget, and all of those things. I'm really enjoying that conversation.
Yeah, that to have a budget plan, you must have what they call the cash flow records, which consist of 2 columns at the basic, at the minimum, the expenditure and the income. You must have income and expenditure. You must have what is coming in, which is the income, and you must have what is going out, which is the expenditure, right? Or what you want to intend to spend on, to be able to come up with a plan and a budget for whatever thing you want to do, whether it's an activity, one-off activity, or a consistent program that you want to run, right? So when we conduct income, how can we have an expenditure? How can you employ somebody with an expenditure that is higher than their income, and you feel that is sane, that is justifiable? How can the Nigerian state be paying people 70,000 when they know that the expenditure is more than 70,000? When they know that the demand on transportation alone the money is already gone. And by the way, you only need to be earning 75,000 or 71,000, between 71,000 to 75,000 to be taxed. Because this government wants to tax your income. The income that is not enough, you are already operating a minus budget. A surplus budget is one where your income is more than your expenditure. So after your expenditure, you still have more money to do owo omoko at owo omo ale. right? But in this case, you are having a deficit budgeting. We are already in a deficit budget. If you are earning 75,000 in this country, you are already a deficit. But government is
Comrade Shailara, can you hear me? It seems as though we are losing connection with you. All right, I believe that is network playing pranks on us.
seeing you as a deficit, that they still want to tax you.
Well, I believe the Nigerian network is playing pranks on us as usual. And of course, while we wait for Comrade Sean to reconnect back with us, let's listen to this soundbite by the legendary Dele Farotimi. Of course, I disagree with him to a large extent on some certain ground, but in many principal issues, I agree very well with Uncle Dele Farotimi. And of course, I salute his bravery, despite the fact that he basically recommended Mr. Peter Obi to the Nigerian people, knowing fully well that Mr. Peter Obi is part of the political hegemony. But the fact that Mr. Peter Obi has taken the bold step to return back to the same class that he said he has left, I think that was the that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Mr. Dele Farotimi. But well, it is what it is. What we have to say here is that, well, by and large, Mr. Dele Farotimi, the voice that shakes the heart of the powers that be. Whenever he speaks true to power without any fear or unequivocation. So let's listen to another sound bite by him that I believe would interest us and is very, very much relating to this topic: the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. Let's take a listen.
But how do you speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right to fight for what he owns? It is easy to speak to the victimization of the Nigerian, but how do you speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right to fight for what he owns? You have governments who are meant to be trustees of your commonwealth, who have turned themselves into owners of the commonwealth. Yoruba says, which means that it is what you ignore that the goat eats. Go read the history of the Magna Carta. Some people stood against the King of England and he was forced to cede rights. It is your own readiness to denigrate yourselves that has taught our ruiners how to treat you. If you are accepting of oppression, why should they not oppress you?
If you are accepting,
it is easy.
I think it is worthy to break down this soundbite from Uncle Dele Farotimi step by step, like digest it bit by bit, because if you don't take time, you may get lost in the process. All right, so let's take a look at it bit by bit and dismantle it piece by piece.
It is easy to speak to the victimization of the Nigerian, but how do you speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right to fight for what he owns?
It is easy to really speak to the victimization of the Nigerian people, but how do you defend the fact that Nigerians refuse to fight for what is rightfully their own? All right, this is very powerful.
Governments who are meant to be trustees of your commonwealth, who have turned themselves into owners.
You have governments or individuals who are supposed to be trustees, all right, of the commonwealth. They have turned themselves to owners. All right, and there are many examples, numerous examples of those that have sold oil wells to themselves, oil well that should belong to the people. They have cornered it to themselves. How about land? How about other resources? All right, they have cornered it to them. They have turned it to their own property. That some people are even called the owners of Nigeria. Let's keep listening.
Okay, Commonwealth. Yoruba says onto dile lewurengbe, which means that it is what you ignore that the goat eats. Go read the history of the Magna Carta. Some people stood against the King of England and he was forced to cede rights. It is your own readiness to denigrate yourselves that has taught our ruiners how to treat you.
It is your own attitude to not respect yourself, denigrate yourself. You don't know your worth, you don't know your value, that has basically given these oppressors this sort of validation that yes, I am not going to, no matter what you do to me, I am not going to fight back. I am going to remain peaceful. I would remain loyal. All right. And I will not, whenever you do what is wrong, I will not call it out.
Other cheek. I'll turn the other
I will
cheek.
turn the other cheek. Yeah, Jesus Christ. All right. And of course, they have sold that narrative to our people also in the Christian community that, well, you have to love your enemies. What an ideology. What a sabotaging ideology.
Pray for you, don't just love them. Pray for them too.
You have to pray for them. Ha!
Yeah.
And you have millions of our people, millions, that really does,
so why would they
embrace this ideology,
So why would they not?
What do you say?
I said, when millions of Nigerians are praying for them every day, why would they not be prospering? When all of us are praying for them every day, why would they not prosper? They are praying for you. They pray for your leader. Everybody close eye. They are praying for the leader. Leader with this. Well, at the moment when you were praying for him, he was busy signing that 2.03 trillion to his child's account. Nigerians never connect the corruption in their country to their own suffering. They assume the money is just being stolen from thin air. It's being stolen from thin air. And we've come to a point where we actually love, I think Nigerians now love the situation they are in the sense that Nigerians love this I beg you, you give me type relationship, They love it. They want that I don't have, and then so that they can tell the story of how their own miracle happened. So they can tell you that even me before I didn't have, but I had to do this, I had to do that. After I did this, I did that. Then one day I was not even trying. One day one man just came, he just saw me. He just said, "Young man, what are you doing there?" I just told him that this is the work I was doing. The man just said, "I'm going to invest 1 billion into it," and that's where I got to today. So work hard. So work hard. So work hard, so that you can go and be working hard and kill yourself. And then you'll be believing that one day you too, you'll receive your own miracle. And everywhere you go, people reinforce that same mindset. They reinforce that same mindset. That's why you see people speed. I show Speed came to Nigeria. We could not show him anything. We could not show him the Nigerian. Well, we did show him the Nigerian spirit. We actually showed him the Nigerian spirit. The spirit of begging. We showed him the Nigerian spirit. It's unfortunate that this is the situation. That was what we could offer to the world when Nigeria had to put itself on display. This guy went to other African countries before he came here. And he has gone to another African country after he left here. This is Nigeria disgraced Africa the most. Nigeria disgraced Africa the most by showcasing the level of, and the Nigerian government is not ashamed. This is how we are displayed. In fact, I believe it is to their benefit that we are displayed as a poor country on the global scene. I think they benefit from it actually. The more, they can display that Nigeria is poor, the more they can display that, look, we are the best at oppressing our people. So if you want to do investment, this is where you do investment. We can guarantee you that anything you want to take from this place, we can give it to you. These people cannot do anything because we are the best at oppressing our people. Look at what we have done to them here. They cannot talk. Bring your foreign investment. Come and extract the resources. Take the land. Don't worry yourself. They can't talk anything. We'll put them down. We'll use police. We'll use soldiers to close all their mouths. That is what we see in Nigeria today. People talk about foreign investment.
Yeah, just to portray, because it's quick for some person to wonder whether what you are saying is true or not. This happened with Dangote refineries. If you remember, comrade, during the Dangote refineries being built, Ibejuleki, a whole lot of communities were displaced from the land. And what was happening was that the villagers and the citizens of such communities kept attacking Dangote, kept going to Dangote to ask for, what belongs to them. Do you know what Fashola, as a governor at a point, did? The press conference is there, that he is going to unleash violence on them if they keep disturbing Dangote refineries, that they should bring all the grievances to him, and that should be the end of the discussion. And that was the end of the discussion, because afterwards, the response they got was violence.
Okay.
From the state. It is the same thing that is happening with Oroshoki. Oroshoki, the land is privately owned. But who are they using against fighting the people? State tools. How can you use state tools if the government is not aware? Impossible. The same thing is going to happen at Makoko.
Yes.
So you are very spot on when you say this. So it's not a lie. I just wanted to point the instances.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you. You see, corroboration. In the mouth of 2, 3, it is confirmed. We are Nigerians. We are not Moroccans. So we are not Moroccans. We are Nigerians that are telling you what's happening in Nigeria. We are not Egyptians. We are telling you the situation of Nigeria as we speak right now. This is not last year. This is not 10 years ago. This is 2026. 2026. When affordable housing is the order of the day in China, in Nigeria, people are living on stilted homes. And when they are living on those stilted homes on top of water, they are still going there to demolish those homes and pursue those people. These are indigents of Lagos State. I saw the video of when the man was saying, why are they doing this to us? Shebi, we are always voting APC. We voted APC. This is one of the people that vote APC. You see, you used your own hand to orchestrate your sorrow. You came to defend the government. Can the government defend you? Where is your integrity? Where is your dignity? Can the government defend you? No. You take everything that you own, they extract everything that you own. And then they tell you that don't worry, Nigeria economy is coming, that just be patient. When it comes to the benefit of the oppressor, when it comes to his enjoyment, there's no patience. When the government wanted to renovate the presidential villa, it did not take them 6 months to start the process. When they wanted to buy a new private jet and a new boat for the presidency, it was immediate. This was the same time where fuel subsidy was removed. The same time fuel subsidy was removed, when inflation skyrocketed to 34%, that was the same time that the Nigerian government decided to go and buy aeroplane. For what purpose? And then, but when it comes to the price of things in the market for you, the average Nigerian, for you, we have to be patient. 4 years is not enough. Let's give him another 8 years. Let's give him another 4 years. When it's time for your own suffering, this is the same person that when he was coming into power, he said that if he was not able to fix the problem of electricity by the end of his tenure in 4 years, that we should not vote for him again. This man told you people with his mouth. You people are still coming out here to talk about his second term. We've not even done complete 4 years. It's not up to 3 years ago that this thing happened now. Nigerians have forgotten. throughout 2025, I think the if I'm not mistaken, the national grid collapsed nothing less than 6 to 8 times last year. The national grid was collapsing. So now you go ask
We don't
yourself,
start again this year. Oh. It has
yes, now it
collapsed
don't start
today
now.
again. Yeah.
Yes, now.
I'm currently running on Gen.
Yeah. So you see, the Nigerian problem is a crazy one, because I can only imagine the amount of generators that have been run
And
now in Nigeria.
even prior to the time, even before the thing collapsed, the light is not
Stable.
steady.
Okay.
Light has never been stable
people
or
are
steady
paying.
right from time. So it's
People are
always
paying.
shoveling, but it's even more worse. That is what it is, complete blackout. That is what makes national grid different. But even when the national grid does not break down, you have to still rely on Gen for the most part. Please proceed. Thank you.
Of course, that's the situation of things. There's nothing in Nigeria that we can really speak of with all certainty and say, oh yeah, we have this thing and it is something that is working. I dare anybody. Nigeria has been independent for over 60 years. I dare somebody in the country to talk to me and tell me that, look, we have this thing and it is working on a global level. It can compete globally with what they have in this other, so-called first world. I dare anybody to give me anything. Our education system is not as good as the education systems in other countries. Our healthcare system is not as good. Our road connectivity is terrible. Security is absolutely nothing to write home about. The economy is in shambles. This is 3 years into the presidency of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this is over 60 years into the hegemony of the political class in Africa, in Nigeria. This same group of people have not... If we combine the president plus the vice president plus the wives, and we add the House of Senate, the green chambers, the red chambers, we add all state governors, their vice presidents, we add all their House of Representatives, local government, council, all these people, the political class in Nigeria are not more than 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000 people. And so the people constituting the problem in the country are not up to 100,000 people. The people who are benefiting the most from this country's resources are not up to 100,000 people, and we have a country of over 250 million, maybe 300 million people. In fact, Nigeria has the same population as the USA. So we are not lacking in terms of manpower, in terms of capacity, human capacity, and in terms of intelligence. In terms of intelligence, we're not lacking as well, because we see Nigerians doing well all around the world. All around the world. Hardly would you see any successful political cabinet in the world that does not have a Nigerian in it. Hardly will you see any successful business in the world today that does not have a Nigerian in it. And I'm not even talking in it as per someone at the bottom. I'm talking at the highest level of performance. We have Nigerians there. They are breaking records all around the world. So in terms of intelligence capacity, we have it. In terms of human capacity, physical capacity, we have it. In terms of natural resources, we are heavily blessed. We are heavily blessed with natural resources. See, to tell you how bad Nigeria is, to tell you like how let me even say how blessed Nigeria is really. Nigeria has been trading crude oil as our main source of export for over 60 years. And we have experienced all this level of corruption. And Nigeria is still standing somewhat to an extent. There are some countries that if this happened in, the country will collapse totally. So we have the natural resources. But the only problem, the only thing that we do not have is consciousness, mass consciousness. The majority of Nigerians are what Baba Fela described as zombie, oh zombie. They are just walking, they are moving. Their brain is not functioning to ask questions. Why is it like this? Why are we going through this kind of suffering? Why do I have to pay for this at this exorbitant price? How does the government expect me to make this much money, 70,000 naira per month, and they still expect me to have a home, have a family, and be able to go to work and feed that same family with 70,000 naira? We're not asking those questions. We are not looking at the budget and saying, how can 700 and something people, 770 something people be sharing this amount of money and 200 million people don't have anything? Why does this person need newspaper allowance? Why is somebody's wardrobe allowance over 10 million? What is he wearing for the year? Now that they have tripled the allocation to my governor and to my local government chairman, what is wrong? Why is my road not still done? Now, let me explain the concept of inflation to a lot of people, because people assume that, because this is how they confuse people with their useless influencers and news broadcasters and all that. They come on like, Nigerian inflation has come down to 14%. That's what they tell you. Inflation has come down to 14%. They will not tell you that inflation is not a start over. It doesn't start over every January. Inflation picks up from where it was before. Let me explain it to you like this. If bread was 1,000 naira in 2022, which is when Tinubu came into power, 2022, bread was 1,000 naira. After I removed the subsidy, inflation rose to 35%. That means that bread is now 1,350 naira because inflation has gone up by 35%. Bread is now 1,350 naira. And then by 2026 January, they now tell you inflation is now 14%. The layman will assume that means that bread should now probably have gone down and it should now be 1,140 naira. But no, that's not what it is. Add that 14% on top of that 1,350 naira. That is the new price of bread. So the price is just accumulating and growing and growing. If they tell you that inflation has gone down to 10%, that means that 10% extra increase has happened to whatever you are buying in the market. That is what inflation means. And this is what the news broadcasters are supposed to be telling the people, explaining to the people that this is how much things cost, or this is what the government decided. But no, these people, because they want to keep their job, because of individualism, because they have sold themselves, they too are dishonest apparatus of the system. They too will keep quiet and pretend like they don't know what's happening, because they too, at the end of the month, they want to go to Tony Lumelu's end of year party. They want to go to Dangote's end of year party. So they too will not talk. The bankers will not talk. The economists will not talk. They will tell you Tinubu is working. We are going through a serious problem in Nigeria, a serious deception, mass deception from all the people that should be exposing the rot in this country. And since those people have decided that they will not expose the rot, we have risen up as the Nigerian people and we have said, we will expose the rot in this country and we'll keep talking about it until the masses of people become conscious and they are organized with us towards the liberation of their future. And that is what we will do. And that is what will happen, because oppression cannot exist forever. You can push the dog to the wall, but when its back is against the wall, eventually it will fight back and it will bite hard. And when the Nigerian people are ready to fight back and bite hard, I hope that the God and the Allah that these people serve will be able to save them on that day. Because if they do not run out of the country, well, time will tell what will happen to them.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Adege. What a submission. Thank you so much. That if our people refuse to stand, or perhaps take a stand or resist.
Liberation, is it just me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Comrade Swaz, can you hear me? I believe it's just you, Comrade Adege. Well, thank you so much for your submission. It's been quite educating and enlightening. Thank you so much. Comrade Swaz, can you hear me? I believe we are having a network challenge here. The African Wahala, can you hear me?
Mr. Fresh, we can hear you. Commission African Wildlife, can you guys hear?
Okay, I can hear you, Comrade Swaz. Can you hear me too? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I think it's not from my side. Then that is what it means.
I'm back.
So
now.
thank you so much. Are you ready to speak now, Comrade Swaz, with respect to the subject on ground? But before you do that, let's listen to this soundbite. And of course, we have been playing different soundbites that highlight the reality of the Nigerian people, and of course, indicates the need for them to either resist or perish, because it is what it is. We are looking at a system that wants to really, is either your government is designed to make you thrive, or designed to make you perish, or perhaps live an undignified life. Now one nine they happen, and we all know the one that is happening in Nigeria, the kind of government that is not allowing its citizens to thrive for the most part. The vast majority of the people, you may call them the 90% of the people, are not thriving for one economic or political reasons or the other. And I believe it's very, very important that we highlight the reality of them not taking a stand to either resist, or perhaps they are perishing on an industrial scale for reasons that are not really, that are avoidable really. How would you say you want to choose to perish without putting up a fight for a system that is designed for you to perish in the first place? The system is designed for you to perish. So what do you stand to gain for being on the defensive, basically? Let's take a listen to another reality. We have played one reality before. Let's play it again. Okay, maybe perhaps Comrade Swaz will validate this. I believe you have been listening. Let's play that one. Then we'll go to the new one, the new sound bite. Then you'll factor that into your overall submission. Take a listen.
This video should serve as an estimate how much it will cost you to deliver your child in Lagos State, Nigeria, especially if you are on the island. This video should serve as an estimate of what you are expecting. Antenatal, 450,000 and above. Delivery, if it is a vaginal birth, 800,000 naira and above. Elective cesarean section, 1.5 to 1.8 million naira. Emergency cesarean section, 2 million naira and above. If your child has jaundice and you are to start phototherapy for your child, phototherapy is 25,000 naira to 50,000 naira per day, depending on how many days your child is going to be treated for. Moving forward, if you are to receive blood transfusion during delivery, it is not included in your delivery fee, which costs 60 to 100,000 naira, depending on your blood group. If you are rhesus negative, there is every likelihood of you taking Rogam injection after your delivery. The current price of Rogam injection is 110,000 naira. I took out time to call people in different facilities and ask their price range. I'm giving you an estimate fee of what you will see when you get to the hospital here in Lagos State, Nigeria. If after delivery, either you or your child needs to be admitted in the intensive care unit, be aware, deposits for intensive care units, 1.5 million to 3 million naira. And these...
Well, and it went on and on to the granular details of what it means to actually, welcome your bundle of joy, I believe, in a private institution, because let's face it, the public health institution has been overstretched beyond the capacity that it should hold. How do you explain, over 1,000 patients to a doctor? It's crazy. So this is an estimate for, let's face it, the ordeal that Nigerians face as a result of the overstretched, because they claim that the government-owned facilities are free. They are entirely free. Nigerians they have access to it free of charge. But in the reality of it, we know that the public sector, the public infrastructure is by and large stretched beyond limit. But well, let's just take the fact that this is talking about the private expenses for matters like this. But well, I would like you to factor that into your comment or perhaps your submission, Dr. Swaz. And of course, I would like to play this second sound bite. Then you react to everything together. Let's take a listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Compare Nigeria with Osun State, or can you compare Nigeria with Sokoto State? That is not the correct.
The connection is still very much okay. The side of with Argentina.
So when you are comparing, which currency do you use? You use the dollar. Now, when you look at our GDP 2 years ago, it was $500 billion. What is it? $1 billion. What is it today?
199.
We are now $199 billion. Are we better off or worse off? We are living in our worst days. Pre-Jonathan regime, before we rebase the economy. Yeah. Before rebasing the economy, we're larger than this. So everybody per capita income in Nigeria now is nearly above $1,000. What used to be $3,000. So are we better off or worse off? How can subsidy removal and with flotation be better? The question you should ask is, what should we have done differently? And there are options which were made available, written and in discussion to authority. But the cheapest way is for government revenue to boost, hoping President Tinubu hoped that governors will invest in the economy. Was that done? Was that done? But for a few states that actually reinvested this back into the economy, it's important for people to know the truth. After all, your station is about as it is. Yes. We need to say the truth.
Yes, as it is.
This economy is not as strong as it should be. This economy used to be the largest in the whole Africa. Today, the last time I spoke with your correspondent, we were number 4. Today, we are now number 5. I checked, the largest economy in Southern America is Brazil. It's also the largest country in population. The largest in North America is the United States. It's also the largest population with largest economy. Then you now go to Europe and see in Eastern Europe, you see Russia as the largest economy and also the largest population. And go to Western Europe, where you meet Germany, the largest population, largest economy. When you come to Africa, oh my dear Black Africa, Nigeria is the largest population. It's not the first, it's not the second, it's not the third, it's not the fourth, now the fifth. So how can those two policies be good? It is more than obvious that they were made out of error, they were made in mistakes, and some of us had provided alternative solution to the government. Whether we will take it or not is another kettle of fish. But we cannot say because we have a deal, look for cutlass and beard ourselves, hoping that all will be well. It's like cutting our nose to spite our face. But well, the result is obvious in the public domain. People that are watching us and are listening to us, you are the...
Yeah, Comrade Swaz. Well, what would you like to say after playing or listening to these two sound bites? We would like to get your comments on this if you are able to do so, if you are ready or perhaps less busy, because we know you are a busy person. What would you have to say having played these two sound bites? What would be your comment? And of course, with respect to the topic of the day, the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. Let's pass the mic to you, Comrade Swaz. We are glad to have you once again. Join us for this broadcast today.
Thank you, Comrade Fresh. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are coming out clear. Yeah, you are audible.
All right. Greetings to everybody on the session. You know, say we don't get used to space already, but I think the studio, yes, that's the word. So greetings to everybody on the studio, Comrade Shenwa and Yelara, African Wahala, and Big, right? So before comment on the topic, Mr. Fresh, how are you coping? Because almost every time I've been a part of the discussion before coming into the studio. I ran to YouTube. Let me confess, I ran to YouTube because that is the most data efficient, right? When I'm on the studio, when I came on the studio yesterday, I was just saying you have 500 MB remaining, you have 400 MB remaining. I have to subscribe again.
You understand? So the studio takes quite some data. So I just went to YouTube and I've been following up the conversation on YouTube, listening through the video you played. I've watched it twice. I think you played it. This may be the that I've watched the third time, regarding the health situation. Right, Nigeria is a sick country. Anyways, but Mr. Fresh, almost every time almost anytime you talk about your light situation, you are always not having light. You are always running on generator almost every single time. How are you coping, my brother? How are you coping?
That is one thing, my brother. That is one thing. Once this laptop gets to 100% now, I will go off the gen. So that 100%, I go use and run the show for the next like 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes. If you don't enter 20%, I'll go on gen again. My eye go run now.
Oh my God, yeah. As a Nigerian, we are always on that tension. Like most Nigerians are on that tension. You are always worried. The tension in terms of when you get home, is there going to be light? Oh, there is no light to do basic things, to become efficient, right? So, for example, if you are a family man, you cook, right, and there's food in the house, you need to worry about preserving it. So, one thing is even to even have. The second thing is to worry about preserving the food, right? Then data will give you tension. You are browsing, before you know you're out of data. You have to monitor where you can go, how you can go, and it's becoming worse because I won't lie, right? I think the weight at which our data is being sucked. MTN, Glo, they are all sucking our data, right? They increase the straw. You understand? And it's not like the quality even increase. Comrade Shewon will always be going in and out. Comrades, am I back now? Comrades, am I back now? In the middle of very important discussion, they will strike. And they are used to striking Comrade Shewon. Yes. So they are used to striking Comrade Shewon. It seems like they know that they won't pass some kind of mass, so they strike. But poor service and increase cost. And you notice it goes across board, right? In all sectors, communication sector, the education sector, poor service, reduced education, increased cost, right? Then where it's most painful and heartbreaking is the health sector. Because for some of these other sectors, while the impact is also great, but to some extent it may be reversible, right? The worst case scenario may be reversible. Somebody may be so uneducated, like they just move finish. But hope see they say if the education system has failed, the person can still be re-educated. You understand? But you see, health, once person is gone, person is dead, we are not bringing back to life. Except you are which of these pastors is known for raising back the dead. Except that's the case, which we know is tales by moonlight, right? Which we know is not true. So it's irreversible. I understand. So that makes it doubly sad, right? And the thing is, even the money, right? Many times can't even save. Sometimes when you can even afford the funds, it can't even save the person, right? But this tension, right? This tension, it gets to tension I talked about earlier. It gets to Nigeria because when you are tense, everything you do, you have to calculate. You are no longer doing things because it's what you need to do, or even what you want to do. You are doing it because it's what you can afford to do, right? So there are some Nigerians that are boxed. There are some Nigerians, they know what they need to do. They know they need to organize. Sometimes they even want to organize, but they can't afford to organize because it reflects everywhere, right? So there's this constant tension of worry and things like that. And it creeps into the way we even respond to one another, right? If you go and you want to talk to someone, right, on the street, the first thing you do, you apologize. Yeah, sorry. You first of all apologize, say sorry before you now even say what you want to say, right? Because it almost seems like the average Nigerian is angry, and there's really a lot to be angry about, right? But I honestly wish that anger would be directed as the source of the misery or the cause of the misery. Well, that's not the case. So there was, and this before I weigh in, there's something Comrade Adege said with regards inflation, right? And when you hear how inflation has dropped from 20% to 10% or 20, usually in small numerals, right? You say it has. Can you hear me? You wanted to say something?
Yeah, you're audible. You're audible. You're very audible. No verse. Please proceed. Are you there, Commissaires? Wow.
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Please proceed. Yeah. You're audible. You're audible.
Okay. So I would maybe if I cut off, just know that my data has finished. Right? They told me 300 MB, so I'll need to subscribe. I'll subscribe and reconnect. But and the crazy thing is that once your data starts going down, right, the service begins to disrupt. Even when you are down to like 1 gig, right, the service is no longer good. Anyways, so the changes for inflation is usually, they'll say inflation dropped by 0.5%. So it dropped from maybe 20 to 19.5%, right? So what it means is that, like Comrade has explained very well, is that it is price of things still increased though, but it did not increase as the way it increased last month. So when you say year dropped, you think that okay, the price have reduced. No, it increased, but it did not increase as much. So they're telling you that you should celebrate, or they're implying is that we should celebrate that things are still increasing, but it's not increasing the way it was increasing before, but it's still increasing. But the question I ask myself is that when will we see deflation? I thought if there is inflation, there should be deflation now. If something can go up, let it still come down, right? But we don't get to see that thing. Now to the topic, right? Nigerian phobia. Go ahead.
Nigerian economy is above the law of gravity. What goes up keeps going up in Nigeria. It cannot come.
As space now we did. We only float for space, just a drift. We're not grounded. So the Nigerian phobia, perish or resist, right? There's like for me personally, I think the phobia I have, right, the biggest phobia I have is to actually leave this earth, right, and not be able to make any impact that is lasting. Like my existence or my life cannot move humanity one step forward, even if it's just one small step. Like, okay, what I did, even if it's 30, 40, 50, 60 years, right, it's able to impact humanity and move it, even if it's a tiny 0.000% further, to improve or contribute to humanity. Because that's what is lasting, right? The impact I make for myself is not lasting. Once I die, the impact don't make no meaning. The only thing that makes that impact continuous is for me to impact society. So it can impact the next generation, the upcoming generation can benefit from it, and also add, right? So my greatest fear is that I die and no impact. Just come, just exist, just die. Just live for yourself and die. Now, some people's greatest fear is that they will be poor. That's in it terrorize many people. They're not asleep because of the fear of poverty, right? And I can understand that. Right? But when you fear poverty so much, right? Many people who now use any means to accumulate wealth, even when they accumulate the wealth, it's never enough because you keep accumulating. So you can never become poor and things like that. But I also think that one reason, because you also mentioned something in that line, that why are Nigerians not able to resist, right? Why is it that Nigerians seem to want to perish? I think it also has to do with our volume. And pardon me, I like looking at things from a different perspective, right? I think it also has to do with our volunteer culture, right? Many Nigerians are not used to volunteer. See, there are things that are done. If you want to develop a society, there are habits, there are cultures, there are things that should be promoted, that should be put out there as values. Volunteering is one of them. If from a young age, as a young person, you can volunteer for certain tasks, even while in primary, secondary school, right, without personal reward, like you volunteer to contribute to a development of something, it builds that culture on you, right? So when you now get to as an adult, right, you now see a vacuum that needs to be filled, something that needs to be done to contribute to the greater good, it will be easy to step up and contribute your own share. But we found out that as a society, a lot of people cannot really comprehend what it means to volunteer and act in an interest that is not of their self-interest. It's not me and you now, we still understand that we don't volunteering a normal thing, acting, we they do them almost every day. But for some persons, they cannot comprehend it because it's not something they are used to. Everything they've been used to or told is that they need to be sharp, they need to be smart, street smart, and things like that. And that implies that many a time they need to be self-centered, focus on themselves, take advantage, right? So volunteering does not even come in at all. So anytime you see somebody doing something, most people always look at it like this person is being paid, this person is benefiting personally from it, right? Because that is the way they've known the world to be. Explaining to them is difficult. It's almost like explaining color to a person who was born blind, right? But these values are things that if we had imbibed it in our society, especially as children, right, we would see people who would be resisting more, right? Because resisting, you need to think. When it comes to resisting, people resist in their personal life. Don't get it twisted though. Nigerians can resist for their own personal. You see when tenants, they follow their landlord fight, if their landlord want to oppress them sometimes and things like that, and vice versa, or their own personal, once it involves their own personal thing, right, they fight. You understand? For roads now, you go also see Nigerians, if I don't let anybody overtake them, Nigerians do not allow anybody overtake. Lie. You understand? But every single day, that same person who do not allow a fellow car to overtake them as rulers, rather, right, getting ahead of them in every aspect, every day in life. We look at it like something beyond personal stuff. Then for the for the accumulation of wealth with regards to this GDP stuff and all that, I'm somebody who I've never really taken GDP serious. I've never really taken it seriously because I feel like it's just numbers. That's why I feel like it's not really impactful. Any country that focuses on GDP, I think they are ignoring the welfare and the quality of life of the people. If the quality of life of the people is the priority, GDP should be secondary, right? Because even if your GDP is not so much, but you are investing into the well-being and the welfare of the human resource. It is the human resource, right, over time, because that investment will pay off in decades to come. When you invest in the people, they are the ones who will now become productive, more and more productive, and take advantage of available resources that will in the long term benefit the nation, right? When you focus on GDP, those foreign direct investments, or focus on taxation and extracting from the people so you can accumulate and things like that, right? The people is only short term. It does not reflect in the life of the people. Then there's there are some common myths that ties around, and it's a capitalist myth. One of them is that you give money to governors and you think that the governors are going to invest in the people. Like how now? It's not going to happen, right? It's the same thing with this trickle down myths that the capitalists will tell you that, oh, if the capitalists are allowed to accumulate so much wealth and we don't tax them, they're going to provide jobs and their wealth is going to trickle down to those they employ and those they provide for and those bullshit, right? Because it never happens. The more the capitalists and the more these guys are allowed to accumulate idiot amount of wealth, the more wealth they want to accumulate, the more they want to become richer, the more they want to exploit, and the more they actually do exploit, and the more they take out. So it never trickles down. Never trickles down. Then to round up my thoughts, I hope I'm still connected.
Yes,
Can anyone hear
absolutely.
me?
You are very, very connected. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening. So to round
Please,
up my thoughts with regards the health crisis. Well, any health crisis, I know we don't have data, but some would put it at the Nigerian doctor-patient ratio. It's about, I think, one doctor to 6,000 or 10,000 or thereabout, right? When the standard should be one doctor to WHO recommended standard, one doctor to 1,000 patients, right? But the US are doing 3 doctors to 1,000 patients. But Cuba, I'll give Cuba a hand. Cuba is doing 3 times what the US is doing. It's doing almost 9 doctors to 1,000 patients. So that is a country that is healthy. Their GDP is not so high, but you find out that their people are healthy. Life expectancy is great for a country with that low GDP. Their home visitations, healthcare is affordable and virtually free. You understand? To the extent that they even export doctors and to help other countries, doctors volunteer to help other countries. Now look at the US, the health situation is getting worse. And that is the people that so-called father of capitalism. Capitalism we are trying to now copy in a dastardly way. Anyways, whichever way we copy it to end up in the same way. So now the US, they can't afford healthcare anymore, right? In the US, without insurance cover, even with insurance cover, they found out that the insurance company are making a business out of health. When you make a business out of people's unhealthiness, it's a problem. See, this should not be so difficult to understand. And that is coming to the video, right? When you make a business out of people's health, they can never be healthy. When you make a business out of people's uneducation, being uneducated, they can never be educated. It's that simple, right? Because if you cure them, right? So you want to make the most amount because there's no limit to it. There's no limit in capitalism that will say, you can be capitalist. In capitalism, will be so exploitative, will make as much money as possible for luxury items, for only things that if you want to buy cars, if you want to buy Benz, right? Benz will be so expensive, or cars will be so expensive. You as a capitalist, you will not charge. It's a system. It percolates everywhere. It will see, even if you
Yeah, I believe the network is responsible for Comrade Swaz's, continuation of his submission. Wow.
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore. I think he must have.
So sorry about that. And of course, let's listen to this, because talking about data, internet data for that matter, and the reality of Nigerian people. Now, in this talk enter now, and we have to project it to the whole world. What the Nigerian people are going through with respect to internet data. Let's take a listen to what let's watch this soundbite, because it's important, because when we are the ones saying it would be as if we make them up, or just cooking propaganda. Let's listen from the mouth of average Nigerian what their ordeal is in terms of purchasing internet data. Let's take a listen.
Network I use like Airtel and I use MTN. Depends on the strength and whatever the network.
How important is internet data to you?
Yes, data. Very, very important.
Okay, so what do you use it for?
I use it for business.
Okay.
Mainly for business, strictly for business, yes, most times.
Okay, all right, that's very good. Thank you very much. So, do you think internet data in Nigeria is affordable? That's the buying rate. Is it affordable?
I don't think it's affordable. It's not affordable. Right now, data is not affordable. Like, what you spend on data is even more than what you spend on food daily. So when you ask people, when you talk to people, before you know it, they ask you for data. Like some people will not even ask you for food. They will tell you, bro, please, can you do data for me? Can you do data for me? Because they spend much on data, so it's killing. Lately, data is killing.
How much do you spend on data subscription monthly?
I spend over 30K every month.
Over 30K?
Yes. Weekly, I spend more than 15K, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Are you okay with the high cost of internet data now?
No, I'm not okay at all. I'm not even comfortable with it. But like I said, I have to do business. I have to do some other stuff. Like, it's affecting my entertainment, the entertainment side of me, because I can't even watch series. I can't, unless I want to watch football, because I need to stream online sometimes if I don't want to go to the review center. Even when I'm watching, I have to do that. My data they burn. You know that kind of thing now. So it's affecting me a lot.
So what do you think the government should do to address the hike in data price?
I think the government just needs to help the masses, because most people do business online now. Most people can't even do anything without data. So the government should please help us. It's just looking through it. I don't know what they can do, but I know they can do something about it, because it's getting worse every day. Like sometimes even when you subscribe, they tell you this data is for a week. At the end of the day, you can't even use it for 2 days. So they need to work on this.
And yeah, there you have it. The reality of the Nigerian people with respect to data. All right, you've seen it and you've heard it from the mouth of a Nigerian. All right, this is not we just saying this. This is the Nigerian people in a normal youth Nigerian neutral interview saying this to your hearing. And you can see the last data that we bought for the sake of this live stream is 50,000 naira. That is to purchase 300 gigabytes worth of data. It's not even unlimited. 50,000. And this young man was saying that when he was first asked, he said he spent about 30K, but down the line in his conversation, he said that he's spending 15K weekly. On only me here and if you factor in 15K weekly in a month, that is 60,000 naira on an estimate. Maybe perhaps now only me the year let's listen to it line by line this time around, line by line.
Data? Yes, I do every day.
And he also said that people spend more money on internet data than they spend on food. Let's listen.
I use like Airtel and I use MTN. Depends on the strength and whatever the network.
How important is internet data to you?
Very, very important. Like one of the most essential things to do lately. Yes, data. Very, very important.
Okay, so what do you use it for?
I use it for business.
Okay.
Mainly for business, strictly for business, yes, most times.
Okay, all right, that's very good. Thank you very much. So, do you think internet data in Nigeria is affordable? That's the buying rate. Is it affordable?
I don't think it's affordable. It's not affordable. Right now, data is not affordable. Like, what you spend on data is even more than what you spend on food daily. So when you ask people...
Did you get that? He said what you spend on internet data is more than what you spend on food.
When you talk to people,
that's the extraction.
before you know it, they ask you for data. Like Some people will not even ask you for food. They will tell you, bro, please, can you do data for me? Can you do data for me? Because they spend much on data, so it's killing. Lately, data is killing.
How much do you spend on data subscription monthly?
I spend over 30K every month.
Over 30K.
Yes. Weekly, I spend more than 15K. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Are you okay with the high cost of internet data now?
No, I'm not. I'm not okay at all. I'm not even comfortable with it. But like I said, I have to do business. I have to do some other stuff. Like it's affecting my entertainment, the entertainment side of me, because I can't even watch series. I can't, unless I want to watch football, because I need to stream online sometimes if I don't want to go to the review center and all. Even when I'm watching, I have to do that. My data they burn. My data they burn. You know that kind of thing now. So it's affecting me a lot.
So what do you think the government should do to address the hike in data price?
I think the government just needs to help the masses, because most people do business online now. They can't.
So sorry. I know. Remember, I'll meet my mic. Making an obvious. I think the Nigerian mindset kicked in again. This all need to beg. Airports beg the government. And I get this kind of feedback also whenever I go for street interviews. Airports beg Nigeria. I go just look at it. Who will help you beg government? Who will help you? Me, I go help you beg government. This idea of begging government to do everything. Airports beg them. Airport, I beg. This I beg ideology needs to be reviewed by the Nigerian society, by the Nigerian people. I beg to apply. I beg because airports beg them for data to be more affordable. We bought data, and not be me, not be me. I'm trying to even upload the receipt on for everybody to see. 3 days ago, I've been out yesterday, safe. I think that 3 days ago, 50,000 naira for 300 gig. 9% buy for us to be able to do this thing. Where would they do? Yes, so. And it's not even unlimited. 50,000 naira. All right. So you can see now that the Nigerians are saying that internet is even more expensive than, and this is a very validation of what we have been saying. And it's good it's not coming from my mouth, because it seems as though I'm planning to play victim, or not only me, now in the Nigeria they happen to. The reason why I decided to go, and I just made a few research on TikTok, and I came across this video, was to basically paint the reality of what Dr. Swaz experienced during this live stream. And it paints the picture of what we have been saying. The Nigerian phobia, resist or perish. I can only imagine how much data is taken away from the hands of the Nigerian people. And bear in mind, before we subscribed 2 days ago, there's a normal subscription we don't do already. We finish 160 gig now. We don't finish as at the 20th. It's supposed to last for the whole month, but now because it no last, now I can't beg. They propose to our comrades where they help us. Say, okay, please, if you can help us so that we can be able to sustain the live stream. All right. So and of course the best option that we had was the one that they said would supposed to last for 3 months, 300 gig for 50,000 naira. But we know that based on reality, they are most likely going to use it for a month. But let's just test run it for the main time. But just to paint the picture of the reality that Nigerians have been enduring. Look at this young man on the screen right now. He's been enduring, and he's just reflecting what some of us are going through and every other Nigerians are going through. But they will prefer to say, make we beg, let us help us to beg them. Let me play it again.
To address the hike in data price.
I think the government just needs to help the masses.
We have a cultural problem. The whole culture for Nigerian people to just throw their hands in the air and say, well, we can only beg them to help us. They have lost the power that if they come together as a people, they can force the government to even give internet for free. Because in some countries, internet is now a right. Go and make your research. You heard it first on this particular broadcast. Internet is a right in many countries. Please, somebody try to let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic immediately. Dr. Swaz or African Wahala, any of you can jump in and let's have this conversation. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Swaz,
Okay,
did you want to go?
right.
You can go if you want to, bro.
Okay, no, please go ahead. I've been speaking for a while before my time. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Let me apologize. I don't know if you called me earlier. I wasn't available. So I know you might have called me and I did not respond. So let me apologize for that. And thank you for once again bringing us together, Liberation Chat. Thank you so much for your consistency. Thank you so much. All the speakers, Dr. Swaz, Ayilara, you guys, Ige. Thank you guys for trying to educate the people. We can only do our best because, right now, I think we are being exposed the more. It's like between December and January of 2026, between December 2025 and January of 2026, some key issues about our society is being put on the forefront, and it's good. It's very good. We had that incident with some popular celebrities that unfortunately lost their friends or they lost their child, and we saw what happened with the fire that burned for 7-8 days without fire service. And then we saw what happened with iShow Speed and the behavior of Nigerians, disgracing themselves. In fact, I have some comments that I want to share with you. But before I go into those comments, we also saw the behavior of Nigerians, the Nigerian youth, the younger ones this time around, that are fanatics. They are not fans, they are fanatics of Wizkid. Wizkid is, I'll be honest, I have no respect for musicians like Wizkid. I don't listen to their music. I can't even name 3 of a guy like music's Wizkid songs. The only song of Wizkid that I know is Ojo Elegba. I don't know any other song to me, they are trash. I don't listen to these people. But if you ask me questions about people like Idris Abdul Karim, African China, those ones, I feel relate to them because they sing about things, about our reality. In fact, if you ask me questions about Danfo Driver, I respect Danfo Driver, pass all this Wizkid, Davido, Burna Boy. I know all these guys, they don't get level, they are trash. But because of the Nigerian culture of worshipping, human worship, and it has officially become a culture today, 2026. It's now a culture. The next generation, they've imbibed that culture and they are taking it ahead. And I'm so sorry, my brothers and sisters, if nothing is done, their own time is going to be worse than the times of their fathers. You see, we now that we are in our 40s, right? We've already suffered. We had it. We were born into Nigeria when Nigeria was already gone. These ones that are in their 20s, late teens, early 20s, boy, oh boy, they might even have it by far worse than we had it. And we had it worse than our parents had it. And part of the reasons is their mentality. It has become a culture. And to be honest, it's part of our own responsibility to try to awaken them. That's the least we can do. We can try to tell them that, listen, don't make the same mistakes. You guys better learn how to stop genuflecting. Learn how to stop worshiping people. Stop all this trash you're doing. Your life is going to be, in fact, you guys, they might end up coming back to enslave you. It might get to that point that the United States is grabbing land in South America, trying to grab land in North America, in Greenland, Europe. China might end up going to grab land in Southeast Asia. Maybe they want to go grab Thailand, Hong Kong, and then Europe, which is already suffering. They are collapsing as it stands. They will be like, man, who is the easy picking for us? They can't go to the AES. If they go to the AES, they're going to get blasted. So they will come to the weakest link. They will come to Nigeria and re-enslave us. By then, well, what's going to happen? Maybe we are going to be in our 50s, our 60s. We've been shouting about this thing for so long, and we've not really been able to change anything. Unfortunately, many people in our own generation are cowards. Our own parents, their generation, cowards. Now the younger ones, it seems they're even worse cowards than the two previous generations. Look at some of the commentary from Aisha Speed's visit to Nigeria from some West African. This guy says, as a West African, this is freaking embarrassing. Seeing these Nigerians begging Speed for money. This is the first time during his entire African tour that I've seen people asking him for money. Why, Nigeria? Why must you embarrass us like this? You see, everybody, the jig is over. The jig is up. The veils have been drawn down. All that giant of Africa trash, it's no longer true. Everybody knows that we are no longer the giant of Africa. And it's our own responsibility to regain our dignity. But unfortunately, how can we have dignity when these clowns that are younger people, they are worshipping Wizkid and trying to disrespect Fela? Can you imagine? Wizkid not even get level reach downfall drivers. But it's unfortunate we're in a messed up society. Our people have completely lost their minds. Let me react to the video of these guys begging the government to do the right thing. The government is never going to do the right thing. It's like you're begging, you give your baby to a lion, and then you're begging the lion not to eat your baby. It's not going to happen. The government, though, they don't need beg. What they need is action. And we, the people, we are the ones that have to show them the action. And let me prove it to you guys that these government officials that you worship, that you genuflect for all your life, you are begging them, oh, good morning, sir. Every day of your life, in every single aspect of your life, you are always looking for someone to worship. You worship your pastors, you worship your imams, you worship your traditional worshippers, and you worship your corrupt politicians. They don't like you, and they are also powerless cowards. When Buhari went to Trump's White House around 2016, 2017, they were playing politics with our lives. So the dull, sleepy clown, Buhari, he packed himself all the way to White House to go and beg. Oh, please, Mr. President, our politicians that we are begging, that we are worshiping, that we are genuflecting for, that we are always begging them, please, sir, we think they are so powerful. They themselves, they become cowards when they see other people. That's why when Buhari went to the White House, he tucked his tail between his legs. Common Americans that regular homeless Americans roast them every day. They give them the middle finger. Let me tell you, homeless Americans, they have dignity. Let's not even talk about Americans. Homeless people from other countries. Let's forget about the USA. Let's talk about regular countries. Homeless people from Morocco, they have dignity. People will get house for Nigeria, we don't even get dignity. You ever say you go back your house for Nigeria, you have a house, you sleep on your bed, you don't even get dignity because you have to be begging people. An average homeless Moroccan citizen will not stoop that low. Some of them would actually rather die than to be begging for what is their human right. And that's why one time when Fela frustrates with Nigerians, this is all they happen today. Not be today. Fela called us Odegirians. One time Fela tired for Nigerians. They say Nigerians are Odegirians. You know what that means? Ode means Mumugirians. Because we now have a culture of being ignorantly, or rather, we are being arrogantly ignorant. You know, when someone is ignorant, but then you are arrogant while being ignorant because you are trying to showcase that you're a big man. But you're only a big man amongst poor people, your fellow poor people. When you see an average person, the way you guys were licking Aisha Speed's ass, by the way, Aisha Speed, shout out to him, very good young brother. But the way you were licking his ass, your celebrities, Aisha Speed was looking at you guys like, bro, you guys are weird. I promise you, that was the mindset in him. Though he was busy, he really couldn't pay attention to you because he had so many things going through his mind. But if he settles down and is watching that video, he'll just be like, man, these guys are weird. Why would you stoop so low, man? I'm just a regular human being. There is nothing special about me. Why would you stoop so low that even the celebrities are begging? Even the president, see, in Nigeria, when they're having the national conference, They're having meetings in the Senate, in the National Assembly. This is how the Nigerian structure works. There are some lines that you can't cross. I'm talking about a conversation between the so-called elites, the idiots in control of Nigeria. When they sit down together and they are having conversations about, let's run this country. Of course, we know they don't know how to run nothing. They are useless. They're absolutely useless. We all know that. During those conversations, there are some line items that they can't mention. Number one, they can't talk about religion in some parts of the country. They're going to tell you stuff like, we in this region of the country never mention anything about our religion because we are the Sokoto Caliphate. I'm just giving an example. In our Sokoto Caliphate, this is the lifestyle that we want. So when they are tabling matters of the country, I'm talking about the so-called powerful politicians, they would never say anything about that. You know why? Because they are afraid of the consequences of going against the wishes of the people from the Sokoto Caliphate. But they going against the consequences of the people in the Sokoto Caliphate means that they have to go against the constitution of the country. The constitution of the country says it's a secular state. The Sokoto Caliphate says we want Sharia. But we've already had a gentleman agreement that we are never going to talk about our religious affairs. Leave us and our religious affairs, even though that goes against the constitution. Meanwhile, you have a lunatic that is the president of America, a guy that the people from Sokoto Caliphate will identify as so-called infidel. They will call him an infidel. The infidel said, we're going to drop bombs on your Sokoto Caliphate. We are going to drop bombs. And the guy dropped bombs. After he dropped the bombs, what happened? Were the so-called powerful people from Sokoto Caliphate not tucking their tails between their legs? Were they not coming on American-created platforms like X, trying to portray themselves as, oh, I'm a good guy. Please don't put a travel sanction on me. Don't put a visa ban on me. Everybody started speaking politely. Those are the people that you look up to. The people that you look up to, they are afraid of an infidel. They are afraid because they are vulnerable too. They can't even defend themselves. If someone from outside is dropping bombs on their head, they can't even defend themselves. And those are the people that you are afraid of, that you're looking up to. Stop looking up to these people. They are nobodies. These people are nothing. Your politicians are nothing. Please, my people, we need to stop being afraid. In fact, let's even start from the smallest level. Maybe it's easier for you to demonstrate in your lives. In your family, in your own family, if there is anybody trying to subjugate you in your family, let me tell you something, you need to stand up against it. Don't take that. Whether not your papa, if your biological father is trying to coerce you into doing stuff that is beneficial for him and goes against your own life and is hiding that behavior under culture. In our culture, we don't talk to, you have to respect your elders. No, say no. You have to learn how to say no because you only have one life to live. And the fact that we keep on managing, we keep on adjusting to every negative thing that they put to us, we have now ended up becoming the poverty capital of the world and one of the most disgraced countries of the world and one of the most weak psychological people in the world. Weak. We are supposed to be very smart. I mean, the evidences are out there. You see a lot of Nigerian people performing wonders all over the world. You see them at the highest places, highest of the echelons all over the world. But once you're in the system of Nigeria and you allow yourself to be contained by the Nigerian culture, you become a nobody. You've lost everything. You become a slave immediately. We need to stop being slaves. Start from your family. Start from your friends, your associates, anybody that tries to subjugate you. It's a no. Respectfully. Nobody is saying that you should start fighting everybody, you start causing chaos. No. Don't fight everybody, but stand up for yourself at every point in time. Because a time is going to come that you're going to regret it if you don't. By the time you become an old man, you no longer have energy, you will regret it because you will look at your society, you will look at the children that you born into the world, you will look at the suffering that you've left behind for them, and you will regret it. That's why people like Fela, Seun Ayilara was saying something earlier about how guys like Fela lived their lives to the maximum. upon all the pressure that they put against him, we are still celebrating that man till this day. He died almost 30 years ago. We are still talking about him. He is still inspiring us, and he's going to inspire our children. Why? Because the man lived his life to the fullest. He was resistant against oppression. He damned the consequences. That's the same thing that Omoyele Sowore is doing right now. And that's why Sowore is a legend. Sowore is the last man standing amongst all the popular people in Nigeria that bro, look at, not only Sowore, all this, yeah, and let me give you guys the facts, the actual facts. Did you know that it's you that stands up for yourself that people actually respect? And I'm telling you this from my own personal life. Because me, back in the days, when I started criticizing politicians, I used to have my uncles, my aunties, some of them don't even die now. They will tell me, say, Dewale, now you they cause problem. Dewale, you're too radical. I'm afraid for you, the way you're always talking. I'm afraid for you. Baba, after like 10 years, they're tired. They don't even they talk to me again. They just leave him. That's how he is. And now me, they respect. Guess who they call when they won't get opinion? If they want to have an opinion on something important, whether it's politics, they know they call those people with the genuflect. Those ones maybe say they submitted themselves to become slaves. They don't call them. Now me will be radical. Now my own opinion, they won't hear. So you need to stop begging. That young man in that video that was talking about how expensive data is. And then he ended the statement with, oh, please help us beg the government. Please help us beg the government. To someone like that, I'm not going to blame him because he's still acculturated to the Nigerian system. But what he needs to do, because there are millions of people like that, you need to be aware of that behavior and you need to consciously stop it. What you're supposed to do, if you have the opportunity to have a camera and a microphone in front of you, after you've complained about, more data is so expensive, these guys are selling data, I'm spending 60,000 naira every month on data. You say, government, we demand a better country. That is more dignifying. We demand a better country. We demand affordability. Instead of saying, please help us beg the government. You look so pathetic, bro. You look pathetic. Stop it, bro. That's the reason why these idiots, these young idiots now, they are so far they wait for them for front, though. They never jam. All these ones where they call themselves Whiskey FC. No worry. By the time you turn 30, most of them, by the time you turn 30 years old, then you go come and say, God, let me go, revolution now. They go start to shout revolution now by that time. When life touch them, now they see they do Whiskey FC. Whiskey will not send your papa. Man, my brother, I just came to quickly rant. And I know this is very passionate. There are so many issues going on with our society, but we are at a period of exposure. We are exposing our psychology as Nigerians. Nigerians are one of the weakest Africans. Unfortunately, from a psychological standpoint, Nigerians are one of the weakest Africans. But at the same time, we still have a lot of strong-minded people amongst us, and it's the responsibility of the strong-minded ones to keep on trying. You keep on trying to influence the majority of the people that are weak-minded, so that we can all collectively have a better society. We can stand up against all these clowns. These guys are nobodies. I personally have no respect for these guys. One time, I'll give you guys one quick story. I was in a club in Ikeja. And as I did the club for Ikeja, we just a party, me and my guys. Now, so there was one issue. Police came. We were supposed to pay. We couldn't pay because the person that was supposed to pay had a fight with one of the bouncers, and the guy was knocked out. We ended up at the police station. When we got to the police station, and I'm not trying to brag or I'm not trying to blow my own horn. It was that police station at area F Ikeja. I've been at area G, I don't know. When we were talking, oh my guys, everybody just put all of us behind counter. I can't tell the Oga police, say, Mr. Policeman, but what do you benefit from this? They were shocked that who be this one way to challenge us while he's locked up behind the counter. I said, Mr. Man, you have risen up. The next go-to where this man go tell me, say, I'm old enough to be your father. I say, Baba, you be my papa. Respectfully, I'm not trying to disrespect you. All respect to you. but you are not my dad, bro. And I'm a full grown man. And back then I was like maybe 32, 31, 32. I say I'm a full grown man. The guy say, the way you they talk, people like say you just come from America. I said, no, I don't come from anywhere. See, the truth is, this is what happened. We can resolve this situation. There is no reason for you to put us behind the counter. Guess who all of them gather come they listen to, all the police inside that place? Because we didn't present any threats to them. Maybe they don't already put us behind their counter. All of them come sit down, they listen to lecture. I say, man, this is not a way to live, man. But I also understand your hands are tied and you're in a corrupt system. But the least we can do is to show ourselves treat ourselves with decency. But guess what? 9 years after that incident that I'm talking about, the whole situation is even worse. It's even worse. So, hey, my people, we need to be more self-confident and we need to stop genuflecting and we need to stop begging because we are not beggars. Right now, we look like beggars and we are actually beggars right now. And it's important for us to realize our position as beggars that we are, and then we begin to consciously change from our mindset. Maybe with time, we're going to have the courage to tell all these Oledepo, all these Iroboye, all these big pastorpreneurs, all these fake politicians and your useless traditional worshippers. You give all of them the middle finger. We are no longer interested in this system of doing things. We want to start afresh, period. And that's my submission. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Comrade African Wahala. As always, that was fiery. And of course, you also, gave us some extra bonus today by telling one of your life stories that showcase the fact that, putting up a resistance or standing up for yourself is not rocket science. It's not something that it's as if we are the one blowing that of proportion. Or some people will even say it is easier said than done. Standing up for yourself is not a matter of easier said than done. Fighting for your liberation is not a matter of easier said than done. It's not the first time it's been done by brave people. All right. And of course, you're going to be the beneficiary of standing up for yourself across board. And of course, fighting as a collective is not something that is rocket science. But of course, the pseudo intellectuals, they would want us to believe that collective resistance is rocket science, or perhaps is asking for the unrealistic. But it's not the case. And you have shown us today, based on your experience, and of course I have my own experience numerous times also, when I stood up for myself in the face of oppression. And it's something that we have to really, keep hammering for the Nigerian people, that it's not really as hard as you think. And of course, what do you stand to gain by surrendering to an oppressive system? That means you are giving that oppressive system the validation to keep on oppressing you. And that is the reason why we are where we are today, right? And some of these majority, surrendering mindsets is really affecting some of us because it's making it a more burden for some of us that are willing to really challenge the system. Let's pass the mic to Comrade Swaz without further ado. Comrade Swaz, are you there? Let's pass the mic back to you. Then we'll pass the mic back. I believe Comrade Shwailara is still very much here. I want to believe. Comrade Swaz, are you there? Please proceed with your submission.
Yeah, I'm here. Great submission from the African Wahala, right? And I think before MTN fucked me up, right? I was talking about the healthcare system, but I think there are some things that were being said from the video you were playing about this begging culture. So it's not too surprising, because almost, if not twice a week, but at least every Sunday for most persons, they beg, right? Even those who go to worship on Fridays, they also beg. So it's a weekly begging thing, right from childhood. He's been begging Sky Daddy. So is anybody who is a god figure to them, who controls their survivor, right? Who they believe their survivor in this one. Nigerians are quick to beg because it's something that we've been doing for a long time. And when I show speed here, right, from those videos you can see that those who were begging, right, it was kind of irritating or disgusting to me, right? Because it's weird to just have so many people begging. There's a difference between farming, like, oh, there's so many fans, and people saying, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, right? He may be used to that. You understand? So he sees a lot of people while he's on the car or on the top of the car, and a lot of people are just hailing him and just waving at him and just like even be Michael Jackson and they are fainting. You understand? But that is showing that, oh, love. You get, like, they see you, they love what you do, they know what you do. But that's different from a situation where you are looking at these people. The truth is that many of those people do not even know, apart from the British beggars, many of those people on the street do not know why I should speak this. But they know that this is a popular person. So they think, oh, popular person, rich person, how can I take advantage? How can I get something extra from this person? How can I take from this person? And the begging starts. So it's not fanzine, it's not even fanzine, it's just direct begging, right? So it's become a culture. It's become a culture for many Nigerians. And behind that is also the culture of us not being able to provide value. Because if, for example, I'm able to provide value, I wouldn't want to beg, right? Except maybe there's something like fundamentally wrong with me. If not, okay, is it because usually begging is because of money? I'm begging for money. But if you're able to offer value, right? You offer the value, then you get rewarded for the value that you offer. But we are now in a system where value is no longer prioritized. In a system that should encourage development, right? Value should be the priority. So if, for example, you see there are some persons who met Speed. There was a lady who met him, and he had a drawing of Speed and Ronaldo, a charcoal drawing that I presented to Speed. And Speed went and met her, hugged her, took picture with her, and the big frame, and discussed with her, oh, what did you make this with? Said charcoal. Oh, this is so nice, I love it. So what happens next? He asked something like that, and she was now like, it's yours, you can take it. It was not like, we need to take this, we need to keep it somewhere. You see, no matter how small it may seem, that is some level of value, right? It's different from if she just came and say, give me money, give me $10,000, make me happy, $10,000, make me happy. There's a whole different end. And it's the way many people have begun to engage. We began to engage ourselves. When we see ourselves, the first thing that comes to mind is, how can we benefit from this person? How can I extract from this person? How can I take from this person? Oh, maybe if I sing this person, or if I heal this person, or if I remind and say, oh, this person get money, you get money now, do something for your boy, do something for me. You understand? I can extract. Then on to the next target. But we've not for once thinking, I met somebody, how can I provide value to this person? Right? And I also see, even in day-to-day activity, you see some persons who would reach out to you and say, oh, they want to get in contact with Shore, oh, give them Shore's number because they need Shore's help. They are just coming they want to collect. Like, they are coming, that's the only, nothing, they do not for one think that they have something of value to offer. You understand? So, and just saying, the first time I had a discussion with Shore was in 2021, right? When he made an open offer that anybody who can design something, this Buhari must go poster. You understand? So I quickly designed one, then I sent it to him, and that was the poster that was actually eventually used. That was my first account before I now even had my second account, and I was pushing and just pushing the message, just kept pushing the message, and it was the one that reached out to me. You understand? And this is just an example of if everybody has something, everybody has it. We sell ourselves short when we think that begging is a value, like begging is something, because the price you pay for begging, the price you pay is your dignity. You throw away your dignity. That is a big price to pay. You just throw away your dignity and you go full begging mode, right? But instead of throwing away your dignity, you look for ways you can offer value, right? Ways you can do something, right? And with value comes a reward. But even if there's no reward, that value is a positive to society, rather than you to just be a taker, and all that. So now imagine with regards to this data product. Now imagine Comrade Fresh, right? That there's someone who is supposed to be bigger than speed in Nigeria. Someone who has passion for streaming, for this lifestyle context, who has a passion of what he does. Or let's even reverse it. Just imagine speed was in Nigeria. You know the cost of data to take him to stream. Let's say when he's coming up. Because he's 21. So let's say he's been doing this for years now. When he was 16, 17, or even younger when he started. Imagine the amount. How would he afford that data? Do you know how many persons who could have been bigger than speed in this country? But they could not, because they could not keep up with affording data. They could not. And it's getting worse. For example, typically before I did data for two datas, MTN and Airtel, right? Total of about just a little above 10,000. But the amount I need to pay for data is now going to 20,000. And what I spend for around 10,000, right? It lasted me a month comfortably. I didn't need to guide so much before. But since this whole thing, they reduced the amount, right? The service, the quality of the service reduced. Then also, aside then the cost increased. So all the negative indexes, they were just ticking. Oh, let's increase the cost. Yes. Let's reduce the quality. Yes. Let's reduce the quantity. Yes. Do you understand? So we are the receiving end. And me, I'm able to maybe adjust and keep up. Even though I'm complaining, I complain because we're having that discussion, right? But I can still afford it. Now imagine there are lots of persons who cannot even afford it. So they are just cut off, not by choice. They are just limited, not by choice, right? And it also extends to other products, right? Which day I got a bathing soap, and I was trying to, I just consciously, I looked at the soap, and I was like, this soap got reduced. Nothing anybody wanted me. This soap not be, before when I did buy this soap, heavy, like it was big. But now it's looking like hotel soap, right? So I was now like, let me check the gram. Because at least, even though I don't know the gram before, but at least I can know the gram now, right? And compare it with grams in future, right? I look, I check, I turn, I don't see gram again. Before, things like this, there's gram. They should write the gram. Even though we may say, okay, sometimes maybe if you write wrong gram. But now they don't even care anymore. Because they know outrightly that they have changed the size. So they no longer put the grams. Quality of everything has dropped. Even drugs, you see the quality of everything has dropped. And to also talk about cost of health. When my mom was not fine, when she was sick, she was on oxygen, and the cost of oxygen, right? Just guess the cost of oxygen in a private hospital. This is not in Lagos.
That was when. How long ago was this?
This was towards the end of 2024, December 2024 / January 2025, last year. So the beginning of last year.
Around 30K to 40K
per cylinder.
Okay, yeah, close. But yeah, it's not actually
is it per cylinder?
It's charged per hour. So It's per hour. So it's 5,000 per hour, right? And what 5,000 per hour means, she has to be on it for a long time because she was on admission for a while, right? What 5,000 per hour means is that if you go at that, her receiving it for a day, 24 hours, is about 140,000. My math is 140 or 120. Yeah, 120,000. Right. So now, how many? Now, if she has to be on it for a week, that's almost 1 million. Oxygen alone, right? For a week, that's about 1 million, right? Every day you are spending over 100,000 on only oxygen, right? And we now got to a point where we just had to buy an oxygen concentrator for her because oxygen offers 100% oxygen, pure oxygen, right? But oxygen concentrator offers about 93, 94, 95% oxygen, but it also does it through. So just imagine if in a hospital, right, the private hospital we went to later, that's when they got the oxygen concentrator. But just imagine in our government hospital, right? Because even in the government hospital, maybe it will be a bit cheaper, maybe, but even if it's 3,000, even if it's 2,000 per hour, even if it's 3,000 per hour, that's a lot. That's over 50,000 in a day. Now, imagine if you have an oxygen concentrator. What the oxygen concentrator does is that it takes the air and right concentrates the oxygen in it and delivers just the oxygen. So it does the same impact. But the challenge is that you need light. So it uses light to function. So you don't have to have these plenty cylinders and using cylinders. So it's way more affordable. Right. Now imagine for our government hospital, they have these oxygen concentrators. But you know what would also be needed? There would also be need for constant light. So you see why the problem is so much that people try to fix the problem. Yes, it's interwoven. If you try to fix the problem in one end, you find the problem somewhere else. And that's why when we keep saying that a revolution is needed, a revolution is needed, because you can't say, okay, let me focus on this sector. The moment you start focusing on that sector, you may die and nothing will be done in that sector. Right? You would really see anything foundational, any foundational improvement and things like that. Right? Now, for the video you played, what makes it even sad, right? My mom, for example, she had cancer, she was terminally ill. Now, what makes this sad is that this is a physiological event. This person is not sick. This person is giving birth. This is a natural, when I say physiological, it's a natural event. It's not a sickness. Right. So why should a natural event now seem like it seems like a luxury for something that is so basic? Even if they did a CS for the person, even if they do a CS, we put the person for phototherapy, right? Person undergoes phototherapy for joint and these are basic. They have no business being so expensive. None whatsoever. Right. Now imagine the cost for other surgeries or for chemotherapy in this center if they offer that. Right. If a physiological event, you are running into the millions. An event that almost every family, right, experience. It becomes so expensive and so luxurious. Right. So it's a problem. It's a big problem. And the only solution, if we're being serious with ourselves, can only come from leadership, from the government. It's the government that says, wait a minute, we want to make healthcare affordable, accessible, and quality, right, to our people, so that the least of the least will be able to afford it. That's even if it's not free. And it should also be accessible to everybody. Then if you now decide that, oh, you want to now experience some level of luxury, you can now go to such private settings. And the so-called private settings, right, that charge so much, they are not even luxurious. They do not have this 5-star quality or 5-star care. Because sometimes you want to say, okay, we know that in Nigeria, we don't have enough equipment. We don't have these things, right? But if you are paying for luxury, you will say, okay, maybe it's for the care, the service, because there's this the service industry. So you say, oh, you get this one-on-one attention, this pampering, this attending to your every needs. But that is usually not the case. Even in these so-called centers, when you spend millions, right, there's still no this one-on-one interaction, right, and exquisite care. And one of the reasons is that even those who are working in these centers are not even paid well, right? So sometimes you even go to these centers and you think, oh, the the lab scientists, the nurses, the doctors, they must be making so much because you are paying so much for this. But there's a way you will be cared for, and it will just become so obvious that this person is not refined. Let me use that word. And this also happens in the education sector also. You go to schools and you see large amounts. Is just for status. So you can say that, oh, my child is going to a school that costs 1 million, or my child is going to a school that costs hundreds of thousands. That's also what occurs with some of these private hospitals. So I think I'll just stop there for now.
Mr. Swaz, you've clearly highlighted
Mr. Fresh.
the real. You've clearly, can you hear me, Mr. Swaz?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said you clearly highlighted the reality of the Nigerian people. How we are really going through suffering on our daily lives, right? Like you see people talk about the big numbers, GDP, like you said, oh, the CPI, oh, the national debt, foreign reserve. All things that have nothing to do with the cost of living of the Nigerian man. You asked the question, you spoke about deflation. And you see, deflation is not something, I'll tell you, around the world, countries do not work towards deflation. Most of them are only working towards smaller inflation. They don't want inflation to, because when inflation goes, they will not be able to get, foreign investment. They want those foreign investment. They need to keep it high so that people can come and invest. They want people to come and invest so that they can come and get more profit.
Exactly. And it also means less profit for shareholders, because shareholders need to keep making more and more profit.
Mm-hmm. So if deflation comes, it means that there will be surplus. If there's surplus, there will not be high sales or record sales, or not even record sales. They will not be able to capitalize on your suffering. There has to be higher demand than supply for them to be able to play around with prices. For them to be able to play around with prices, they will not say, okay, there's only 1,000 tomato and there are 1 million people that want tomato. There are 2 million people that want tomato. Okay, it's best survival of the fittest. Who can pay the highest? Who can pay the highest though? So they start playing with the prices. So what they constantly drive towards inflation. That is the economic problem we have now. And that is a capitalistic mindset. When you are looking at things from a means of business, not from a means of development, not from a means of growth capacity for your people, you would always have the situation that we have in Nigeria today. A situation where we are talking about foreign reserves, but the average Nigerian is living below the poverty line. A situation where you are saying that inflation has reduced, but people cannot afford 3 square meal. Education is not accessible. Healthcare is not accessible. So what is the point of a GDP that has increased? And what is the point of an inflation that has reduced? What are all these numbers that you're putting out if they don't reflect in the day-to-day lives of the Nigerian people? Why are you governing? You govern for the people. You are not governing so that you can do economics you can teach the people economics. Nobody really cares about the economics. What we care about is what we can eat. If our children can go to school, if we can get health care, if there's light, those are the things we care about. But the Nigerian government will never invest in development and productivity. They will never do that because they know the moment we're able to produce, the moment we become a producing company, the moment we become a group of people who are churning out their products into the international market, they will not be able to capitalize on us. They will not be able to subdue us. They will not be able to control us any further. This is a control mechanism. This is a control mechanism. They need the Nigerian people to be in an abject state of poverty and subjugation in order for them to continue to perpetuate their theft, in order for them to continue to enshrine their oppression. Then they disadvantage you economically, then they now proceed to take you out mentally and psychologically by using every single tool in their arsenal to psychologically engineer you towards a mentality of a beggar. And that's the situation we have in Nigeria today. It's quite unfortunate. Look at Nigerian people. In a country, these people are standing on a land that has enough crude oil for us to extract for exportation. We have enough crude oil that has lasted us from the 70s till date. And these people do not have access to petroleum. If all it took for us to have a mass mourning ceremony is one fool with a small cigar in his hand, all these people would have been dead. If somebody just walks past this place with a lighter or a matches, we would have seen a national horror. Just look at what we have on the screen. And this thing has happened. Nobody has spoken about it. Nobody has addressed it. Everybody is quiet. It just happened and passed by. This is a normal phenomenon in Nigeria. This happens at least every year in at least all the 36 states in Nigeria. A situation of abject poverty. I can imagine all these people smelling. They'll be smelling petrol all to their house. How many petrol? How long will this petrol last? Many of them, they are taking it so that they can go and sell it. That's how bad it is. People are risking their lives for this. You know, the Nigerian people's mind has been so bastardized that the only thing they can think about is survival. The Nigerian human instincts have become dormant, and the Nigerian man's animalistic senses have become more prevalent. So we think more like animals than human beings. We think about food. How can we eat? What are we going to eat today? You see the way you don't ever see wildlife animal. All it thinks about is today. Where will I sleep today? Where will I eat today? There's no ability to comprehend time and space for a future, for a tomorrow, for a better tomorrow. And these are the things we're fighting against in this economy. Liberation Chat, over to you.
Thank you so very much, everybody, including Comrade Dege, Dr. Swaz, African Wahala. Thank you, everybody. You've said, what has been the reality of the Nigerian people. But let's play this sound bite one more time by Dele Farotimi.
The Nigerian. But how do you speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right to fight for what he owns? It is easy to speak to the victimization of the Nigerian.
You can't hear what I'm playing.
I think my audio is bad. I'll have to go and come back again.
Can you not still hear now?
Speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right. It is easy to speak to the victimization of the Nigerian. But how do you speak to the Nigerian's abandonment of his own right to fight for what he owns? You have governments who are meant to be trustees of your commonwealth, who have turned themselves into owners of the Commonwealth. Yoruba says onto dile lewurengbe, which means that it is what you ignore that the goat eats. We'll read the history of the Magna Carta. Some people stood against the King of England and he was forced to cede rights. It is your own readiness to denigrate yourselves that has taught our ruiners how to treat you. If you are accepting of oppression, why should they not oppress you? Oppression, how to treat you. If you are accepting of oppression, why should they not oppress you?
If you are what of oppression, let me do that again.
That has taught our ruiners how to treat you against the King of England, and he was forced to cede rights. It is your own readiness to denigrate yourselves that has taught our ruiners how to treat you.
Your readiness to denigrate yourself. He has taught the ruiners to how to treat you.
If you are accepting of oppression,
if you are accepting of oppression,
why should they not oppress you?
Why should they not oppress you? And I think this is quite profound. And of course, what a message to the Nigerian people. If you are accepting of oppression, if you have the culture, which you have to ask yourself whether or not Nigerians have a culture of accepting oppression.
I mean, the story speaks for itself. The way we are now shows that we actually do have a culture of accepting oppression. It shows. It's clear. And we are willing to degrade ourselves. So they too, they will not hesitate to support you. They will not hesitate to support the Nigerian people to degrade themselves. They will help you. Since you already feel like you're a slave, why not? The least I can do is help a slave to really be a slave. I will send you a message very well, don't worry. Since you don't know that this land is your own, I will collect your resources too. So since you don't know that the resources of the proceeds of this crude oil sales should come to you, then there's no problem. Since you don't know that this housing that we have, this full estate that I've carried for me and my children should be affordable housing for you people, then we'll take it. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Nigerian people, they don't know what is theirs. That's the problem. They don't know what belongs to them. They are not aware, and it's right in front of them. This is one of the biggest dilemmas of human beings. You know, it's easy for us to say, the black people in America, they might not be aware, but you and your own father's land, you are literally seeing these people in your day-to-day life, driving the best cars, eating the best food, wearing the best clothes in your kuro eye. But that one, you know, deserve it. Not be you. It's not for you. It's too good for you. But you go to church every day to ask for the best things in life. It's a shame what is happening to Nigeria, what has happened to Nigeria people, and what is still happening to Nigerian people. My comrade.
It's indeed a shame what has happened to Nigeria, what is happening to Nigeria, and what would most likely happen to Nigeria. And I would like to check if indeed there are agenda spaces going on that really highlights the level of conquered mentality of the Nigerian people.
They're
and of course their willingness their willingness to basically submit, not just permit it, but submit and support the oppression of their people. And of course, it is something that we have to keep close tabs on. Yeah, as it turned out, there are many of such agenda spaces going on. One of it says
Liberation. Sorry.
ADC.
It seems like you can't.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, it seems like you can't open Twitter Spaces while you are in the studio. Not live now, like Spaces.
I can, but since we have not included Liberation chats into the destination of the multiple streaming, we'll have to choose one. We have to choose either to, as we are now, Liberation chat is basically live on video right now.
Yes.
So we cannot do space alongside streaming, even if we have a different device to do so. So we have to choose either of the two. So that is why we are not having a space. But perhaps any other comrade can have a space. And I believe I think I saw a space going on where I think some of our comrades, I saw comrade OIA here. Oh, it's another space entirely talking about Trump. Okay, it's a Trump space.
That's
comrade OIA is a speaker.
Again.
So yeah, so that is a space, and of course, it shows that many people still prefer spaces. But of course, our data really indicates that we are able to reach out to more people with live stream, than spaces. And of course, our agenda is to reach out to more people. And it seems as though our spaces are just singing to the choir, kind of. So that's why we have to embrace this opportunity when someone reaches out to us that he has the platform that he has paid for pretty much for the whole year. So we just have to take it up. So let's take a listen to what the Nigerian people have to say, just to so you're welcome back, comrade.
I was trying to go and check the Twitter, so I mistakenly entered the space. Now in my browser off, I come back again.
Well, that's one disadvantage of this particular. Unless you have multiple devices, you cannot really. Unless me now, I feel minimized because I'm using system. But if you are using a normal device, you cannot minimize. There's no way you can quickly go to the other. If you are here, you have to be here. If you are using, if you have one part, and that's one of the disadvantages, really. But if you are on the space, you can really live and still be on the space to do other things, and that's one of the turn off, so to speak, for many of our speakers that should have been here. Myself and OIA have had that conversation. And he said he would have preferred to be able to do other things, but because of this platform, he's not able to do that. But well, we have to weigh the cons and pros. But with the look of things now, we are now being heard and seen by 162 people from the Movement Radio platform and from the Liberation Chat. Liberation Chat, we have 144 persons tuned live to this to this live stream.
I think that's good because I've noticed that we have more reach on the live stream.
Yes, we have more. We have more reach on Indeed, and there's potential to even have more reach. Even on YouTube, we have those watching us on YouTube. So this is a multiple streaming platform, so that we can. So this is the pro that outweigh, in my own opinion.
Yes, no, I agree. I agree. We have to change tactics, and this is a tactic that is working. This is the thing about being scientific, right? We're using Twitter Space. I don't remember the last time we had over 100 people on our Twitter Space, except when since we've been here, I've been observing the numbers myself on my end, and I see that we are doing an average of 200, 150 plus, which is good. If the message is able to reach more people, that is the most important thing. That the message is able to go out and people are able to react to the message on a larger scale. And this one has a possibility of giving us even more reach. So I think it is way beneficial now than just sticking to X alone. And there's so much we can do in terms of even visualization. We're not just talking. People, sometimes when you talk, people just assume that you're talking. But here they are facts, visual facts.
Yes.
You can show you. You can see the people talking as well, that these people are real Nigerians, like be said, they're not be ghosts. They're not paid actors. These are real Nigerians like you as well. So It's a good one. I like this one.
Yeah, yeah. By and large, this live streaming, it's a very powerful tool that we can really scale and optimize very well. And of course, the algorithm have a way of rewarding consistency, as we understand. So we want to do this at least for a month and see how it goes. And of course, it's important that we explore every means necessary, to reach out to the Nigerian people. And of course, the feedback has been nice. So let's take a listen to.
People don't have sense, and I hope people don't follow them and go and fall into.
He's saying ready to know the right thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is trying to tune into what people are saying and read their mindset as far as this topic is concerned.
Myopic.
This thing is breaking. Don't know why it's
Everybody in your entire generation clowns. You don't have sense, and you think you have sense. They say a fool does not know that he's a fool.
See, Nigerian people always angry. We never even start. They don't talk. Say a fool is a fool.
They call themselves fool.
Absolute
People are
disrespect.
so much emotions running. I think it's important that we would really listen to them, because some of the things that they say, if we have not listened to it, we will find it unbelievable.
See, I was on a space 2 days ago.
And the useless people that they are defending do not call themselves fool. Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, they do not call themselves fool. But
it's all respect from them, and they respect each other so much.
Brother, my able leader.
Now the Ochins, then they deceive themselves.
You see, this is infantile disorder. Disorder. There's a problem with Nigerian adults that constitutes the fact that they refuse to grow up and take responsibility into their own hands. I was on a space 3 days ago, and I used to, like, when I'm just going through, I used to hear that, they are data boys. I've actually never encountered data boys before in my life. Like, as in people that actually support Tinubu in this regime. I didn't know they existed until I mistakenly fell into one space and I actually saw people trying to defend this economy on this current presidency. I almost ran mad. I said, wow, Nigerians actually exist who speak highly of Tinubu. I was flabbergasted. I said, no. The Nigerian problem is a peculiar problem. A very peculiar problem. Do you have access to the space now? Or?
Yes, it's been breaking, but by and large, I'm trying to get a stable connection with the space, but I don't know why it's breaking. Maybe perhaps it's my device, but I'm trying to reconnect. But by and large, what you have said, if you had not tuned in, you would not have believed. And of course, it's also, this is a lesson for the so-called opposition, or perhaps those that want to remove Tinubu. I used to remind them this every single time. But, I believe you can bear me witness. Whenever I have they give me the chance to reason with them, or perhaps be on their speaker section, I tell them, do not feel that your principals, the conglomerates of Atiku, Obi, Rufai, and the rest, you think you are the ones that have cult followership. You delude yourself. You are wasting your time. I have enough empirical data to show that as bad, as terrible as this economy is, even those that are suffering this suffer. There are those that really, really pledge their allegiance to the administration of Tinubu. They really want him to remain there. All right? They love him, and it doesn't even have to pay them anything for it. That is how obsessed and how conquered their mindset is. I've seen retired accountant. I know a retired accountant who is basically collecting pensions All right. It's not as though he's doing well, but it's not as though he's doing bad either. He has about 3 graduate children. He's an elderly, around in his late 60s. But this man would defend Tinubu to the grave. and of course, when we have our personal discussion, he will complain about the economy. But I'm talking about somebody I know, like one-on-one with a C. As a dry cleaner, in fact, now me teach him dry cleaner job that is using that to augment as now that he's retired, he does not go to anywhere and he has free time. Now him even work to me that he has so much free time that I should really teach him a few things that he needs to know about dry cleaning. I took him through the whole crash course without receiving a penny. So now me blend them, all right? And of course, he literally watched as the cost of starch per sachet moved from 30 naira to now 70 naira for one sachet of cold water starch that we at some point we were buying it at 20 naira. As at the time I was teaching him the job, it was around 30 naira per sachet. All right. So now it's now 70 naira, 18 naira in some places for one sachet of starch. And of course, you have to, at that time that I was teaching him the job, we were taking shirts for 300 naira for one. Sir?
I say go soon touch 100. Now 100 they go.
He go touch 100 before this year runs out. I'm not being a doomsday prophet, but trajectory matters. And of course, the economy is tanking right now. And of course, the quality has also reduced. The quantity that we used to see in the sachet have also so meaning one thing, that even the companies that are producing the starch, they have to downsize or perhaps reduce their quality. So if you're supposed to use one starch before, and there's a particular unique way I used to do it, so that I will use one starch to starch about 3, 4, 5 shirts. And it's very simple, all right? It's my own trade secret. So instead of submerging the whole cloth inside the starch, I basically inject the starch on the item. So I utilize more and I'm able to get the same result, essentially. So I have just reviewed my trade secret to you, but if you don't know how to do it, you can still not get the result. So there's no point. So I don't regret revealing. But this is the whole idea. So I thought
you are not a capitalist. You are people don't patent.
This is how it works. Socialists have a way of this is knowledge. It's supposed not to be ordered, but still yet, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Even if it has to take practical knowledge also to be able to do it, not just the theoretical knowledge, but at least don't audit. Let people that can gain from it, let them gain from it. People that, as I'm spending this in live now, people that will be able to learn from it will be able to learn from that, and they will use it. But I doubt if most people will be able to do it on an industrial scale, or at least to the scale that I'm able to do it. So, but at least I will not still hold the knowledge. But the thing is that this man, an APC man to the core, all right, would still remain APC to tomorrow. Every time I get to see him, I say, Alpha, shey they see wetin dey happen. Say, we have to pay the pains. There are some pains that we have to endure for the man to really do a good job.
Meanwhile, Tinubu is not enjoying any pain, no.
I remind him this every single time. I remind himself, hope Tinubu is not enjoying it also. He bought a Cadillac, a brand new vehicle. Since he came to power now, he has bought a brand new, perhaps supposedly, private jets that gives him enough, more conveniences. Vice President Lodge, or perhaps the harbor of the VP, has been upgraded. Now they are going off grid in terms of electricity. As we don't get like that, now we don't get like too. I don't go off my gen. Now this thing I be my light source, softbox, and I also have to be ingenious. Normally, this softbox is not supposed to be able to be used without electricity, like AC power. I had to go buy, a DC lighting device, and I can't go shook am inside the softbox for it to provide me light. So So Nigeria, you go if you don't get sense,
Nigeria
You're
go
in
make you.
genius.
Nigeria go make you doctor for Nigeria. They do graphic design. They do websites.
Oh
For
my
Nigeria, you go have
imagine.
two occupation in Nigeria. You know if you do one, if you do one, hunger go
you
beat
don't
you.
go get
You go
you don't go get you like 5 occupation. For our bros now,
lawyer na
person
event
person wey be
lawyer
say
na
they do wetin
event
you dey do, he go come go call professional. The professional will call and say, I spent $1,000 on this. I want you the boss.
Well, I say lawyer na event planner now for Nigeria. I get one girl from my uni that year. She go very fine girl. She do law. She did law school. Law school that time far from my own campus. Fine girl like this. Recently I just see her for Instagram. What did they do? Event planning. I say okay. After 5 years of 5 years of law school in the second best private university in Nigeria, or in the first she go Babcock. Babcock at the point in time, her school fees, law school fees was 2.5 million tuition.
Wow.
Tuition. We never talk say you dey pay accommodation, you dey pay booking, you dey pay for feeding and all that. And all those things are compulsory because the school fees you. So she was paying at least 2.5 million. She paid that for 5 years because she did law and she went to law school. So 2.5 million times 5 years, that's over 10 million for education plus law school plus the we have never added the other ones. Let's just put it on the base level. Over 10 million for education, university education. We're not talking about secondary school because I know that girl would have gone to one of the best secondary schools in Nigeria as well. And that girl is a event planner as we speak today.
She could not practice.
You want practice? You want practice? What do you want to practice? You want to practice poverty? She can't afford to practice poverty now. She couldn't practice. She's doing event planning. I had another guy who was in my class, computer science. What's the guy today? He's a DJ. I have another one. He was in my department. What was he doing today? He's an influencer.
Now look the things when it be saying these people where are they your friends or colleague, they had to now look towards to. There are things that do not really, sorry to say, but they really provide development.
Yes, nah, you're correct. No, it's not sorry to say. You are correct.
Practice law, there will be justice, or you know at least if you deliver the value and justice. But event planning, marriage and baby burials and things like that, they not really they contribute development. Or DJ, it's not really development. And the thing they said, there are many youths like that.
If you can't do entertainment in Nigeria, you are screwed. If you have to, entertainment is now the messiah of an average graduate, or perhaps and of course, what I also learned from what you said is this is a school owned by a church that is actually regarded as that has there's a particular word they used to use for this thing, charitable status, that you cannot really pay taxes because you have charitable status, something like that. Non-profit organization. All right, but I didn't really non-profit with this, and of course the fact that they really wanted to maintain, through data anyway, their units are really the best. Landmark and Covenant they are the best universities and it's because that means for you to actually have the sort of quality that can be regarded as even that is above standard in Africa or perhaps in Nigeria, they have to really spend that much. Or perhaps pay their staff that much.
Imagine this girl.
Invest much into their.
This girl spent that much money to go through law school, not to study law. Then what was the point? And she, like many others, so that's to tell you that even when you can afford the best quality of the so-called best quality of education,
that's another thing, yes.
It cannot guarantee you a job in that career path that you decide that you want to go for. So imagine people that did not even have access to go to a school like that. Because in Nigeria, we all know how the working scene works, the working employment scene works. If that girl comes out with a certificate, just because she went to Babcock, she would gain preference over someone that went to Unilag or LASU. So even with that level of access,
she could not still practice with it.
You can't practice law. So what is the point of all those
and
years?
she had to invent some other means of survival, such as event planning. And that this explains. If that's why I said I really am very careful when people talk about the begging culture in Nigeria. It's not really something that, it's just a matter of float or sink situation. There are many of these so-called beggars who are actually, graduates or perhaps artisans in their own right. We have welders, barbers, tailors. If you ask any of these agberos, you'll be shocked. I have done that experiment before. You'll be shocked. Many of them have, skills that actually they have learned over time. And of course, it was due to one economic realities that tanked whatever they are doing as skill that should literally be making them money without them begging. I have many of them in my streets here. You see them ordinarily. They come to you, Baba Fana, I did swimming figure 1K. All right, but you ask them, do you have a job or you learn a trade? He said yes, and they will give you evidence that some of them barbers, welders, because welding now, for you to actually practice welding, you've got to either have a generator set that will be able to provide you light to be able to do this, because you can't rely on NEPA, and welding is a very heavy consumption skill or perhaps endeavor. And it goes to tailoring too. You need iron to power your iron for you to iron the customer's clothes. You need in these days now, people don't use manual sewing machines. You need industrial machines and all of these things. So they have been economically conquered, so rendering them useless just by the nature of the economic realities. So, and it speaks volumes. So when you now see them, you think they don't have job or they cannot provide value. If you'll be shocked if you give any of them, like, okay, help me go and sew. I don't give any one of this agbero, make you help me sew my cloth before. Get shop, but he go do for another shop just to prove it to me that he can sew. And he did a good job. So a lot of these guys, they have a value they can offer, but the economy has basically, rendered them useless. So hence, they have to beg. So you can imagine someone that used over 10 million, all right, to acquire a law degree, and she had to be ingenious and invent something that can really, because events, don't get it twisted. Event planning or perhaps events or anything around entertainment is what really sells in Nigeria. Or can you stand a chance of you having some level of income? Because people like sensation, entertainment. That is what sells in Nigeria. If you're not doing religion, you are doing entertainment, or you are doing influencing, or anything that has to do with. That is why everybody is rushing towards. That is what is even making it difficult for even the real, content creators to even thrive, because so many people are just rushing into it and bombarding the algorithm. So many people are just doing absolute rubbish, and let's face it, people love to see nonsense than quality conversation. People love to see you display madness, and it's even fun to see you display madness than for you to display intellectual or perhaps analyze issues. It's kind of boring to the Nigerian people, because they want to forget their sorrow. So whatever it is that you are saying to them, they are reminding them their reality does not matter to them. It is as if you are trying to wake up what they want to bury inside them. They want to bury their reality, but you want to bring it to their to their attention. So now you explain why they are running away, from our content, from our spaces. So you have to be ingenious, and of course, I cannot blame that young woman for being ingenious to say, okay, if it is event planning that I can really, even if I take one event, and of course that's how it works. These event planners, if they take 1 or 2 events in a month, they should be good. If it is a good gig, for instance, if you take an event of
for a girl like that, she will be having good gigs,
and they can corner like 300, 400K to themselves by hosting or perhaps managing those such events, just 2 or 3 a month, or even 1 if it's a good gig.
For a girl like that, she will have good gigs for sure. She will get good gigs, and that is, you see, for me, I understand the value of engaging in those things. I mean, look at some of the people we have today who are so-called well-to-do. Pella, for example, streamer. Kata Efe, streamer. Tunde Not, blogger. VDM, blogging activist. Most of them are just internet sensation. Part of the internet sensation, and what we use to distract ourselves. So I can understand the value of that. However, what I cannot put together vis-a-vis is that this is the norm, even in the so-called upper circles, where you go to school and you cannot. When people say, "Oh, people go to school, they come and they don't have jobs," you assume that okay, it is just people who cannot really afford the best of the best. But this is a situation that is happening both up and down. Even the rich people go to school, they cannot do the job they want to do because there is no facility, there is no infrastructure, there is no system that can guarantee that if that girl, she has looked at it, a lady who would go, or a guy who would go to Harvard to study law will never come out of Harvard and not pursue his law career after going to Harvard. Because a covenant will be equivalent to a Nigerian Harvard. A Bangkok could be equivalent to a Nigerian Harvard. So after going through all that, you should be coming out and say, you know what, I have to use my profession, I'll go into the field, develop my country, there should be a legal system. But she has looked at the risk to reward ratio, she has looked at the efforts to productivity ratio, and she has seen that, if I enter this law path, if you do 20 years, make I don't see anything. No. I feel retire for this particular life, make my life no better. So might as well just go.
Yeah. In fact, she will even see many people that will give her the reality that so if you can't say our senior colleagues, our senior learned colleague, maybe say after 15 years, you never see buy Tokumbo car, you say you know the thing I want to tell you
the law.
If say it was if they like wasabi. Like wasabi, they use them do content. Like the content of like wasabi be that now don't be the law. I mean continue so.
My lord.
Lasisi said they make that thing, they make from that kind of content. Right? They use lawyer, they just use lawyer anyhow. When you look at this guy's content, you just shake your head for lawyers. And these are the reality of lawyers. The last time we went for a protest of Shore, we were in the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja. I look at lawyers, I shake my head. I say, the struggle is real.
They have it bad. They have it bad.
They could drag wig.
They could approach you like this. You have a case? You have a case? They could approach you as if they won't buy pepper and tomato.
Many now, I see many lawyers that this that registering of company because they do just different things to make for their check. If you get lawyer friends, many they get for their WhatsApp status, they advertise, they register company, CAC, and what I still want to talk about, for that lady now, right? If they say not be slavery now, say not be slave will be because we are enslaved. Okay, we are not. Okay, should I say? Okay. We are slaves to the system. Otherwise, if for example, she looks at it that law funds not to be law. Maybe in an ideal system, let's assume you studied law because you have passion, but you now find out that you need funds. Funds is more important than the passion, or funds is also important. She now decides to now say, okay, I'm a good events planner, right? The money she should be making from the events planning should be enough to sort her out, right? Take care of her needs. Then she can now say, okay, I want to volunteer my legal service for free, pro bono, so that may not be say, like if tomorrow I found something that is way more, okay, not you. See, medicine on my side was, I put her like. But if tomorrow I could decide to say, I don't want to practice again, after 10 years, I spent 8 years in uni, right? I not fail. I don't fear any course. I just get away. I don't think they are not the fear exam. So I don't fear any course. I spent 8 years. 1 year housemanship, then 1 year NYSC. That's 10 years. You understand? So if I could decide to say, I don't want practice for money, at least I should be able to still give value in terms of volunteering. You understand? But the reality we live in is that even professionals, when they say, okay, we don't want to do, that's the end of that, those experience, those expertise for them. They can't even volunteer it. Because the other thing that they are doing, they cannot afford to do it and still volunteer. Because they need to give themselves now to that other thing. So our event planning now, she go the also for the event planning, right? And it's almost never enough. Because the moment you feel say, okay, you get comfortable with the event planning, the price of things will skyrocket. Inflation will tap you for shoulder, wake up, touch grass. You understand? And before you know, even if she's making 500 to a million a month, for example, right? It's still she's still struggling. She's closer to the homeless person, of course. So she's constantly reminded that any small thing she will fall off. You understand? And she has example of people who are falling off, that you look left, you look right, you see people who are so-called falling off, right? And they struggle and they're even there at the end. So she don't want to end up like that. So she can't afford to now, let's say, even volunteer. All her time is for, and that's the sad reality. And no society can develop like that. No society.
It's crazy. It's crazy that people cannot really, really practice what they study hard for 4 years. It's crazy. And of course, these are the indications of a failed society, a failed country. A failed country. Do we really have enough graduates? But they want to paint the illusion. Of course, you see that illusion, right? You see the illusion of too much. They say, they are pumping too much graduate. That is why, for our population, I think we don't have enough graduates. And of course, the information getting to me now is that some private universities that we are talking about don't pay their lecturers so well. Some pay as little as 100K per month.
Of course.
They are
Yes.
capitalists to the core,
Yes.
But they extract so much payment from their students, but pay their staff far less. That is crazy. And of course, I'm very careful about stuff because if you look at the cost of running stuff, for instance, if you factor in how much they take buy the land, where they get the university on safe, how much they take build the house, how much, and they will also factor in the return on their investments. And of course, the reason why I could go hard on schools like Landmark or perhaps Covenant, because it's actually a school that is owned by so-called charity organization that is a church now in Ketam. So why should it be that expensive when these institutions were built through the collective contribution of everybody? Members contributed money to build that institution. It is owned by a church. So why should it be that expensive? But they will make the argument that, the cost of running the school, they have to ensure 24 hours light for the students. They have to run on generator 247. They even have an hybrid of solar power. They have to recruit the best of the best university lecturers and even import some intellectual minds to be able to impact. They will give all of the reasons why they are charging that much. Right. I think
it's all about business. It's all about business and investment for them as well. They are capitalists as well. That's just it. Yeah. We just have to be honest. I remember I see school fees was crazy. The cost of school fees is crazy, and the teachers were not. I say in that same school, teachers still collect bribe. Teachers still collect bribe for that same school. They still sort teacher for that same school. So you would assume that in a school where averagely the average student is paying nothing less than $1 million per term. Nothing less than 1 million per term. The average student pays nothing less than 1 million per term. One would assume that the teachers will be compensated properly, but the teachers there are also not compensated properly. They're not, because they need to make sure that that money is going back to the head of the church. The head of the church must be the one to benefit the most. Who is the lecturer? Lecturer from where? What do you contribute to the school? You come, take your 100K and go home. The lecturers there are still living in abject poverty. They are still living under subjugation. So it's not as though, all these systems, Nigerians are used to perpetual poverty. And you see, the only thing is that, the only difference, the only way the lecturer in a covenant is probably better than a lecturer in a Unibe or one of these other schools, that the one in Babcock or Covenant will be able to collect more higher bribe than the one in Unilag. That is the only difference. But all of them are suffering one and the same. All of them are going through the same level of exploitation equally. So the conditions are not better for anybody. Everybody, I read an article today that everyone in Nigeria is begging in one form or another, whether it's the one that's going to beg for contract or whether it's the one that's going to beg for opportunity somewhere. Everybody is begging one way or another in that Nigerian context.
It is what it is, and of course, it's the reason why we want to highlight. Welcome, comrade Godwin. It's nice to see you one more time. The last time we saw was in Oworoshoki, if I'm not mistaken, when we went to the Oworoshoki community. It's nice to see you one. Of course, yeah. With the look of things, you say no get light. Nigeria.
I not get light. I not. See, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
This is the 6th day now that there is no light in our community. The 6th day. You understand? So it's just so painful that Nigeria have just accepted rubbish just to keep the people who put us in this mess, to keep them in power. It's so frustrating. Like today now, I was coming and I saw so many youth gathering. I said, what? So I now I got there. I was now interacting with them. I said, what was really going on? He said, it's APC, e-registration. I said, this is the problem you guys are having. Upon how this country has been so disorganized, and you people are still gathering to keep fueling the people in power, and you don't even, your support to these people that is the reason for us to be getting this bad governance. Can't you people just leave this demonic gathering and just focus on how we are going to tackle the misrulers in power? And youth are complaining that the country is not good, but yet you are still gathering in an organization that doesn't even have an ideological backing, that doesn't even have anything called social welfareism for the people. That party is not built for the people, but yet you still see vibrant youth. They are still gathering to these groups. So it's really painful. This is the 5th day now. Tomorrow now, making one good week that there is no single light. You understand? So how are we going to keep on managing ourselves, navigating ourselves through this pain? How are we going to escape? How do we even think that we can escape from this matrix of confusion if we really don't find a common ground and say, enough is enough. We have to fix our country. Nobody is coming. No sky god is coming, because they have so brainwashed majority of Nigerians that what good governance supposed to give them, that fasting and praying prayers we give, we provide it for them, and it's a joke. And we keep joking with ourselves on a daily basis. You see Christian, you see Muslim praying, fasting in church, in mosque. What good governance supposed to have given to you? You will even see some people tomorrow, they will even go and be praying that we pray that there should be constant electricity in Nigeria. How will there be constant electricity in Nigeria when you are still supporting the people who gave you darkness? How will constant electricity come to Nigeria? How will you will still see some people praying against accidents, praying against witches and wizards? There is no witches and wizards that is killing people. The witches and wizards are the politicians who refuse to fix the road. They are the real witches and wizards. There is no witches and wizards out there praying against accident. How can you be praying against accident in a country which the misrulers have vehemently refused to fix the road, but yet the Western nation that this idiot travel to, everything is nylon tied. Like seriously, Nigerians, I don't really know what has really happened to majority of the thinking faculty of majority of Nigerians, that they cannot even see this thing, and yet they are seeing these things, but yet they cannot phantom it that we are being used, we are being played, we are just being taken like a joke. As in, see, like seriously, these guys don't even value us. They don't even have any common regard for us at all. I've been hearing you talking about school. Look at the school that you see this religious institution set up, but yet even the common man cannot even afford the school fees. My elder sister is a founding member of Winners. When Winners started in Kano, they are the founding members. But yet, when our daughter wanted to go to school, our daughter couldn't afford the school fees. Despite the father of that girl was a retired CSP, they couldn't afford it because it's too much. Our daughter have to come down to Edo State to come and school here in AAU. I now speak her down, ask her one day, "Sure now, now carry these Winners for head." And so why you come be say your own daughter not come go to school? He say, my brother, I say, you see, so not until we all decide to sit down and say enough is enough, fuck those bullshit. These guys don't even tell us, even the church that people go to on a daily basis, they don't even tell people the truth. The truth is not even in the pulpit anymore. Even in the mosque, the truth is not there anymore. Because when we are saying these things, we say that we are atheists, we are unbelievers. Like seriously, what is really going on? Why can't Nigeria just see that we are being played, we are being used? They don't take us serious. Let me not just interrupt you. Please just go on. Maybe I'm still around. We still have to speak more. Thanks. I have been following this program since the day it started, but I've not really been able to come to just speak. But this night I said no. I will not keep quiet. I will speak my own mind so that let other Nigerians also feel what I am feeling. Because we are all feeling the pains together. So why can't we all just come together as one and air out our views like the way it is? This is not time to push propaganda. We are not propaganda pushers. We have to say things the way it is so that people will see what we are really feeling. Thank you. I hear the mic.
Thank you so much. And here you have it, your people, the Nigerian people, praying fervently, and this is today is Friday, right? This is the sort of activity that you see our people engage in, most likely overnight. They'll pray all through the night. What are they even saying?
Senior Willis! Let's pray! Ataka!
Yeah, not a serious. You might be wondering, what kind of, because go talk reach how many minutes now? People go talk say we are not taking in cognizance of people's.
Wait, sorry, is this a skit or is sorry? Is this a skit or is a live prison session? I just want to really know if I don't want to believe it's true. is this a skit or that
It's
one?
not a
People
skit.
they pray
It's
for
not
church
a
like
skit.
this.
This is a live program. This is a live program. Yeah? This is a live program.
Can
It's a
you
live.
imagine?
It's not a skit. It's a reality. It's their program in their church. They put it, and then put down for YouTube. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is, and of course, today is Friday. You most likely have. I think today is was it not third Friday? I believe. Well, we also heard that the Lagos Ibadan Expressway is on lockdown at the moment, and I trust it must have been as a result of one of these churches along Lagos Ibadan Expressway having their so-called Holy Ghost night. I know that is responsible, but I think I saw the news. I was sent the news that Lagos Ibadan Expressway is on lockdown at the moment, and as today is Friday, the best, my best guess. Oh, we speak. Is somebody speaking, please? Is any of my speakers speaking? Comrade Godwin, are you speaking, or perhaps Swaz?
No. I was just laughing. I just laughed.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's most likely any of these. We heard that the Lagos Ibadan Expressway is on lockdown. That is, the traffic is crazy, and sometimes it stretched all the way from Mowe Bafo to Bega. All right, and of course, it's all thanks to people that want to go and perform activities such as the one you are looking at your screen. And of course, you now be wondering, and if you observe very well, this is where they channel their energy. All right, obviously they cannot. There's no way you can beat nature. All right, there's a build up of hunger, of course, and they have to. This is where they are able to pour and express and let out that anger. You can see from the screen, they are letting out. It is psychological than just physical. All right, you see people doing all of these things, you think it's just the activity. So instead of them to do what I'm about to put on the screen now, all right, while others are doing this, I'm coming. It will pop up now. While others are, so now, can you see any difference between what you are looking at on the screen now and what you saw before? All right, let me play it again. What you are looking at on the screen now, why people are basically is this display of hunger, all right, on this on the street, and compare it with this, all right, it's somewhat similar, and that is to tell you the reason. It explains everything that you need to know about human psychology and why and how religion has contributed by and large to the realities that we face. Because when people have other means of expressing their hunger, it takes away where they should actually express that hunger. It's like anger management therapy or anger transfer. Instead of them to really transfer that energy to those responsible for their ordeal, they would rather want to spend that energy in some other places like churches and mosques. And you can see how fervently how they are expressing themselves and their frustration. But well, that is it is what it is. All right. And of course, the news getting to us now. And of course, it's no longer even news, right? That the minimum Tokumbo car that can be affordable in Nigeria now is not less than 9 million. Yes. Anyone who doesn't earn up to 1 million per month can afford a Tokumbo car after saving 500k per month for after 2 years. Else, the don't overtake situation will happen to them. Now that no Tokumbo is allowed from June, make all of us just forget buying cars in this generation. That is just it. And of course, I agree totally. And of course, see, if someone who we are into for me, I know say I am screwed.
Tokumbo car. I bought one Tokumbo car that was in August. 2017. I can't even the complete say it will cost then pencil like 2002 model 1.4 million because I didn't go to Cotonou. In Cotonou it was 700. So I just say okay, let me just buy it in Lagos. That car now, if you want to buy it now, if you hold 4 million, you're not going to see and buy it again. That car now is up to 6 million, 6 point something million. Car of 25 years ago now, that's 24 years, 25 years ago, 24 years ago. We are still struggling, Nigerians are still struggling to buy it up to 5-6 million. Imagine. So we can all see how everything has just feel. Ah man, we are in a street. We are in a street hole. Seriously. Country of a particular concern. We are truly a pathetic concern. And the most thing about is that these pulpit bandits are still brainwashing their members that it is prayers that we take us from this rubbish. Instead of us to use our effort, to use our anger, to channel our anger in tackling this misruler, they will rather choose to depart of prayer. And we have been praying for decades. The country never even instead of us to be progressing, we are retrogressing drastically on a daily basis. Every day. Waiting good today, tomorrow we go spoil for Nigeria. As they break, one thing we very good, we will enjoy today. Tomorrow it go spoil. I probably never wanted to on Gen to come online. It's not that I know, because if I have put on Gen now, maybe people see me with light now. They will say I will get. No, we not get. Look at it. There's no light. I'm in a dark place. This is me. You see. So this is the situation. This is the situation we are in currently in Nigeria. But yet people are still today is Friday now. Many of our fellow youths today now, some of them are partying themselves. They say enjoy when you are young.
If you see very well, this is my source of light. If I off it, it is pure darkness. Can you see?
So this is just the current situation.
So, but people will not know.
We are all fixing. So it's
and I'm going to turn on the generator now because the system is telling me that it's 24% more. So I'll have to on the system. I have to on the gen for like 30-40 minutes to boost till like
so that
70% or so I can continue the live stream. Of course, I want to keep it on because we still want to tune into what these ADC people are saying. I think it is 11:30 and they are still very much up. If I'm not mistaken, they are still very much running their agenda space. They are still running their agenda space. If I'm not, the agenda spaces are still running. So we want to tune in, and of course, please. Okay, I think I can't see any more agenda spaces. Okay, there's still there. There's still the 2-door space still is going on. I want to really tune in and debunk whatever it is they are saying in real time, and related to the topic that we are talking about. So I still want but the reality is very, very clear, with respect to Nigerian people, and this is not cooking agenda or propaganda up. National grid is currently down, and even before the national grid is down, I've been not be only me. Nigerians have been basically looking for alternative solution, such as generator, solar. Even those that have joined to solar, they are crying because they have figured out that solar cannot be reliable. Of course, they thought they can escape or perhaps mock the fuel buyers, but at the end of the day, it's still back to square one, really, because they have to change batteries. They will have to they will have to be at the mercy of weather. If there is no sun, they are in trouble. All of those, solar panel angles, they have to buy more solar panels. All of this trouble will still there. So, and they will still be forced. They thought they can escape the reality, and it's not true, right? Even the federal government, they say they want to upgrade whatever it is that they did last year with respect to their solar energy bypassing of national grid. See, it's a terrible situation that cannot be escaped. We cannot escape it. And of course, when we see people now complain about these realities, we just look at them and smile. Let's take a look. Let's listen to this soundbite while I quickly go and fix
or can you compare Nigeria with Sokoto
my
State? That is
lighting
not be
issue
correct.
and go
You
and
compare
on the
Nigeria
channel.
with Ghana, you compare Nigeria with United Arab Emirates, and you compare Nigeria with Argentina. So when you are comparing, which currency do you use? You use the dollar. Now, when you look at our GDP 2 years ago, it was $500 billion.
Billion.
What is it? $1 billion. What is it today?
199.
We are now $199 billion. Are we better off or worse off? We are living in our worst days. Pre-Jonathan regime, before we rebase the economy.
Yeah.
Before rebasing the economy, we're larger than this. So everybody per capita income in Nigeria now is merely above $1,000. What used to be $3,000. So are we better off or worse off? How can subsidy removal with flotation be better? The question you should ask is, what should we have done differently? And there are options which were made available, written and in discussion to authority. But the cheapest way is for government revenue to boost, hoping President Tinubu hoped that governors will invest in the economy. Was that done? Was that done? But for a few states that actually reinvested this back into the economy, it's important for people to know the truth. After all, your station is about as it is.
Yes.
We need to say the truth.
Yes, as it is.
This economy is not as strong as it should be. This economy used to be the largest in the whole Africa. Today, the last time I spoke with your correspondent, we're number 4. Today, we are now number 5. Now check, the largest economy in Southern America is Brazil. It's also the largest country in population. The largest in North America is the United States. It's also the largest population with largest economy. Then you now go to Europe and see in Eastern Europe, you see Russia as the largest economy and also the largest population. And go to Western Europe, where you meet Germany, the largest population, largest economy. When you come to Africa, oh my dear black Africa, Nigeria is the largest population. It's not the first, it's not the second, it's not the third, it's not the fourth, now the fifth. So how can those two policies be good? It is more than obvious that they were made out of error, they were made in mistakes, and some of us had provided alternative solution to the government. Whether we will take it or not is another kettle of fish. But we cannot say because we have a deal, look for cutlass and beard ourselves, hoping that all will be well. It's like cutting our nose to spite our face. But well, the result is obvious in the public domain. People that are watching us and are listening to us, you are themselves. Are they better off today than they were 2 years ago? They should ask themselves. When we say that at the end of the tunnel, there will be light, the father of modern economics, macroeconomics for that matter, John Maynard Keynes, he said, and I quote, he said, in the long run, we are all dead. Ask anybody, we will go through pain. When will the pain end? Can they tell you it's going to be 1 year, it's going to be 5 years? Funnily enough, World Bank seems to provide the answer. Is that we should wait for 10 to 15 years? Can you continue like this for 10 to 15 years? And I asked in 2016, when I was interviewed by journalists, when Christine Lagarde told Nigeria that, don't worry, this economy will not go into a recession. I said, this economy will certainly go into a recession. I'm in Nigeria, I'm an economist in Nigeria, and I know for sure that this economy will go into a recession. Did you know that as against advice Christine Lagarde gave to President Buhari, Nigeria economy went into a recession? Was I happy? No. But is that the truth? That's what economics is about.
Hope I wasn't that late. And of course, yeah, thank you so much everybody for joining us. It's still the Movement Radio, the Civic Space and Liberation Chat. And of course, yeah, thank you so much for joining. Well, what have we been discussing? We've been discussing about the Nigerian phobia, resist or perish, right? Oh, Comrade Shiwailara, you're welcome. Sorry. I had to quickly step out to do a thing or two. So sorry about that. Please, yeah, it's nice to have you, ladies and gentlemen, or perhaps gentlemen in the studio here. And of course, to the 180 people watching us this evening, we salute the fact that you are with us. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we were about to, switch to a different engagement of listening to our fellow Nigerians. But well, we would be more than willing to pass the mic to African Wala and Comrade Shinwa Ilara. Are you there, comrades?
Yes, sir, my comrade.
Comrades,
Yes.
are you there? Please proceed. Please proceed.
Yeah.
No, if African Wala wants to, let
No, I don't
African
mind
Wala go.
if comrade Ilara wants to proceed. I think you should go first, my brother. Let me learn from you.
African Wala. Because comrade. Great work. We are still on this matter. That the Nigerian phobia will not stop them from being afraid of from approaching death from the perspective of not afraid of death, but something will have been tweaked to think that the usage of that non-phobia is not for resistance, and that will perish, just like we are, trapped in right now. And just I was just looking at the comment, and I saw the Edo Pikin comment that you can't tell me, paraphrasing what he said or what he typed, that you can't tell me that Nigerians are afraid of death by choosing to go through the Mediterranean Sea to escape the land. No, that's not a group of people that are afraid of death, or that have fear for death, or that experience fear in itself, because the highest form of fear in itself is death, right? So if vast majority of our people would subject themselves to that route as an alternate means to escaping the reality that they are trapped in, then you can't tell me that such people are really, suffering from phobia, suffering from fear, right? So, and it's further still connotes what we've been saying, that Nigerians are not afraid of death. You are not afraid of death. You aren't afraid to die. What has happened now is that we have been rechanneled. Our anger have been rechanneled. And the person that is rechanneling it, or the institutions that are rechanneling it, is not doing it for the sake or for the purpose of our benefit. It's not doing it with our interests at heart. So this is where we begin to question some of the things and some of the institutions that we have subjected ourselves to, because peradventure that they have rechanneled our anger, just like Civic Space Liberation Chat said the other time, that even in the way we pray today, we could tell that we are angry. It is now in Nigerian churches and mosques that they take, they bring weapons to churches. We have seen countless number of times that pastors, taking weapon to churches so as to kill the enemy. They claim he's an invisible enemy, but he's almost getting to the point where, these people will begin to attack some of the people they call the enemy, because they are now coming in with, sharp new cutlass, to come and deal with the invisible enemy. They are now carrying gun into the church, right, into the mosque. So we are seeing the high level of desperation, to begin to high level of violence unleashed, even in the prayer points. A friend of mine once told me of an encounter that he experienced while he was on the mountain to pray, and he said he was just hearing the so-called man or the prophet saying, "Oluwa ja okun emi e, Oluwa ja okun emi e." What that means in English is God is like fire. God is like fire. God is like fire. So he was like, he became disturbed. Like, how can somebody just be, recycling Oluwa ja okun emi e, Oluwa ja okun emi e, Oluwa ja okun emi e? What has this person done to you? If it was even channeled towards the so-called polymeters, it would have been better. But so I guess my guy was inquisitive. So he started looking for who can explain the prayer that guy is praying. Because he doesn't even understand. He can't see any reason why someone will come to such places and to be demanding the death of another man. Until it was now further exposed to him that a so-called rich person in quotes came to the mountain and paid the man of dog, some few money so that he can help him address a wicked boss that he had in office. So it is the wicked boss. They are praying that he should die because of work. Now, because of work, because of job that you can even resign. You can go and look for another job. If the current place where you are doing the work is not, interesting, you can protest, you can strike. They won't join the NLC. They won't join the union in their work. They won't protest. They won't agitate. They can't look into the so-called idiotic person that is their boss that looks like them and address the issue. I started addressing my boss when I was just barely a teenager. I can't forget the day I walked straight into his office and I told him never to talk to me that way ever in his life. As a teenager, why would I want to relegate my responsibility to an invisible idiot to come and help me do what I can do to a man on earth? I can treat the motherfucker. I have a policy. Every time I resume a job, I tell them the time I'm resigning. So when I took the job, I told the guy I was resigning 6 months after. That was exactly what I did. But because we don't give merit, that's why we are not. You are a service provider. It's not a begging issue. If you deliver quality and superior service, the person should be the one begging you. The reverse should be the case, or a mutual understanding of the fact that you are both providing service. You need my service, I'm committed to the service, and to deliver the premium of the service I can deliver. Why it's your responsibility to pay me? You are not doing me a service. Of course, he tried as they call it the business sense in Nigeria and Lagos. He tried to want to capture me, think he can capture me. So at the moment of it, in between that 6 months, he actually fired me. But I barely spent 1 month before he came to beg. Then eventually when I resigned, 2 weeks after I resigned, I started collecting my salary in 2 weeks at the luxury of doing the work at my own free time, because I was doing the work. I was effective on the work. All these ones that you are looking for favor, that's why you are looking for favor instead of the time that you are supposed to be developing your skill, mastering your skill. Is it not your religious leader that said that seeth a man who is diligent in this work, that he will sit before kings, and not before an idiot that you will now have to relegate your life to go and be saying it was the final straw. How can such adult you have to employ another useless adult on the mountain to come and be chanting, God take cut off the lifeline, cut off his lifeline because of work that you can resign, you can protest, you can go and meet the motherfucker and tell him to his face or her face that this is what you will not take on this job. But the reverse is the case, because the idea of what death, what non-fear means to us is to preserve self, it's not to give. You see, it's never to offer anything meaningful. And that is why the idea of God will favor you in spite of your flaws will speak to you. That's why they will scam you. What would scammer do? Scammer want to get you to the position where they feel that you are the one that needs their service. Without them, you cannot do without them. Once they get you to that point, they will scam you. That's why these idiot poppy bandits are scamming you. Who is praying? Who is collecting the offering? When the pastor needs money, he come and tell you that God needs money. So you donate, you do socialism and contribute. The work you did not want to do. You see, the socialist work you did not want to do. That they claim that the student will give it to one man. But when you need money, what does it tell you? It tells you now that you have to go in the route of God, all man for himself, God for all of us. Suddenly he points to capitalism and say, go and pray. God will favor you. God will favor you. You will be the head in your family. Mumu himself. Amen. Amen. I want to be the first in my family to drive a car. I want to be the first in my family to travel abroad. I want to be the first will give you. I have a theory I've done about the concept of force. That it is the force that got you here. That concept of being forced here that got you here. Because it was your oversabi sperm self. Out of billions of cells of sperm that was released, that went to fast forward and fast track the journey so that you were the first to meet the egg and fertilize the egg. Now, see where you are. See where see this, you have not learned from that concept of force. You are still, now that you are already a benefactor.
I heard one joke around that this whole concept of being the first to fertilize the egg, that this survival of the fastest kind of thing, the whole conception theory that you are a winner. The joke was that why would I be the winner and my body no rest one place? Why I no lose that kind of battle? For me to land myself in this kind of situation where I have to struggle for my life. For being an adult is a struggle, being a child is a struggle. Every till compared to other people that actually was lucky enough to be in other well packaged, a sane, progressive government. Please proceed, Commission.
As the oversabi force. Now that you have been the force, instead of you to calm down, see where you are forced now. Instead of you to learn that there's nothing wrong about being forced to this individualistic force. There's something wrong about it. There's something wrong about it. That's why the twins, the twins must be angry at each other. I think it's first candidate that first come now observe.
Taye.
Is who? Is Taye. To come now. Then one will not lie to the other. I say, this Nigeria is sweet too. Then he will not come. Then after he come, he say, you want only me to be to end the consequence of this life. We will end it together. So this idea of at least those ones who have companionship, at least they would have companionship. It means that they are not force individualistic. But this idea of the concept of force, we need to have reduced it. Now, scammers, they tell us in an obvious environment where we still need to come together and collaborate and build, they are telling you be the first. And you two, you are buying it. And it is that race that you are fighting. Instead of you to look at, wait a minute. They say all of us do not have a house to sleep as a family. No be to gather money, rent house, so that we can provide house for ourselves as a family. But you want to be the first to have a house. Now your beginning of your downfall. Now you don't orchestrate. Be that. Na scam. That's why the religious folks are subject to scam. Very vulnerable to scam. Very vulnerable to the political scams. Vulnerable to the political scammers. Check since inception now, from one scammer to the other, from one scammer to the other. As we dey leave Obasanjo, we dey get to another scammer of Buhari. As we dey leave Buhari, we dey get to another scammer of IBB. As we dey leave IBB, we dey get to another scammer of Abacha. As we dey leave Abacha, we dey get to another scammer of Obasanjo again. They say once beaten, twice shy. But this scammer wey no get this. See, this hotel wey no get sense, wey still dey trapped. As you dey live, what God cannot do. If today is the Holy Ghost, tomorrow morning they are going to what God cannot know. They are going to power must change hands. As they dey leave power must change hands, they dey resume at what God cannot do. They just dey transport them, they pass them as leather ball. Idiots. Pass them as leather ball. Say, ẹ̀yin ti gba ti àwọn ti gba tèmi lánàá ẹ jẹ́ ń fún yín wọ́n tún gbà lọ́wọ́. That's why somebody can come and say, if you think it's your money that is building this place, stop giving a hope. You see that the height of scammer. A scammer that is prideful is the height of scammer. He has collected your money, collected your time, collected your energy, and still telling you to your face that if you think it's your money, stop giving. At what time? So
now reverse psychology.
Yes, now it's to get the OTA trapped, and the OTA are trapped. In fact, you are now passing your children to them now. I say one time like that, I've never been angry. There was an only anger that jumped at me. I think I just left secondary school, barely in SS3, one time like that. Very long time. I was in the bedroom having my bath, and then I was hearing my children, what I do not have to, what I do not have to attain. My children would attain it. My children would attain it. I'm praying. They started praying. So I looked from the window. In my mind, I wanted to see older people. Maybe it was older people, very old people, retired people that pray such prayer. I saw young guys carrying babies. I saw young guys. They were all young, mid-30s at late, mid-30s or 40s. They carry babies, children. Bóyá ara wọn gan ni àwọn whiskey FC sìn.
Hey God.
Oh God. What a good man. See, I don't think I've been more angrier that day, like I was that day. I don't think I have been. What a uselessness. See how they were praying. It was in the morning, it was not in the night. On a normal day, I knew that they were nuisance. They causes nuisance. Where is dog? Someone said something now, but I didn't hear.
No, I don't think so. Anybody.
All right. So
continue
day,
yeah.
All right. Thanks. On a normal Sunday, I knew they were nuisance. I don't give time attention to them. It's a long time. I was still also a church goer myself. No, no, at this point, I wasn't going to church. And one of these days, we will share my experience. There is an experience. There is an abuse that I went through as a child in the hands of one of the so-called white garment churches. I'm gonna tell you, but not be today. But around this time, I wasn't going to church. I just saw the madness. The madness. I felt like going there to slap all of them, as in giving them all slap. Àwọn motherfucker tó jẹ́ kó máa lọ build nation for their children. Saying a child that is bearing, some cannot speak, some are toddlers. Majority of the children there were toddlers. They were praying that they would eat the fruit of their labor. Motherfuckers that have not done any work. I say I cannot be sure if they are the likes of the whiskey devs. They are even the likes of whiskey devs. They are nothing. Because such uselessness cannot bet anything meaningful. Such uselessness cannot bet anything meaningful.
Oh, maybe I'm not.
Comrade, I think someone is trying to jump in to add to what you're saying.
Commercial, thank you, African. Commercial, can you hear me? Please help me ask Commercial, like, the prayer point. Okay. Sorry, Commercial, the prayer point. I don't fully understand it. Like before, initially, I was thinking that it meant that the parents are poor, right, and they've given up, so the parents can no longer achieve what they should achieve. So it's now up to the children to now achieve and live a good life. So the parents have given up. But I don't understand. Is that what the prayer point is implying? Or is implying that if the parents cannot drop off, that the children will drop you off, or continue from where the parents stop drop off?
Waiting the parents do to continue from. What did they do? They too know that they didn't do anything. To continue from where? It's to order the time of event now. What did they do? Maybe that person when they do something will say, I wish that my child will come in and continue from where I stopped. That one person when they do something now. What did this one do? They don't do anything. They practically have thrown in the tower. That was the prayer. They have thrown in the tower and they are hoping that while in their existence, these children that they were holding, they carried to the idiotic shrine, are going to come and sort them in life. It's not an uncommon for religious folks. They would understand. They can relate with some of these things now. It's not an uncommon prayer point. It's not just in that place that they pray it. These guys are motherfuckers, and it's just the total irresponsibility, uselessness, as in anything less can qualify, can go into it. That was displayed that day. I said I was just barely, probably I'm probably in my SS3 or barely out of secondary school around that time. I felt like going there to slap all of them. Say, I can't imagine my parents praying that prayer, even in my absence. Even as I was a high school graduate or almost about to, I can't imagine my parents praying that prayer. That prayer is not a progressive prayer. That prayer is a motherfucker prayer. And it's birthed from hatred and anger. So when you have such institutions surrounding us, check the prayer point. One day I was interacting with one person and I said, what does it mean to go to power must change hands? From who? Power changing hands from who to who? And the guy was perplexed and he was looking at me. I said, no, you can't be perplexed. You can't be. You know what I'm talking about? Of course, they suspect the motherfucker me that I want it's a trap. So you cannot tell me from devil to God. Because that will bet another conversation. In fact, he has lost. Because is that not what they said the Messiah came to do? But scam works effortlessly without thinking. That guy is scamming them. But motherfucker scammer ni wetin be the idiot name now? The MFM idiot.
MFM.
Olukoya.
Many people they expose Olukoya now. Many women where Olukoya don't do is kindly. Where Olukoya don't, sexually, assault. Many of them now on YouTube, they're on Twitter, they're on social media, on TikTok, exposing him every day. But sorry for cutting you in there, bro.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm seeing that. But me personally, I call him the devil. If the devil in the Bible really exists, that guy is the devil. That motherfucker idiot is the devil. In my entire experience, I've only listened to him once, his message, and it's titled, I cannot forget, Who Needs a Deliverance? And this is the damage they are doing to our people. Me, I usually will say that these guys, the minute list of their crime against humanity, against African people, is collecting money. If they had collected our pockets, our offering, stole the money like they do, and leave the people's mind, it would have been better. But these motherfuckers turn humans to things we cannot identify anymore. He titled the message, Who Needs a Deliverance? I was living at Mowe Ibafo around that time. From Ibafo to Ojota, if you understand this route, that's barely about 30 minutes, 20 minutes journey without traffic. But because of traffic and all that stuff, 40 minutes. So it was a 45-minute message. I listened to it with all my desire. After I dropped at Ojota, I felt like I needed a deliverance. See, if the message had completed while I was at Punch, if you know that route very well, you know that MFM is not far from Punch newspaper. If the message had ended while I was at Punch, I would have gone there. And that is the motherfucker effect of the motherfucker useless man that he called message. He was able to convince and confuse people to think that the problem that is pertaining to them, our born out of economical, political problems, has anything to do with something spiritual. He's the devil. If the concept of, I do not believe in the concept of even the devil in the Bible. I never believed it. That's why I never prayed against it, because it's not real. But if there is anything that qualifies the devil, Oyedepo is a criminal, Adeboye is a scammer, confirmed scammer, pretentious snake is Kumuyi. But if there is anyone to call devil, that guy is it, Olukoya. He titled the message, Who Needs a Deliverance? Let me tell you, and his motherfucker skill of using story. Man. Let me tell you the story he shared. The story, no. Guy. And people are still under these idiots. Let me just paraphrase the message. One of the messages he shared in that stuff. So in case somebody have asked, now the story I'm sharing.
How much was the house?
Sorry.
The things I'm sharing today cannot be less than 25 years ago, right? So, but one of the things, so you can see that I still remember. But one of the things that he shared was that a young guy was paid a scholarship, right, to school abroad, all expense paid, because they were from a wretched family, and that after he was able to school abroad because he was intelligent, brilliant, and he was able to school abroad, he was exceptional, that after his graduation, on the last day that he was supposed to come back to Nigeria, because he had found a work or a job was waiting for him, there was job already, he went to one of his friend's house. They had a pool, and straight from the pens, he went straight to the pen so as to dive into the pool. But knowing to him, the pool was under renovation, so the water had been extracted from it. So the pool was blank. So the guy jumped into the pool while it was blank, and he landed with his head on the final day that he was coming to them. So what it traced everything to is that there must be witchcraft doing it. No. This guy is a motherfucker. He is a motherfucker. So one of the things about such, I usually also have one of the things you would realize, and you should see, this is a social experiment. Go and experience people who are living or are under this idiot. They are the devil. Go and look at the characteristics of what they call the devil in the Bible. Put it down. They are paranoias. They are destructive in thinking. They are really paranoid. The world is against them in their thoughts. They are against nature. Everything to them is against them. They are against beds, and it has nothing to do with education. Some of them in code, on paper, they have doctors, but doctors with no brain anymore. There was one that was saying that he saw a bird coming to steal his wedding ring on the day of his wedding. And they are mad people, really. And they prove that they are mad people. Go to their camp and see the surroundings. They have an entry gate and exit gate. Even within it is rubbish. But go to the surroundings. They have an entry gate and exit gate. They are useless to their community that they reside around Magodo. Is it not Magodo? What's this place called?
Magoro.
Very useless to their community. Extremely useless. To see the community, you would have to use the exit gate on the other end, not the one at the express. Use the exit gate on the other end and look at the communities there. Poverty surrounded, stricken. And they don't care. Why should they care? But they don't know that they are setting themselves up for attack too. Because it will take only just few thousands of naira to pay somebody to blow up that place. In fact, the day I saw this experience, this reality, I was like, these idiots do not know how they are subjecting their life. They do not even know the risk they are putting on themselves. That's how stupid they are. That's why the idiot is also in the business of siphoning money in safe havens. How many cases now has he lost in America? My bad motherfucker.
Ole Koya. Ole Koya.
Ole Koya. Ole ní ẹnu láti kọ̀yà. Ole ní ẹnu láti kọ̀yà. This idiot went to sue Sahara reporter. Have you forgotten? He came back with shame anyway. He went to sue. He thought he was in Nigeria. Our motherfuckers. He lock up people the same way these charlatans politicians lock up people. This is a devil. If they are looking for devil, if they say I should describe not this blackness or leave his melanin or his blackness or the sabotage or the compromise of the melanin, the head, what is in the head, they don't remove am. They don't remove blackness from his head. It is a religion, Abrahamic religion that is in the head, and that Abrahamic religion, if you study very well, you know that it's as wicked as the devil they described. And this is an embodiment of that. Because how do you lie to your people that much? And people are dying with these lies. They keep on selling the lies, they are dying. Idiots will do every month. Power must change hands. From who to who? Motherfucker, from who to who? Which power that are you looking for that has not changed hands since? But of course, he's collecting the power of the people to himself. And power keeps changing hands truly. And will he ever be tired of combating the power of the people to himself? Never. Their moral life is useless. Moral life useless. On a low code, he has a 2 official wives. So that you know that I know these idiots. And I know them. No moral life, only propaganda.
2 official what? 2 official what do you say?
He has 2 official wives.
Official wives?
Ìyàwó.
What do you call legal wife?
Wow, really? Because I understand that the lawsuit that he sued Sahara reporters, he lost, and in fact, he was asked to pay $7,000 according to the information that's available to us here. So he lost that case very terribly, and of course, he had been very careful to sue since that time. So, but these 2 official wives is quite strange to me. You know, I thought they have this strict code of just one man, one wife. You know, the Pentecostal Christian, because there are so many variants of Christians. The Kerubo and Seraphu guys still believe that, well, as far as the Old Testament is concerned, it is allowed, and of course, their own God has not changed. But in terms of the Pentecostal pastors, they are one man, one wife kind of doctrine. But well, it is what it is. You know, I don't have all of the information, but if you do, let's have it.
Well, I will look for it.
Well, officially, we know that charlatans like Ole Koya, they have one wife, and all the choir mistress are potential girlfriends, and all the other fine females in the church are potential girlfriends. So they might not officially be married to multiple women, but we know that they sleep with the women after brainwashing them. So it's nothing surprising.
Yeah, that is not far from the truth. That is not far from the truth. These things is like a pattern that is you can most likely predict with all of these guys. You know, there was a time there was an accusation on the head of Chris Oyakhilome also, including even TB Joshua. In fact, there's a documented BBC News documentary on TB Joshua of the sexual molestation and indoctrination, you know, hypnosis, sexual harassment, all of these things. In fact, there was this white woman that said that, you know, TB Joshua actually had sex with her after psyching her, including some other South African lady like that. It's a well detailed documentary. The audience can actually verify all of these things, because many people may be wondering that, what is wrong with these guys? These guys, that why are you guys throwing aspersion on the men of God? Is this what you as a
Is it just me, or we can't hear Comrade?
It's not just you. I can't hear. We can't hear
Comrade,
you.
Liberation chat, we can't hear you.
What happened? Can you hear us?
Oh, you can't hear us. No, I think he can hear us, but we can't hear him. Okay. Comrade, I think he wants you to continue. Yeah.
Yeah, so the phobia that Nigeria have, there's no phobia, there's no fear of death, really. But they will not resist, but rather choose the one to perish. And the reason why that is done is because there are institutions, like I've said, working on them, deceiving them, lying to them, that they can express their non-fear for death in a different manner. One of the promises of Abrahamic religion that is also trapping our people is heaven, the promise of heaven, that there is a better life after this man. You know, imagine if that is the option, that there is an option already on the table of a better life. Africans don't want to miss that better life, and I blame them for not wanting to miss the better life, really, with all the experience of this. But there is no better life. The proof that there is no better life is the person. They say one idiot in Ghana claimed that he was going to build an ark, that the earth was coming to an end in 2025. But he said just immediately after he raised funds, he went to buy one car like that. That's a proof that guy, there's no ever coming down now. That's a proof. You don't need any other thing. So somebody is telling us that earth is coming to an end. You are disposing all that you have, but he is still accumulating. No, now that's a proof. So the lifestyle of these people show to me that even if there is heaven, they do not believe it. The lifestyle of these guys shows to us that even if there is heaven, there is no belief. But there is none. It's a make-up. And it wasn't just made up just now. It was a system that was created for the sole benefit of the enslavers during the slavery era, during the slavery time. It was a system put in place so that the enslavers can continue having a nice day, an unchallenged day. That was the system. That was the system. So who does benefit from that? From hoping that there is a better life from here? The enslaver, the system of slavery does it, because as long as the people believe that there is a life after death, they will feel relaxed to want to bear the burden of timelessness of time. They would rather not fight it, but just imagine that you yourself, just imagine that you do not have to believe that there is a life after earth, and you know that you only have a minimum period of time to spend, and somebody has wasted our lives, and you only have years to go. See, the way we are thinking of building this nation is not the same way we would act. That idea alone, removing just that idea alone, is not the way, because you are building, you will be building so that these 5 years that remain out of the life expectancy, me too, I want to have at least 2 years of experience to see the beauty now. But you have an option, and the enemy of destination is not obstacles along the way. The enemies, like many have said, is option, alternatives, alternative destination. So what they give us is an alternative destination, so as to go and then to bed and sleep and fail to do the work that we must do to move from point A to point B that we are expected to be. And that is where we are. And that is what this alternate destination does. They once asked Alessandra, let me complete his name so that you can get it. The Great, because history added that he never lost a war. And they once asked him, why were you not able to lose a single battle? And the tactics that he shared surprised many. And what was the simple tactics? He said that they ensure that immediately they get to the shores of the enemy, that is to the pathway of the enemy, is that they ensure that they burn the boats down, and every soldier is seeing that there is no alternative route leaving the exit from the back door, or leaving from the back door. That the only route that remains now, the only escape, the only route, if I thought they would have to walk out of this alive, must be from the front door. And to walk through the front door, meaning that they must win the war. So the option was killed so as to put people's mind in a single mindedness, in a focus point. You are not focused about developing our environment now, because they have lied to us that there's another environment, like Onigbo, that is heaven. Is that not what Onigbo 2 or drug users 2, MVCH, is the same thing? They create another mental world in their mind, such as Olukoya. He has it is in that place that they spread the idea of what do they call it? Spiritual husband and spiritual wives. I say he has 2 wives officially. He has more spiritual, because if somebody can come and introduce to Nigerians that they have spiritual husband and spiritual wives, he has spiritual wives. What is happening to Liberation Chat? Is the battery low? So, but can comrades still hear me?
Yes.
All right. So it is in that vein. It is in that vein that we understand that the idea of alternatives is to distract us from chasing what is important. The idea of escapism or fantasy world. It's to distract us from our reality. And once we lose sense of reality, what happens? What happens is that nothing is get done. Nothing will be done in reality. Nothing will be done in reality. Once we lose focus of what we are supposed to pay attention to. And these are the reasons, the distractions. It's not longer a news that the people who sold religion to us were the same people who enslaved us. It is no longer a news that religion was the distraction. The religion is the building you see. Underneath the building, slavery was happening. Human trafficking was going on. The human business was on. It was on.
I think
So
I should be audible now, right?
Yes, you're now
welcome
audible.
back. You're welcome back. What happened?
Yeah, it was the battery of the other one. I'm currently charging it now. The battery is
right.
low, so yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So so the concept of our idea of what we pay attention to is the only.
Yeah, but wait, many people on the live stream would be saying, I believe by now that touch not my anointing. Why are you people talking about men of God like this? And of course, on what correlation does it have to resisting or perishing? On what ground? On how did we get here? Why can't you people just speak about Tinubu, talk about Tinubu only? Leave the men of God alone. I think that would be the reaction of many of our that was what I was trying to say the other time before I lost my batteries. So, but and with enough research, with enough digging, one would see the relationship, the symbiotic relationship between the politicians and the so-called men of God. But of course, this is not a way of denigrating or perhaps disrespecting anybody's religion. But indeed, if there's an issue,
let's not. Sorry, civil space. This is your space. We would expect it, right? But in this case, we are talking about what is real. What is real is the video that you played. The video you played is what is real. And what is real that is showing us is that people are no longer afraid. Because if they are afraid, would they be going after fuel as though it is water, understanding that it could light up with any slightest spark? That's what is real. This is not what is. So why are we going to be deceiving what is real? So if they are not afraid, or are you telling me that they know that does not come with great danger? Is that what you are saying? That adults do not know that is a great danger? In both ways we look at it, it is wrong. If we look at it and say adults do not understand that fuel like that could cause a great danger, it is wrong. Something is wrong. If we also look at it from the part that they would then the consequence regardless, that they understand the risk involved, but they just bear the consequence because of their reality, that is also problematic. So the question now is that now that they know that something is wrong and they don't give an F about life, how come it's difficult to organize politically with some of these people? Because that's where we started from. How come some of our people are not organizing politically? That is where we now lead to what are the things interacting with the brain of our people. Because if anything can capture the mind of the people, it will capture their actions. they will be scoring on go against self. Do you want the statistics have it that over 90% in this population belongs to one Abrahamic religion or the other? Is that a lie? And what do you think happens in some of these shrines, Islamic and Christianic shrines? What do you think happened there? People's minds are interacted with. Have you not had people say to you before that my man of God said? You are discussing something with them and they suddenly just switch to the point that a man of God said. It means that at that point, the mind that you are interacting with is the man of God. So when I say that vast majority of those people belongs to one Abrahamic religion or the other, that is a fact. How come they are not thinking well? Then the people or the things or the institution they have went to submit their mind must answer to these things. They must answer, what have you been doing with the people's minds? What have you been telling them? Because if you have been lying to them that their problem is spiritual, that explains why they will show no fear in going after what could actually kill them. But cannot sustain them systematically. No matter the or any one of them still that day, they cannot make money enough to sustain them. But we can begin to build institutions, the thing they wanted to use money for. Let's assume that one of them is sick and he needed money for paracetamol that day. That's why he did that. We can begin to address institutions that address systems. The health system, the transport systems, the housing system, the financial system for in the case of people who needed a startup loan or a grant. But when we come and talk to our people about these things, what are the excuses? They say they are afraid that they do not want to die. That's why they do not want to engage government, because they shall not die but live. But the same person who said he shall not die but live went to risk his life for few. So it is now in our right, in our civic duty to now begin to query everything that has been taught to them. And everything that has been taught to them has been taught to them to benefit the status quo, the state. Because the church and the state has always been at par. No facts. The Vatican got destroyed because the church lost the battle. Have you not heard of it? The Vatican Church used to control the political affairs of the world. And some might even still argue that they are still in control. So your religion is playing a political role, where, especially when it comes to attack your mind. Is that not what your religious text said? That guide your heart with all diligence, for out of it issues of life flows. Proverbs 4:23 or 23 verse 4, one way or the other. The issues that affect our lives, that your mind process in a wrong way, needs to be addressed. The institutions that you submit yourself to needs to be addressed, because these institutions have told you that you do not have a political problem, you do not have an economical problem, that you have a spiritual problem. And since you have been battling with spiritual problem, fighting your village people, you left your village people, came to city, think you are escaping. Now that you have jackpot from your entire African continent, as the village people stop, not at all. So it means it's not the village people. You were lied to. We are exposing that lies. So if the institutions do not want to be in our view, they should not do the work, or simply just leave the African minds alone. Òrìṣà bó lè gbè mí ni. àfihàn bó ṣe dá mi náà bóyá bá mi. Meaning if a God cannot save you, let the God leaves you so that you can go and find your solution. But with all your religion, you are still doing fraud. That's it. I say now over 90%, Nigeria has a political ruiners that is sworn in either by any one of these two Abrahamic religion book. Or when last did you hear that somebody was sworn in with Ifa? This is a typical Abrahamic state, a captured Abrahamic state. And we are seeing the political affairs of our lives going down the drain. And you are still saying that religion should be left out of the conversation. This is why we have to discuss it. Because that thing is obviously out to kill you. If care is not taken, it's going to kill some of us too. By your own help. So this is the reason why we have to address it. We have to address the things playing out in our environment. Except if we say we should leave the status quo. But we are not leaving the status quo. This is not the ideal situation. The ideal situation is not for us running out of our continent and country. It's not. The Omonilu must take back their country. And all the aliens. Alien Abrahamic religion, all the aliens must find their back out if they cannot help. If they want to help, fine and good. The conversation is how can we develop our space? How can we develop our state? How can African children have a chance to live and not go and be miserable like this? This is miserable. Even looking at this picture is misery. What are we looking for? What do we want out of life? That we have to be begging. We're talking about the likes of the so-called Yeyemitis yesterday that were begging. Where did you think they learned it from? You beg spiritually, you beg physically.
It's always interesting to me, really, that this whole idea of trying to really impress a celestial entity, for that celestial entity to be able to basically do goodness in the lives of us. Let me put it in a way that you understand that we need to really, impress, or perhaps hacks without ceasing, or hacks every single time, or even perhaps even inflict ourselves with pains for us to get the attention of a divine being before that divine being can even consider to really do something. Of course, it's either this divine being is all powerful or really does not really care, or perhaps not that powerful as they claim he is, or perhaps is a very narcissistic, powerful being. Because, for instance, take a look at Nigerian situation. Take a look at what Nigerians have been going through for years. Of course, well, if you have to take a look, if you have reasoned or read the Bible cover to cover, like some of us have done severally, the fact that this divine entity actually literally folded his hands and watched Israelites at some point in their history, according to the Bible, suffer for 400 years before he just thought us, well, I think it's time for these guys to leave the slavery land that they have. I think I have had enough fun with their suffering. Or perhaps, how did they even get there in the first place? There was indeed something dramatic that even happened that made them, get to that according to prophecy. All right. How can you explain somebody giving a sacrifice and a bunch of birds just came? They want to come and hit the sacrifice, and in the bid to just chase them away, that do not eat the sacrifice that is meant for God. All right, and he just suddenly heard some voice and said, well, because you have chased these birds away, your descendants would suffer for 400 years in a foreign land. How do you justify that sort of narcissistic? And if you observe, if you pay attention to scale of 400 years of suffering in a foreign land is no joke. And of course, coming up with what seems not to be even the solution to the problem, but like an insult to injury kind of situation, whereby you ask them to, well, leave and begin just to wander around desert. All right, and knowing fully well, because one of the things that they paint us the picture of someone that knows the end from the beginning. That means at the point where they were living, the so-called, where they were enslaved, he knew that only 3 of them or 2 of them would make it. I think Joshua and Caleb, I believe, were the only ones that made it to so-called promised land, the land that is flowing with milk and honey, in quote. But well, that is thousands of people that perished in the desert. Many people would also argue that, well, based on archaeological facts, there's been so much digging around the deserts around those regions, and they had not found any, because if you look at the scale of people that must have died across the desert as a result of them wandering about for 40 years, according to the historical record. So let me just go into the details of what my own reservations are. But I just want to paint the picture of a God who gets angry very easily, or perhaps does whatever pleases him. And of course, maybe perhaps what we are going through in Nigeria, if we are to go through or perhaps follow the narrative of the Bible, maybe perhaps this is exactly going along line with the plan of this deity. Maybe perhaps we have to suffer for a certain period of time for him to eventually intervene, because the level of prayer that have gone down the drain, the level of commitment, the level of prophecies. In fact, it seems as though the Nigerian situation is defying every prophecy by his so-called, appointed servants, because like 2 years in a row now that Adeboye has come out to say, my daddy revealed to me that this year will be better. Nigeria will have so much economic, progress or turn around. The dollar, the naira will, with one day, become equivalent to a naira. It seems as though, as every year goes by, it keeps basically disappointing or disgracing his servant, because things have been going from bad to worse to worse to worse to worse. I now begin to wonder whether or not these guys that parade themselves, because it's very important. Of course, I have seen, as I have related it to politics, because these guys, whenever it's political seasons like we are now, we are in 2026, where it is a year leading to 2027, the election year, basically, you begin to see politicians going to these churches, and these men of God, we offer them their pulpits, like literally, and they are basically going to use their pulpits to market themselves. Basically, they are handing over their platform for these men of God to use for political reasons. And they will also come and say, no, they just came for prayers. Well, I think the facts does not really agree with that. It seems as though the politicians, they've got a mission, and as so-called men of God, you do not give your platform or perhaps relegate, use your members to farm political favors, because by and large, the whole idea of them they shouldn't have been given politicians if there's no way I will stand a chance, despite being a Christian or perhaps being a technical member of RCCG, and they will just give me a microphone for me to come and speak and address millions of people. It's not possible. Even for a pastor that is basically the pastor of a local church that is in RCCG, will basically have to wait for like 20 years before you even stand a chance of being given the microphone to address, millions of people in a major event. But these politicians will just come out of the blues and you just hand over the microphone to them to address. And of course, we know what that means politically. So this gives this, for logical thinkers, for critical thinkers, some of us can dot the I's and cross the T's, put two and two together and say, well, these guys are really, really having a pari passu, hand in hand, rub my back, I rub your back kind of situation. Hence the need for us to discuss it. And of course, I'm just taking my time to address this, to shed the light to as many of our listeners or our viewers, about 175 of them now, to clear the air that it's not as though we are all out attacking men of God, all right? We are out to set the record straight. And of course, feel free to use the comment section or perhaps join us in the studio here to reboot or perhaps, come against or just express yourself, and we'll be more than willing to listen and read your concerns based on the comments of the speakers. So this is just me doing the usual homework, devil's advocate kind of situation. I'll pass the mic back to, I think Comrade African Wala wants to say something before Comrade Shinwailara. Is it true? Am I right? Or
no. Comrade Ailaya is doing a great job. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Please, Comrade Shin, you have the mic.
The clarity is needed, but I don't think it's, in my own view, I don't think it's needed really, because we are seeing it. We are seeing, we didn't make up all these things. You have played some of these videos to us, and I have also read some of the facts between 2024 and 2025 occurrences of fuel tank explosion, of our people trying to go and get fuel from fuel tank accident, and in the course of it, boom, explosion. In 2025 we saw a series of fire outbreaks at the what you call working environment of some persons, and lives were lost. That the person, probably said to their family or relatives that they were coming back, they were going to work. Who will have thought that there is a danger at work? But in this country, there is danger everywhere, because there is no means of exit in case of we saw it that people have to resort to human effort, being given ladder for the case of the bank tower in VI, the UBA bank. We saw how people were jumping from heights without any forms of assistance, no technical support. Fire support was nowhere for hours. Just in December, we saw another time that a building got burned for 5 days, and there was still no fire assistance, no ambulance for those days that the fire outbreak happened. So we are seeing that obviously, for people who are afraid of death, 2 days after the incident of AJ, we saw the incident that claimed about tens of lives of our people again due to bad state of things on our roads. So we are almost becoming numb to the news of loss of lives, because it's no longer news. It's now normal. Meaning the death of humans in this country is no longer news. Maybe if you are pretending that it's not news, it's because you are waiting for it to happen to you directly. And I think that's what and if, who does that? Who waits for things such as horrible events to happen to them directly before they solidarize with their brothers and sisters? Who does that? Only the misinformed. These are some of the things that should get you angry. Should get all of us angry. That what are the things that apply to us? What are the things that apply to our brothers and sisters? To abandon politics, but yet endanger their lives for minute and petty opportunity. Because that's what people will call an opportunity to go and get fuel so that they can sell it. The danger of that thing is massive. None of them can escape it. None of them around there can escape. And even if you escape, you wish you have not even escaped it, because there's no way you will be remaining the same. What they do, they call off the bluff. They then no consequence. You must be, it's the state that our people are in. That state is desperation. And if that state is desperation, and there are obvious things that we need to be addressing, that can address our problem at a systemic level, not at the charity level, at the systemic level together. What are the things? It's the same way. That is where I started from. Like that, my point earlier was that we should look at the institutions around us, and that we should look at the institution of capitalism to start with, the economic institution around us. That the economic institution around us, forbids us to work in partnership, to complement each other. That we are designed to be put against one another. That the school forbids that we have two first. That one must be first, one must be the last. One must be first, one must be the last. It literally just put us to compete against self. That idea, these are the things that bred the idea that it is now almost difficult for us to work together to bring about changes, real life changes, sustainable changes. But the educational system spread that, which is what we received for vast majority of time. Then we enter the economical world, and the economical world is also saying the same thing. The slogan there, that's the slogan, that if someone does not get spoiled, another will not make the advantage, make the benefits. That's why we see gambling as an alternative to life, to having means of survival. We know the implication that every time we win, someone else is crying. We know. Just like when you also get involved in gambling, when you lose, someone else is rejoicing at the other end. But are these sustainable? Can we make enough to solve systemic issues from an individual standpoint? How much do you have to make to fix the roads to not cause bad accident to start with? How much do you have to make to solve lack of infrastructural development in the area of health and in the area of electricity? How much do you have to make? You think it's by only jet? Don't you know the damage that noise pollution could do to you, apart from the air pollution in itself? That we are developing some complications of health system because we are polluting our air. Our air is polluted. What should have served as a source of energy, source of life to us is no longer source of life. So the question is, what are the things miseducating us or that have miseducated us to no longer see the part of coming together to collectively build, but lying to us that in isolation is the way. So these are the things that we look at. So we look at, see, that buying Jeep is not the answer to bad roads. Who does that? Who are the people who believe this? The people who have been miseducated. That getting an entourage is now an answer to insecurity. Who believes this? So these are some of the things that you should be angry. I am angry. I'm angry with all these institutions miseducating my people. Because if you are not miseducated, it will only take us half a day for us to get these idiots out of office.
Anyways, this is Lagos Ogbomoso Express Road. This is currently,
No,
it's not the road.
This is Lagos Ogbomoso death trap.
Thank you so much. So for many of our listeners or viewers that are just wondering, where is this? Where is this? Is it an old video? No, this is not an old video. It's a recent video. Go verify. This is the kind of road that people ply every day. And well, in 2026, this is the nature, of course, where you can see that some of these lorries carries goods, food items going into Lagos. Some of them may not even make it to Lagos before having accidents, just because of these terrible roads. But of course, our people would not call out all of this. They would rather go and pray. Well, we just have to highlight it, right? Or perhaps beg the government to do something about it. So this is Lagos Ogbomoso death trap that is called road. And of course, if you talk about it well enough, or perhaps, as we are doing now, we are putting ourselves in danger of being arrested by DSS, because quite frankly, the government of the day don't like stuff like this. They want all of these things to remain in the secret. All right? They don't want things like this to be exposed. They want it to be as coded as possible. And Nigerians, by and large, just like Dele Farotimi has said, if you have given the oppressors the allowance to oppress you, why won't he do that? You are giving him the allowance. You are giving him the go-ahead, basically, to keep on doing what he has to do. So here you have it. I'll keep playing this for quite a while for our new viewers, while Comrade Shumailara keeps speaking. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah, Comrade, thank you for also bringing these things. It helps, because we act as if we are living in a la land, but while we have the reality of of a death land. It's a death trap. It's not a road, it's a death trap. No wonder, while growing up, I usually would realize that people would go and say, will go and tell the father in the Lord, Daddy, should I travel? I did not understand. I did not understand why people were doing that. Then the guy will now say, meaning I see danger in your front. If me, I'm the prophet, who am I going to be allowing to travel?
Can you see that bus? Look at that bus. That bus cannot make it again. It don't stop for road. And of course, look at how the kind of heavy load with the carry pull for this. When you talk about all of these things, is this how public transport is done all over the world? Even in some African countries, where after loading the vehicle and parking people like sardine inside the vehicle, people are so uncomfortable. In fact, the last time I used bus like this, these guys are also smuggling rice. that you now find difficult. They will smuggle rice under the seat, so it makes it hard to your discomfort. And when you talk, you say they'll begin to complain and say, well, they have to do what they have to do, and it is the reason why they are charging the way they are charging. But well, without regulations, stuff like this will keep happening, and you'll keep having, despite the terrible roads. You can imagine, despite having terrible roads, you now overload the bus like this, and of course, the bus don't stop for road anyway. And of course, you now begin to people will now begin to blame the driver and the bus for this kind of situation. But in real sense, when you have a government that really regulates stuff from the car park, from where they are going to basically live, that is where the regulation should have been done, even not on the road. All of the checks and balances along the lines of good tires, good windscreen, whether or not the lighting system are working, the what is it called, the front light, the tail light, all of these things, fire extinguisher, whether or not the tire is in the good order, whether or not the transit driver, there's this is called alcohol test. These are the things that should have been done before the journey starts. Not be when the journey don't start, if they say they don't dey for a road, you can't they pursue them. And in many of these chases, it leads to accidents. And of course, coupled with a bad road, of course. So yeah, it is what it is. And of course, our people would prefer to be, to be smuggled like a sardine than to voice out. They would rather endure that kind of pain and pray to God that God will do something than to really resist. Or perhaps they don't care even if they perish in this kind of situation where they are putting their lives in grave danger. So this issue of risks is not only in scooping fuel, it is saturated everywhere, including public transportation. Even Okada that will be going as far as 120 kilometers per hour. The Okada man does not have helmet. The passenger don't get helmet. And of course, even Okada riding, is it the kind of ideal mode of transportation in a proper country? Should that even be the commercial means of transportation when you have more safer option, considering the level of our own peculiarities and our road and all of these things? But you have a very terrible government who wants the status quo to continue, and a follower base, or perhaps those that call themselves citizens, who have allowed stuff like this to persist for decades. And of course, it's high time for us as a people to really say enough is enough. And of course, the reason why we are here is to bring this to the attention of our people again and again, especially those that are not aware or perhaps ignorant about these issues. We'll bring it to your notice. Of course, we recommend solution and how to bring an end to this sort of madness, because in 2026, there should be no road in this kind of terrible, condition. It is, and you now begin to wonder why there are many deaths on road like this. So many deaths on a daily basis. And if you can see now, you cannot find any emergency worker or any ambulance service or anything. And these guys are collecting taxes. What are they using the taxes to do? And if we talk about the fact that they are embezzling these taxes, they get offended. They begin to pick us up. They use DSS to trace us and locate us and imprison us. But these are the realities of the Nigerian people. And there's no way they can hide for long amidst these kind of realities. It is what it is. Please take it away, Comrade Sean.
Yeah, it is what it is. As good as signing off on, you should not be plying this road without not having life insurance. In fact, I'm sure that after plying this road, if you have an accident and you die, insurance will not pay you in this country, because they will ask you that this is not like a suicide, because you saw this road and you still went to. This is not a road, this is a death trap that you committed suicide, that they can't pay. Because this is this a road? It's not a road. This is a pathway. This is a pathway that cars have to force themselves on. But people would, and you will see that people would drive on this way with tension. People know that there is problem, that's why they would have to use all the gimmicks that they have to use. People will be compromised even in these states. That's why somebody will be leading a prayer and people have to force to pray it because they know that they are almost going to the death trap. So they are looking for every luck that they can get to survive out of death trap. That's exploitation. That's not you believing anything. Anything you believe in this is at duress. It's Stockholm syndrome. It's for the sake of survival that you believed. This is not life. So it is. How can people use this road and still not resist? Sorry. How can people ply this death trap and still not resist? How can people be subjected to being trapped and still not resist? One day, I was in a similar commercial bus like that. What the guy used to tie brake, in fact, the first bus broke down, stopped, stranded for 2 hours along the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. Then they suddenly requested for another bus. The bus that came, what the guy used to tie brake, it was strings. It was in my presence, I was sitting. I was sitting beside it. It was string. It's just for that string to remove. Break don't end. Me, I will now come out of that such experience. I will now think that nothing is wrong. Something is wrong. But me, I cannot come out of such experience and think that nothing is wrong because my interaction with my brain is intact. Because when I look at the problem, somebody might say, oh, the individual also is at fault. I don't think on a normal sense, I don't think the person who should be protective of life, I don't think it's the passenger that should be more protective of life than the driver. So if the driver is not protective of his life more than the passenger, the first contact of accident, then that means something is wrong with the way also he's being taught. So I see a systemic error. What system have trained this guy not to value his life to the point that he would use a string to tie brake together? What system? And let's even say your own is like, oh, I'm in my car, I do not use that, I service my car. And then you ply road with such people. What amount of force do you think you would have to encounter for you to lose touch of your control, of your car control? Especially the cars that is being designed that for bad roads like this. What level of impact do you think you would need to have for an accident to occur? So, but if we are not responding the way we say, the guy don't want a brand new car to drive a brand new car. Where is he going to get the support to provide a brand new car? Is there a car insurance in this land? Is there a car insurance to relegate some of the so-called bus that we drive out of our space? Is the road even worthy of anything interesting to start with? So these are the systemic errors. So that day after me, I came out of that experience. I knew that it's another motivation to get into addressing systemic errors, because it's a system error. It's not just an individual. Then where are the road warders? Where are the road safety agents to inspect these vehicles to show that it's also worthy of the roads, if at all the roads are? So these are systemic errors. That's nothing to do with just an individual. But instead of our people to see these systemic errors, it is now one woman at the village who has tied their destiny that is doing them. The evidences are there. A woman was beaten to death in between Lagos and Ogun State last year. What was her excuse? They accused her that she looked like witch, a woman who was of age, who had lost his way or is probably tired on the road and needed some rest. And while she was resting, instead of them to assist her, they flogged her to death. It was in the morning they find her in the pit that she is already dead. They recorded it. It was a church that recorded it. What kind of belief system, what kind of people believe such? That the problem is not the people, they will still come. The president was talking about that the fact that we are soon getting into the election cycle. We are soon getting into the election cycle, and that before you know it now, some of these politicians will start becoming your church membership again after 4 years. Now for 4 years they resume. They start coming again. They start preaching that your pastor or your imam. Why are they giving them audience? I thought the church said it's neutral. They are not. Why? And it's still the same people that got us to this point, creating death trap for us, calling it road, that they will still give audience to. They are not death trap. They are part and parcel of the state. They are co-conspirators and co-collaborators of the place where we are at. If you are not seeing it, it's still speaking to the fact of the damage that we need to correct. But guess what? Immediately after they have done that, in the next 1 year or and a half, after they are in the office, suddenly your church resume back to non-partisan. They now claim that they are non-political, that they cannot discuss politics here, but they allow them to come and market you, but they cannot invite them for you to come and query them, for your feedback to be queried. That's no coincidence to me at all. That's still what slavery is, precisely. But it is madness for anybody to think that they want to apply this road and say that they would wish that is one supreme being that will save them from having an accident on this road. It is madness. Because one of the shock absorber, one of the shock cultural shock that affect some of our brothers, especially those ones who have because for the sake of survival, people are religious. It's for the sake of survival in this country. People are religious. I do not blame you if you are religious, but I'm saying that you must understand why you are doing this, so that when they need to look for an alternative medicine to solve our problem once and for all, because we can therefore now abandon what has not worked, because this hasn't worked. But for some of our brothers who have jackpot, one of the cultural shock that's happened is with their prayer life. They just suddenly realized that they are not praying as they were in Nigeria. One of the basic points that you will stop praying for is electricity. Basic point, entry point. If you imagine the prayer in silence and the one we say for electricity, one day a friend of mine in Nigeria said that she didn't say she's not going to, she said she's not going to a particular BG anymore. And I was asking her that, why are you not going? She said, I can't imagine. I didn't want to go, but eventually I went. Immediately I got there around 11. By 12, the generator stopped working. You can't imagine that we prayed for Jen to work from 12 to 3 a.m. Then I go there to go and pray for the generator to work for 3 hours.
It is crazy, and of course, there was this news that also broke. I don't know if
It's not the
Commission is
this
still
madness.
connected. Yeah, there's this news that also broke about a situation where um a transformer broke down in a street, and they were basically praying for the transformer, or perhaps is it transformer or a building was burning. I think it is a building. I
No,
should be
you are
able to
right.
pull up.
There was the issue of the transformer. There was the issue of a burning house.
I
Two
think it
separate
is two.
issues.
I think I'm right. And so we thought
So you are
two
right.
separate issues that actually an historical is a very historical event, and you see people praying, and you now begin that gives you a glimpse, of the Nigerian mentality, or how what constitutes our thinking, all right, in Nigeria. And you now begin to dot or make the connection that way, how did we get here really? Where our people sees prayer as a solution to everything, like everything that should be solved by just actions. But how long do we continue to just put everything in the hands of prayer, or perhaps, what will not really solve what is not practical? So you now begin to ask yourself whether it is the standard practice all over the world that whenever a country or a people are going through something, all they have to do is just to raise up a hand and pray. And it is indeed what we are talking about on this platform, to bring about the reality of the situation and highlight it for us to learn and relearn. And to the 180 of us that have joined this live, I say thank you to you. We have been streaming for the past 7 hours, 22 minutes. And I think it's, according to my own time here, it's 23 minutes gone past the hour of 1 a.m. 23 minutes gone past the hour of 1 a.m. So, and I believe that is the same for commercial. I would like you to give your final closing remarks before we draw the curtain today. Commercial Ailara.
I'm still here, Shao. I'm still here, bro.
Oh, Adege, please proceed. I'm not in a hurry. Just take your time. Proceed and give your submission, and let's have it. Adege, please proceed. Are you there?
No, not Adege, it's Godwin Saint. I'm still here, Sha. I said once.
Godwin Saint. So sorry. I'm not looking at my screen. I was doing some other things behind the closed door. So please, Godwin, please come in. Godwin, please proceed. No verse.
Okay, just like what we're saying, that we cannot pray our way out to get the solution we need right now, because we've been praying for decades. Even before my forefather we were being given birth to. They were praying. Even my dad, our parents, they have been praying. So we can all see that prayers cannot change what we really want currently, because, and that is what these that the GOs have done to the minds of the majority, that it is prayer that will fix their problem instead of taking action. It is action. Imagine the strength that these vibrant Nigerians are wasting on this ground, and they channel those strengths on the real action, on the barricades. Imagine where we should have supposed to be as a nation by now. And the most painful aspect of it is that these guys now that are wasting their time, energy, strength, praying to change, you will never see them on the barricade. Once it's the call for the barricade, you will never see these jobless Nigerians that are wasting their time. Because I call them jobless, because I cannot imagine myself at this moment, at this time, doing this. For me, this is rubbish, because instead of us to be taking action on how we are going to fix our chaotic situation, they will rather choose this is the easiest route for them. They will rather choose the easiest route than channel their energy on meaningless things that we never use to any possible solution. And this is where we have been for decades, for years, and it has been what we have been doing same thing, and we still expecting a same result. And it's so unfortunate that so many Nigerians, they are not still saying what they are not getting the real message that we are speaking about here. Nobody is talking down on prayers, fine, but you cannot tell me that prayers is what is going to fix a chaotic nation, a chaotic nation like Nigeria. Because Singapore never believed, they never channeled their energy in praying. Even China, the Western world that most of our misrulers are running to today, those nations, they are not fixed by prayer. But I don't see how. I want to see how this our jobless Nigerians we fix this country with prayers instead of us to take the right drastic action. Imagine we were able to, I told you for the past 6 days now there is no light in my community. And why is there no light? Is it not the effect of bad government? So who is going to question them that there is no light? And if we have a competent government in place, is there supposed to be a black hat? And these guys are not answerable to us. So it's so unfortunate that many Nigerians, they have not still come to the realization that prayers, that is still praying in church that Nigeria is going to change, you are just wasting your time. Pray till now, till centuries to come, it will not fix anything. And upon all the prayers that they have been praying, look at the current situation of this nation. It's on a retrogression. We are going back on a retrogression, on a per second billing. Instead of progressing, we are retrogressing. And it's so unfortunate that this is where and how we have found ourselves as a nation. So we must come together as a people, tell ourselves the real truth, face the fact take the right action for us to liberate ourselves from this chaotic situation we are finding ourselves. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, I will pass the mic to the African Wala. I think he's ready to address us now. Please take it away,
Yes.
the African Wala.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Godwin, for putting your voice to this dialogue. Thank you so much. And thank you all the time, Comrade Ayilara, always delivering so much knowledge. You've explained so much, and I really hope people just understand in the liberation chat conversation, we're trying to liberate ourselves. We are not saying we are the smartest people or the ones that have all the answers to our problems. But we know one thing for sure, that we can't continue doing what we have been doing and expecting a change in our society. At this point, we are on our knees, we are crawling, and we just have to do something else. So we have to address it from different areas that contribute to the mess that Nigeria is. From the religious angle, mostly from the psychological angle, and religion plays a very strong role. From the political angle, and our general cultural disposition, the way we behave as a people, we need to change. And it's very, very important that we stop being defensive, stop trying to defend your pastor, stop being emotional, stop looking for reasons to push back on messages that are trying to contribute to our collective liberation. Because I know a lot of you would have many Bible verses or Quran verses to push back on a lot of the talking points. Talking about pastors, you're going to bring out a Bible verse to protect your pastor. Talking about using your logical reasoning, you're going to find a Bible verse to defend not being logical. You're going to say something like, oh, a carnal mind, you're going to find something to say. We understand. But you need to open your window, look outside, look at the environment. This is not the kind of life that we deserve. We deserve better. And in order for us to accomplish a better society, we need to change what we are doing. And that's the essence of this conversation. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat, for always bringing us together. Salute to you, my dear comrade. Thank you so much, and regards to you, brother.
Thank you so very much indeed. And of course, it's been a pleasure to always have us discuss about this issue. And as you've rightly said, many people would talk about, now think say now na smart pass, abi now na sabi pass. I too know. Of course, now only una sabi wetin dey happen for Nigeria. And of course, your ideas are not popular among the people. The fact that you want people to actually fight for their liberation is not popular. People have to keep, if your idea is popular, people would have embraced it. They will have, jumped on it, and, it must have been the popular rhetoric in the mouths of people. So you have to do something about that ideology. You have to change the ideology. You have to, repackage it in a way that, it will be more fascinating to the people and to gain public acceptance. This whole resistance, rhetoric, or perhaps resistance as a solution to our problem is the Luther unionism ways that has not been working and will never work. That has been the satirical or perhaps cynical mockery of what had been our solution. And it seems as though as they are trying to mock an obvious solution, what seems to be the popular solution has also turned out to be what has been popularly rendering people into suffering and poverty, starvation, repression oppression, inequality, justice everywhere, just because people have chosen the popular route. All right, the popular route of following politicians, establishment politicians, up and down. All right, the popular route of following and going after, supporting, pledging allegiance to popular politicians. And of course, to many people, this is the way to go. This is how we are. We just have to keep supporting these people, and of course, just simply hope that they will become merciful, they will become mild, that their lion will somehow turn to vegetarian, somehow, by sheer miracle. All right? Well, we will always be here. Here we are. We have always been telling you about the pathway to our liberation. And you hear them complain from place to place about this very issue of bad governance, terrible roads. How can you leave your house, say you want to go for interstate travel, and you are stuck on the road for 2 days, 3 days? Look at my people who are been supporting a popular ideology of staying loyal to popular politician. This is an interstate road, Lokoja, that is Kogi State to Abuja road, and people are stranded on what should be an express road. It's express. This is supposed to be an express, but people are stagnant in an express. This is absolutely a perfect description of the Nigerian situation. Nigerian situation is supposed to be an express, no delay kind of situation, but we are stuck for decades. And of course, people live this reality regularly. And when you tell them, they tell you that we still have to continue being loyal to the existing political hegemony. And it is the reason, and people will also say that, yeah, you people don't know except just to talk. Well, we have evidence to show that we are not just talkers. And it is not you that is going to determine what will be our next line of action, because we have chosen to basically take this educational path. Because by and large, we figure it out that, well, education is the way. All right, there's no way you conscientize or prime a people to resist oppression without you educating them. They have to know exactly what is wrong with them, what their problems are, how to overcome it, how to get out of it. All right, and of course, it seems as though we are dealing with a people whose minds are made up. But well, we still have to keep up bringing on board honest-hearted minds, even if it's the new generations, even if it's to pass to the new generation after some of us must have grown old, a solid infrastructure of resistance, such as what we are doing now. We are basically, resisting oppression, even if it's what we have to do in our own generation, despite our own parents not able to do this for us, for the most part. All right, even if what we have to pass on is, a solid resistance foundation, I think we have done our bit. Now we have done our own best. We have done our bit. And history would be kind to us to remember what we have been able to do. All of these things are on record, and they will always be on record. Let's pass the mic to Comrade Shunwa Hilara as he gives us his closing remark. It is 39 minutes gone past the hour of 1 a.m. from my side of things, and from the side of things of Comrade Shunwa Hilara. I think it's time for us to take a recess. Then tomorrow we'll go again. Your closing remark, Comrade Shunwa Hilara.
Yeah, great work, comrades. Good job, big job for the work that we have to do. It was a so-called popular philosopher, and we told him his name for a reason, that says that we learn to do something by doing it. We either learn to practice persistence by doing it, or we learn to perish by doing it, by perishing. The question will be that the actions that we have done consistently for the last decades, where has that landed us as a state? Is it one that is helping us build resistance, or one that is languishing us in the land of perishing? It is also stated in the religious text that a people led by an half-blinded or a blurred eye leader, that the people eventually land in a pit. Is that not similar to where we are? So the advice, I would say you should take the advice of that popular philosopher who says that we learn to do things by doing it. So if this is not a proof of the fact that we have built resistance as a mass number, then we need to begin to learn to resist. And how do we learn to resist? Is by doing it. It's by joining organizations that are helping us to resist at a systemic level, not at individual level. That is what we did, but that is only ending us in our perishment, or that has landed us where we are in a pit right now. We cannot dispute the facts. The facts are there. What you are seeing on your screen is the fact. You cannot dispute it. This is the average result. You have to insist on locking your gates and your doors, because you cannot afford to misguide yourself, because that's the fact. We are not secure, right? So let's leave the things that we have been doing over the years that is ending us in perishment, and let's begin to turn to resistance. Ẹ jẹ́ ká jáwọ́ lápọ̀ tí ó yọ, ká tètè lọ gbómi lákaná before time go. Let's abandon what we have done that has not worked, not produce any meaningful result for us as people, and let's begin to do the things that we ought to do. Two political parties that I can recommend will be that of MOP, Movement of the People. Is an organization helping us to build resistance as a system, building resistance. And the other will be AAC, African Action Congress, one that is also helping building resistance. We need to start learning how to build resistance. The interesting part is that you can learn it, you can pick it up, you can learn to do it, and you can begin to do it well. I promise us that if we build resistance in large numbers, mass number, like we have built towards perishment of ourselves, in 10 years, in a decade, we'll see meaningful products, meaningful results. The same way we have channeled our energy in mass to things that we have done for the last decade. If you do that, so building resistance, no. Meaningful results, meaningful results. We'll look back at our environment and ask ourselves in the next 10 years. I'm not saying the problem will be solved, but I'm saying we'll look back at our life in the next 10 years and say, just 10 years, yes, that is how powerful it could be when we start building resistance. Thank you once again, Liberation Chat. Back to you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much indeed. For this community, Godwin, I believe you have closing remarks. Okay, thank you so much, Comrade Shiwa Hilara, and everybody, Comrade Godwin, Comrade African Wahala, Comrade Adege, and of course, Adekunle, as many as those that have joined us in this live broadcast. Thank you so very much. Indeed, we appreciate that you've come, and we look forward to having you tomorrow. Same channel, same time, 6 p.m. West African time, to discuss some other very interesting discussion and action points. We are 182 from all the platforms that are streaming live. Of course, we are live. Thank you so much. We'll do this again tomorrow. All right, and stay glued to us. If you are yet to subscribe to our channel, please do that. The Movement Radio on YouTube, please subscribe. Civic Space channel on YouTube, please kindly subscribe if you have not done that already. Like, share, comment. On X, we are also very much active on X. Liberation Chats is active. The Movement Radio is very much active. And of course, thank you so much, Comrade Engineer Sani. Thank you so much. Thank you, Civic Space. So it's nice having everybody join us. Please do not forget to subscribe if you have not done so. Engineer Sani, please kindly subscribe to that channel if you have not done so already. Okay, I think Comrade Godwin is back to engage us, and of course, Engineer Sani is also back. Okay, wow. Okay, Engineer Sani is back. So let's have him. We are not in a hurry, but we just felt that we have done justice to the topic of the day. So everybody should join us, or perhaps subscribe in every of our channels. If you have not followed us, follow us. Let's grow this community. It is very, very important that we grow the community of conscious Nigerians that will be able to constitute a force that will resist all oppression in Nigeria. Comrade Engineer Sani, please proceed. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm here with you.
Please
Good morning,
proceed with your
everyone.
submission. What part of the discussion interests you today? Or perhaps you would like to address us and point our attention to?
All right. Thank you, Civic Space. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear, Engineer Sani. Have you subscribed to that channel, that Movement Radio channel?
The radio movement?
Yes, have you subscribed?
Yes. Now our home now.
Thank you so much. So please proceed with your submission, Engineer Sani.
Resist or what?
Resist or perish. The Nigerian phobia.
Okay.
Nigerian phobia means fear. Phobia means fear. And of course, the topic is, are Nigerians afraid to resist, or they are afraid to perish, or they are afraid of death? What is the Nigerian phobia? Based on your own perception of what you think. What do you think Nigerians are afraid of? Are they afraid to die, or they are afraid to confront and resist oppression or their oppressors?
Okay, thank you very much, Civic Space. Nigerian phobia is real. Because people are no longer just suffering. They are just afraid of hunger, of kidnapping, of speaking the truth of our own country. So, but when the fear becomes the systems, so silence becomes dangerous. So at that point, it is simple. We either resist what is destroying our dignity, or we quietly perish under it. So history shows that no society survives or prolonged fear without resistance. That is my own solution.
Thank you so very much, Engineer Sani, for tuning in to today's discussion, despite the circumstances surrounding your locality or your location. You still find the time to join us today. Thank you so very much, Engineer Sani. and
Thank you
it
very
tells
much.
you the reality. Okay, would you like to continue? Are you there?
No, no. Now like this, I'm not at home. We went out for the intervention for one college of education and legal
Wow.
studies already.
Wow.
So yeah,
What is the situation of things there? What happened? What intervention, if you'd like to gist
just
us a little bit?
you know, but it's just between the lecturer and the young lady. So I think she graduated. She's supposed to be graduated since around 2023, which reached today she's still in the schools, and because of that man. So there are some things that the man we have been asking of her, and the girl didn't cooperate. But with that, they were trying to meet the school authority to let them see what, but that could not be happening. So when the issues come up to us, so we decided to go and see what we can do on it. And before we go, Sep, we discuss with the national coordinator, which is Comrade John, and he gave us go ahead, said that we should go. Whatsoever, should just giving them an update. So that is it.
Thank you so much. Hope your welfare is sorted, and of course you are basically comfortable where you are, and please stay safe, because we understand that it's a dangerous terrain in Nigeria
That
as we
school
speak
is
right
part
now.
of the constituency that I wanted to contest.
Oh,
School. Yes, it's inside the constituency.
in
So
Jigawa?
when something else like this come up, so we have to, yes, move to there so that people may say yes. There are some still people that are still there. So that is an hope.
Yeah, it is good. Thank you so much for your noble efforts and your activities in your location. Of course, the fact that you have concern and you care about the welfare of your people, that you are able to leave your comfort zone to go attend to the ordeal or the circumstance or the situation of another person, it's not easy, and of course it's commendable that you are able to go out of your way to go the extra mile. This is what it takes to really be a comrade, and I salute your gallantry, salute you so much. And of course, we encourage what you're doing. You are a comrade indeed. And of course, we believe that as a result of your constant consistency, your constituents will be able to, give you a chance to lead, because it's important that will have the best of the best of us lead us. We don't want crooks to lead the people. We want people that cares about the welfare of the people to lead, such as yourself. I will salute all your efforts. Thank you so much, and everybody that is working.
Thank you, my Oga Speak Space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much. Thank you very much.
So yeah, we are about to round things up. It's late already, so we are about to round things up, and it's nice that you joined us. Yeah. So thank you so much. We'll see behind the closed door. And of course, to the 184 of us on this live stream, we would see tomorrow. Please do not forget to subscribe, everybody. If you have not subscribed to the Movement Radio on YouTube, please do that. If you have not subscribed or follow us on X, please do that. We'll meet tomorrow again, and of course, the struggle continues, and the power belongs to the people. If the people recognizes their power and organize towards their emancipation. Thank you so very much, comrade. I recognize and I salute everybody, including Comrade Sani. We'll see again next time, and it will be most likely tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you.